Section 15 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Final Glory. The sun was dying, and with it the system. Earth was a cold stone. Survivors huddled on a cheerless Mercury, waiting numbly, but Prava in his inscrutable wisdom. Nizik was a forlorn and weary figure at the forward port. He balanced his frail, bubulous body on 4 of his 8 limbs, while the other 4 moved listlessly over the atheroscope, adjusting sights and lenses. Nizik wondered dully why he bothered. Even from here he could see that the system looking ahead, the dull, reddish sun with its wild and darksome planets, was not for them. Bitterness flooded his soul. To have come so far and searched so long, only to find this. In all the galaxy, here was the one sun that sustained a planetary system, and that sun was dying. The irony was more than he could bear. Cyndajm came to stand beside him. Only she and Nizik were left of all the thousands, 2 alone on this driving colossus, which was the only world they had ever known. She sensed his bitterness now and tried to speak words of hope. "See, Nizik, there are inner planets. How close their orbits are. There may still be warmth and life-sustaining rays." Nizik's limbs sprawled outward in despair. "This dying system is not for us, Cyndajm. The 5 largest and outermost planets are but barren, frigid rock. But if you wish, we shall go inward." His limbs flashed over the huge control console. Gradually the ship slowed in its headlong pace. Nearly the size of a small planet was this ship. Entire generations had been born and died aboard it during the trip between galaxies. Somewhere deep inside, perpetual generators pounded out the power that had driven them through space faster than light. Nizik and Cyndajm had never seen those generators, nor were they conscious now of the smooth threadinity. They had known it always. Miles of interlocking corridors extended behind them too, a veritable city with vast rooms of wonderful machinery, but none of this had they ever seen, for death had struck suddenly there, was lurking there still. The huge metal tomes told of it. Nizik and Cyndajm had read that history so often that they knew it now by heart. They knew how and why the last generations had been wiped out. The first scientists had planned well for the safety and well-being of the generations to come, but they had overlooked one thing. Within their own galaxy, they had been cognizant of certain cosmic rays, which were harmless, insofar as they had no apparent effect on living tissues. However, in that utter vacuity between galaxies, no such rays existed, and there between galaxies new generations were born. 5, 10, a dozen generations, and at last they had reached the new galaxy. Whether the cosmic rays here differed or whether the new generations had simply lost all resistance to them was never fully known. The race had died by thousands as the hard rays penetrated the ship. The scientists worked feverishly to build up a section with layers of their heaviest metals, but by the time they had achieved a sufficient thickness, a few dozen had survived. Nizik and Cyndajm were the last of that final group. Now, under Nizik's sure guidance, the ship crossed the orbits of the outer planets. He had thrown over the deceleration control, but their speed was still tremendous. In a few minutes, craggy fragments of rock were skimming past their hull. The larger ones were deflected by automatic repulsion plates, and the few that drifted through became molten upon contact. Such was their speed. Then they were through the swarm, and Nizik remarked, "This is an old system indeed. At one time, a planet must have occupied that orbit. Look!" Cyndajm's spider-like body was taut with eagerness as she pointed to a planet far ahead, swinging away from their trajectory. "Shall we follow it?" "There is no purpose. We can pick it up on the atheroscope." Nizik adjusted the sights. The planet, together with its 2 moons, leapt into view on the screen. Nizik manipulated the magna lens, and it was brought still nearer. Vast icy caps encompassed most of this world. The rest was a frozen desert, slightly reddish, with a few peculiar straight-line markings that might have been man-made, but that didn't interest them now. It was all too apparent that this planet had been uninhabitable for millennia. Dead. A frozen dead world, Cyndajm intoned. Let's go on to the next one. They moved ever inward. The next planet with its single satellite offered no more promise. Here they saw stark mountain ranges in contrast to vast hollows that might have been dead ocean bottoms. The Magna lens picked out several cities, tottering, crumbling in ruin. Cities, Zemmd muttered. Cities still stand on this airless world. A civilization once existed here, and it cannot have been so long ago. Shall we go on, Cyndajm? There are 2 or 3 other planets, but I fear they will offer no more than this. Now something of Zemmd's despair came upon Cyndajm. No, we need not go on. I feel weary of it all. I care not if we ever find the place we seek. I too have had this feeling. Zemmd waved his limbs in agreement. Cyndajm, we have searched this galaxy through. There may yet be life-giving suns with planets, but we have not much time. Of late, I have felt the engines become sluggish of power. True, the way has been long. She gestured hopelessly. Do you suggest, then, that we put an end to the mission? Not without your consent, Cyndajm. I have wanted to end it, Cyndajm cried. For a very long time I have thought of it, but dared not speak. And yet, Zemmd mused, perhaps we should search further, search until the end. It was the will of our forebears that the race be continued. Should we end so ingloriously what they set out to achieve? The will of our forebears is as nothing to the will of Praav, Cyndajm spoke softly, gazing out to the stars. Praav has watched safely over us all this time. If he had wanted us to find a place, we should have found it, and need not end ingloriously. Observe, Zemmd, that we, the last of our kind, have ended here at what is probably the last planetary system. Its sun is dying as our race is dying. Let us all go out in a final flame together, a blaze of glory. The bitterness had left Zemmd now. You are right, my dear. It was meant that we should end here. I believe Prava has willed it so. He threw the controls over to full acceleration and locked them into place. The colossus of all spaceships piled acceleration upon acceleration with the speed of light, plunging on its unerring course toward the dying sun. The 2 beings from another galaxy stood at the forward port, proudly, side by side. Zemmd looked at Cyndajm and felt such a peace as he had never known. And Cyndajm murmured, Prava, in his inscrutable wisdom. Kurt Sanders climbed wearily up the last steep passage from the city below. Space-suited and helmeted, he emerged from the low line of cliffs and looked out upon the desolate surface of Mercury. For the past week, he'd worked hard in the underground laboratories. Occasionally, he came to the surface where he could see the dark sky and the pinpoints of stars and the dying sun once more. That alone gave him incentive to go on. He, with the several thousand others, were working out the problem which might save them from extinction. It was slow work, damnably slow and hard, and Kurt knew in his heart they would not be in time. He raised his face to the red orb whose heat scarcely touched here. Again he marveled that disaster had come so suddenly. Solar radiation was not supposed to end like that. It should have gone on for millennia. That's what the scientists had preached. But it had ended, scarcely 500 years ago. Kurt had never known Earth, only the city here far within Mercury, where there was meager warmth and light, and now even the internal heat of Mercury was fast cooling. Kurt turned at the sound of footsteps behind him. That would be Olana. She too came here each week. She stopped beside him, raised her helmeted face to sun and stars with infinite longing. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Alana clicked on her helmet radio. Each time, Kurt, each time I come here, I imagine the sun has grown dimmer. Is it really only my imagination? Yes, it becomes dimmer, but not perceptibly. Solar radiation is electronic, and the theory is that our sun has merely exhausted an outer sheath of electrons. Lord knows what internal condition caused it. If it's a solid body, it may be due to certain peculiarities of the strata. The sunspots of hundreds of years ago must have been the beginning of the end. She nodded. How's the work coming? The traction rays? Slowly, Alana. Too slowly. Kurt shook his head in weariness. We're in the process of testing, but they're still not strong enough. It means months more of work, and we shall need hundreds. You know, if we fail on the first attempt, we shall not have another chance. I still don't quite understand it, Alana was puzzled. I know it has something to do with the orbit of Vulcan, but how can it save us? It may not. It's a forlorn chance. You know, of course, that Vulcan's a very small planet, scarcely larger than Earth's moon, and it pursues an orbit much closer to the sun than Mercury. If we can drive it out of its orbit with attraction rays, it may fall into the sun. But suppose, Alana pointed out, it only takes up a closer orbit. Exactly why we are taking no chances. We must be sure our rays are strong enough to propel it into the sun. And what then? Kurt shrugged. After that, it's anybody's guess. Professor Marston believes that such a collision will set up a combustion sufficient to release internal electronic action from the sun's depths, and once that is started, the sun will blaze again. I see, Alana exclaimed. Something like stirring up dying embers? Yes. There was no eagerness in Kurt's voice. No doubt there are forces within the sun sufficient to last for millennia if they could only be released, but they must be deep within. I'm afraid nothing we do with Vulcan will be enough. Why, you're just a pessimist. Kurt smiled wanly. No, just realistic and very tired. It's been a trying week. Come, we'd better be getting back. Wait. Alana stopped him. She was gazing at the blackness beyond the horizon's rim. Kurt, look. Meteor? He followed her gaze. No, I never saw a meteor like that. They saw a patch of light against the reddish sunglow. It wasn't extended light. It seemed to move as a bulk and with such speed as no meteor has ever attained. For half a minute they watched it become smaller. Then it disappeared. Kurt shook his head in puzzlement. That beats me. For a minute I had a feeling. Yes, I was right. It went straight into the sun. Alana! But she had seen too. She was scarcely aware of Kurt's fierce grip on her arm. Directly in the center of the maroon sun, a tiny pinpoint of white had appeared. Even as they watched, it seemed to mushroom slowly outward. That was no meteor, Kurt exclaimed. Whatever caused that explosion was traveling at the speed of light and must have had tremendous bulk. Why, I doubt if even Vulcan striking with its orbital velocity could cause such a display. For an hour they watched. At the end of that time, the whitish glow had given no sign of receding. If anything, it had become ever so slightly larger. They stared, entranced with a new hope. At last, Alana placed a hand on Kurt's arm and murmured, God in his inscrutable wisdom. End of section 15. Section 16 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Eternal Zemmd Must Die. Part 1. Lancing out of the void at light speed, it stabbed deep into the solar system and vanished. Then began corruption, poison and hate creeping from world to world. Too late, men learned a death blow had been delivered. We've remained indecisive too long. You must understand this. The future, perhaps the very existence of the Federation, hangs in the balance unless we can correlate all that has happened and decide upon a course of action now. De Harry's, correlator for Earth, paced alone in his suite far beneath the council room. He held a sheaf of papers, his intended speech to the planetary delegates. He now crumpled it viciously, flung it to the floor. What good were speeches? Already he anticipated their arguments, the protests and questions. He himself had a question or two. Course of action, he muttered grimly. What sort of action? Action against what? He strode to the immense teleglobe, flicked it on. Its radiant surface reflected the austere council chamber above. Already the 6 delegates were entering. Soon they'd become restless, waiting for him. But still, De Harry's watched. Aladian, Empress of Venus, was there, fragile and lovely despite the grave look on her alabastrian face. She, at least, was aware of the threat to the system which had grown apace during the past few years. In Aladian, De Harry's knew he had an ally to the startling proposal he was going to make. He would need a majority of 4. He couldn't count on Mars. The other 2 votes must come from Mercury, Jupiter, Perlac, or the Castilian colonies. Leaving his suite by a secret exit, De Harry stepped into a lift which brought him near the council room above. 6 pairs of eyes fastened upon De Harry's as he stood at the head of the table. He was a striking figure, 6'2" and white-haired, yet with the perpetual tightness of the jaw and a hint of fire in the dark eyes that belied his great age. You are wondering why I asked for an emergency council, particularly since our Federation has ridden a crust of peace for the past 100 years. Our various governments were never more in accord. He paused for effect, watching the puzzlement grow in their eyes. Nevertheless, I am convinced that we face the greatest crisis we have ever known. I ask for your fullest cooperation. Any data you can submit, anything, may well be a part of the pattern. Kraj, the Jovian emissary, shifted his huge bulk nervously. Pattern? Pattern for what? You speak in riddles, De Harry's. A pattern so diabolic, it's frightening. A pattern I'm convinced is weaving about us all. For example, Earth's complex civilization, atomic-powered industries, and commerce would be irreparably damaged if we were cut off from the uranium isotope we receive from Mars. You can realize the seriousness when I point out that the annual shipment, which should have arrived a month ago, did not arrive. Jaltagar of Mars was instantly on his feet, his heavy-lidded eyes blazing. I submit that my government is blameless. As you well know, the shipment was dispatched as usual. Your own Earth representatives were aboard. De Harry's turned a smiling countenance upon Jaltagar, which left the Martian overlord abashed. No accusation has been made, De Harry said softly, and none is contemplated. I think we all agree that Mars is blameless. Aladian arose to her full height of 4'11". De Harry's is right. We have delayed too long. I have felt that there is a strange force at work among us. As you know, Venus has long held the secret of allotropic metal, which makes any space fleet invulnerable. We have guarded it carefully. She placed tiny fists upon the table. Yet, our most secret documents concerning the processing of this metal have disappeared from the vault in our royal laboratories. A matter which need not concern us, growled Relic, the Castilian leader. Has it not been the Federation policy for each planet to solve its own internal problems? Save where those problems may affect the status of the Federation, Aladian countered. I submit the theft of our allotropic process is part of the pattern Dahari's mentioned. Have you nothing to report, Relic? Nothing that would have any bearing. The Callistian hesitated, then his eyes became worried. Yes. Simply that during the past year there has been an alarming traffic into systems among our people. We thought we had this drug traffic stopped, but now it's growing out of hand. We can't trace how it's being entered and distributed. Under the influence of this drug, our workers become restless and easily incited to revolt. Relic wet his lips nervously. Begging your pardon, Aladian. These Tasith stems come only from the Kayarthan swamp of Venus. Rasping sounds had been issued from Sarek, the sun-hardened little Mercurian. Now he lifted his shell-like body from the chair. His faceted eyes glittered angrily. We are newest in the Federation. We have tried to cooperate in every way. We even permitted the location on our planet of the Federation prison for outlaws and irreconcilables. If what I have to report is part of your pattern, Dahari's, make the most of it. Recently, our vast solar reflectors, which protect our cities from the sun, were found to be tampered with. If our engineers had not discovered certain discrepancies in time, thousands of my people would have died under merciless radiations. We are still investigating this foul piece of work. It was deliberate, not accidental. Sarek glared about the table. I hardly need to remind you, we can easily convert our solar reflectors into powerful weapons, should the need arise. At this open threat, such a clamor of protest arose that Dahari's pounded for order. He gave the floor to Jaltagar. Dahari's, I see the reason for alarm. Similar incidents have occurred on Mars. In return for our uranium, Earth supplies us with engineers for the maintenance and development of our canals. As long as a year ago, there began a series of breakdowns in our canal system. Already the desert has reclaimed vast areas of our irrigated lands. Carver, the Earthman from Perlac, rose to deliver the final bombshell. Using the frequency tuner, he had traversed the route from his adopted planet in a mere 2 weeks. The strange world beyond Pluto, to which many of the Earth's scientists had migrated, was becoming a power and an asset to the Federation. Now Carver announced simply, we have lost the frequency tuner. The detailed plans of this power unit, which we intended to share with the Federation, have been stolen. Dahari's broke the stunned silence. And Venus has announced that the secret of allotropic metal should be shared by the Federation. Each planet knew this. Each would benefit. It doesn't seem likely that any planet individually could be behind these thefts and outrages. There's a frightening purpose behind it all, Relic of Callisto said worriedly. Someone, or something, is seeking to cause disunity, create suspicion. It may easily lead to war. Jaltagar said, you have a theory, Dahari's? A theory and a plan. It is my conviction that in our various governments, in places of highest trust, are men who are not what they seem. He glanced about, saw that the others did not fully grasp the idea. I mean that literally, Dahari's went on. Men whose minds have somehow been seized, who are now under the control of an alien intelligence, something not of our Federation. Sarek waved a disdainful hand. Men whose minds have been seized? That is fantastic. Is it? How much do you know of the members of your own inner council, Sarek? Just one alien intellect planted there could cause inestimable damage. What do you really know of Jaltagar here, beyond what you see? Or of Aladian? Or of me? I may be an alien, though I deny it. Any one or any several of us may be other than what we seem. Aladian shuddered, glancing around. It is an eerie thought, and one to ponder upon. But you said you have a plan to Harry's. Yes. He glanced from face to face in the growing silence. A very simple plan, but I like to think it will work. 2. Kurt Emmons paused in his cautious stride. With a supernal sense of keening, he knew he was not alone in the darkness. He threw his shoulders aside. The energast recoil was no more than a soft sigh, but the beam passed so close to Kurt's face he could feel the swirling heat of it. With a muffled cry, Kurt let himself crumple and fall. The muscles of his broad shoulders went tight as he pressed against the hard prison pavement. Weaponless, he realized his only chance was the element of surprise. He saw a darker shadow detach itself from the wall and come toward him. A lone guard. The man stared down for a moment, then relaxed, bent over the prone figure. Kurt propelled himself upward. With an oath, the guard tried to leap back, bring the energast into position. Kurt clawed for the gun wrist. His fingers tightened. The guard was Jovian, Kurt realized with an instant of panic. His other hand found the wrist. His feet moved swiftly, then he threw all his strength into the leverage. Bone snapped, and the 7-foot bulk sailed backward into the wall. But Kurt knew these Jovians. He leapt forward as the guard tried to rise, brought his knee up under the chin with a sickening crunch. Blood bubbled from the man's lips. Kurt sprang upon him, thrust an open hand into his face. He brought the other hand in a vicious slicing blow across the hard throat muscles. The Jovian plunged forward and lay still. Kurt came to his feet, breathing heavily. It seemed unbelievable that other guards were not attracted to the scene, but all he heard was the steady, hollow sound of the pumps supplying air to the prison dome. He groped for the energast gun, but couldn't find it now. There was no time to waste. He hurried forward, keeping one hand outstretched against the wall. He sought to pierce the darkness ahead. A few minutes later, he paused again as another figure loomed. Kurt wished now he'd found the gun, but it was too late for that. Emmons? Kurt let out a slow breath of relief as the whisper came to him. He hurried forward to greet the other Earthman. You're late, the second man said. What happened? A little trouble. How about the helmets? Get them? Wouldn't be here otherwise. The Martian, did he make it? Yeah, but I don't see why he... Never mind that, Reichert, Kurt snapped. Let's go. They reached one of the gates. The Martian was waiting. Kurt stumbled over another guard, but this one was dead. A tiny back glass needle protruded from his throat. We had some trouble too, Reichert explained. Kurt wondered which of them had the needle gun, but he said nothing. When they had donned the oxygen helmets, Kurt produced a triggered electronic key. I managed to smuggle this. It's the only way we'll make it out of here. Don't worry about the alarms. Just stay close to me. I have a plan. Once in the exit lock, Kurt had a moment of foreboding as he watched the huge inner doors close behind them. Again, he applied the electronic key. The outer doors opened. They stepped into the unending lava waste of Mercury's night side. No sound reached them now, but Kurt knew that already. In the prison dome behind them, the alarm was being given. He hugged the chrysite wall, hurrying along it away from the exit. The others sped after him. Reichert clicked on his speaker. Emmons, what the hell? This is crazy. Is it? Kurt didn't stop his half-running pace. You two agreed I was to handle this. They won't think to look for us so close. They stopped at last, huddling against the wall. A half-mile behind them, the lock was opening again. Two of the surface cars on caterpillar treads blasted out and away, searchlights slashing the ragged terrain. They won't spend too much time, Kurt said. They figure we're dead men already. Never yet had a prisoner succeeded in reaching the Mercurian cities, hundreds of miles away on the Twilight Strip. Kurt's face went grim as he thought of their chances. They weren't trying to reach a city. Their destination was the little mountain range somewhere on the night side. 10 minutes later, the surface cars came back. The prison lock opened and closed. Grimly, the three fugitives headed into the wastes. There'd be no pursuit now. Reichert strode forward, purposeful as an automaton, and he was much like an automaton in other ways, as silent and grim, as big and hard, and as cold. The square lines of his face were unmoving beneath the Christite helmet. Quilo was smaller, but he managed to keep pace. His eyes burned brightly in his finely chiseled face. Only the high-pitched, mad little tune on his lips seemed to keep him going. Kurt Emmons, perhaps more than the others, knew the chances against them. His gray eyes flicked worriedly to the dial inside his helmet. It registered slightly over half, which meant they had 2 more hours of oxygen. It would be close. He set his lips tight, glanced at his companions. He knew Reichert would bear up. It was Quilo who worried Kurt. The little Martian was leg-weary, keeping pace on sheer grit alone. Grit that stemmed somehow from that eerie little tune eternally on his lips. "We're a little ahead of schedule," Kurt lied. "Let's take 5. Quilo sank down gratefully on the hard rock. Even Reichert eased his bulk down. Then in annoyance, he thrust a hand against the Martian. "Damn it, Quilo, turn it off!" Abruptly, the tune died on Quilo's lips. He stretched out, gazed with infinite longing at the black sky and myriads of mocking stars. He searched for Mars. Kurt stared back across Mercury's lava waste. The prison dome was well behind them now. He wished he could say how far ahead their objective lay, the little mountain range that straddled half the planet. "Last chance," Kurt told them grimly. "If either of you wants to change his mind, you've got just enough oxygen to make it back. They may let you in again, if you want a month of solitary at the Radite mines. What about you, Reichert?" The big man raised his head, laughed nastily. "Go back to that hellhole? I'd rather die a quick death out here. You getting cold feet, Emmons?" Kurt flashed darkly. He'd only made the suggestion for Quilo's sake. "You, Quilo? There's a chance of our missing Landreth. We've been delayed, and he said he'd wait only 10 hours with the spaceship." The little Martian's face showed white in the darkness. His voice was soft, very soft, and musical as always. "Thanks, Emmons, but I've waited years for a chance like this. If it were 1,000,000 to 1, I'd still say go on." Kurt nodded. Sure, he knew. Quilo was a Martian political and irreconcilable, exiled to Mercury 6 years ago when Jal Tagar's government had taken over Mars. As to Reichert, Kurt knew even less. The man had been sentenced for murder or space piracy. It didn't matter now. What mattered was that these two knew even less about him. He wondered how long he'd stay alive if they learned his real status. De Harry's had taken into his confidence a mere 6 of his most trusted operatives. They were given widespread assignments. None knew what he would find or where, and Kurt's assignment, the Federation prison, was toughest of all. Not even the prison overseers knew his true identity. Kurt worked with the hardened criminals of all planets, enduring the privations and hardships and awful radite rays. Gradually, Kurt became one of the select group of prisoners who helped unload the supply ship, which arrived twice a year. On its last arrival, just a few days ago, a crew member had slipped a folded note into Kurt's hand. The message stated that Landreth would be waiting on the dark side and would take 3 men. Any 3. It set the time and the place. Landreth. Kurt could scarcely believe his luck. That elusive pirate had disappeared and was thought to be dead. Apparently not. What new scheme was he hatching now? And more important, did it have a bearing on the unseen forces which De Harry's felt were at work? Kurt selected Reichert for the escape because the man was big and tough and could handle himself well in a showdown fight. Quilo he selected for a different reason. It was partly sentiment, but more than that. Kurt had a deep-rooted suspicion that Quilo was more than an ordinary political. Kurt gave the signal, and they continued across the dark, uncertain terrain. Jagged rock cut into their boots. Soon they were forced to circle wide around crevices large enough to swallow a man. Kurt watched the hand on his oxygen gauge drop lower and lower. There could be no turning back now. If they didn't find Landreth's ship within the next hour. Reichert spoke, worry creeping into his voice. We ought to be getting close now, Emmons. How about using a signal flare? Kurt peered ahead at the cobalt sky. The horizon dropped sheerly away. He shook his head. Only got 2 flares. Can't waste 'em. Wait till we sight the mountains. Reichert grumbled, but Kurt saved his breath. Half an hour later, they glimpsed a serrated line of cliffs low on the horizon. Kurt released one of the flares in that direction. They watched it rage in a fiery arc across the darkness for perhaps 20 seconds. Then it disappeared. They waited an answering signal. Anything to guide them. But nothing appeared. The darkness pressed in, almost tangible. Despair washed over Kurt like a cold wave from the sea. Better set your oxygen flow to 1/2, he advised. They hurried the pace now, heedless of sharp rocks and dangerous gullies. Once Kurt pulled Coelho back from a steep brink just in time. The little Martian was staggering. Could Landreth have given up hope on them and hoisted Graves? At the thought, Kurt hurriedly brought out the remaining flare. With a prayer on his lips, he aimed it, this time in a higher arc. Then Coelho was clutching at Kurt's arm, pointing far off to the left. There was the answering signal. A thin pencil of light slicing upward. It flashed on and off at intervals, but it seemed a long way. Already sharp pains were slicing through Kurt's lungs. He stayed close to Coelho, but the Martian's fatigue seemed to have left him now. He was giving voice again to the peculiar little aria in the higher octaves which Kurt had come to know so well. In that strange tune was a challenge, a promise, and something more. It was pagan. It was strength. It got into a man's soul. It seemed an eternity. They were nearing the cliffs, stumbling into a rocky ravine. They saw the spaceship, Landreth's ship, but the scalpels of fire in Kurt's lungs were unendurable. The spaceship and all the terrain danced and faded away. His legs were leaden. Coelho staggered against him, and somehow he managed to hold the little Martian upright. A vague impression, a spilled square of light out of which a helmeted figure came leaping. Coelho collapsed, sliding slowly away. Kurt plummeted forward, gasped for air, where there was suddenly none. Then utter darkness claimed him. 3. There was air now. Great gulps of it. Someone had thrown back Kurt's helmet, and he could hear the steady thrum of the aerostat. It was beautiful music. Coelho had recovered, and Reichert. And a 4th man was there. As Kurt came to his feet, he heard Reichert's voice, a little suspicious, addressing the stranger. You're not Landreth. I thought we were going to meet. Disappointed? Get going then. Back where you came from. The stranger's voice was like a whiplash. He held an electro in his hard-knuckled fist. Reichert became silent. So, you'd like to see Landreth, eh? Reichert grinned, wet his lips a little. Sure would. Don't get me wrong, mister. There's one man I'd like to join up with if he's operating again. Kurt watched the stranger, saw him grin as though secretly amused at Reichert's words. Later, the man said. Right now, get this through your heads, all of you. Your lives were forfeit at the mines, and that isn't altered by your being here. I'll blast the first one of you who makes a wrong move. He gestured with a gun, surveyed them coldly. Good. Now, you will strip, put your clothes over here. He went carefully through their clothes, found nothing in Kurt's or Coelho's, but from a secret pocket in Reichert's leather suit he brought forth a deadly needle gun. A smile creased his dark, thin face. You won't need this where you're going. The spaceman pocketed the needle gun, then turned suddenly on Kurt, sharp eyes going over him. Up with that left arm. Too late, Kurt remembered the thin disc fastened under his armpit, identifying him as an investigator for the Federation Prison Board. He'd adopted that merely as a cover-up. Actually, his mission for Deharis was far more important. Now Kurt shrugged, tore the disc away from the paper-thin duroplast fastening. So, the spaceman purred, examining it. You were sent here by the prison board, And we thought no one was aware of the missing prisoners." "Well, I'll be damned," Reichert said, half in anger, staring at Kurt. "If I'd known who you really were, Emmons." "You'd have come just the same," Kurt said icily. "Doesn't really matter who you are," the man with the gun said softly, surveying Kurt's well-muscled figure and clear eyes. "Yes, I'm glad you came. You're the type we need. This one, too," he nodded at Reichert. He turned his gaze upon Quilo. "But I can't understand why you brought this one. Well, we shall find a use for him." At the insult, quick points of fire appeared in Quilo's eyes. Kurt flashed him a warning look. Quilo set his lips tightly. "My name," the other was saying, "is Jeffers. Dress quickly now. Captain Landreth will want to see you. Then we'll be on our way." It became apparent to Kurt that this was no ordinary spacer. It was small and trim, with a suggestion of untold speed. If the ship carried weapons, they were kept well under cover. Jeffers led them along a single corridor with staterooms on either side. "Where's the crew?" Reichert asked. "You three are the crew. Beyond that, there's just me and Captain Landreth." Again, Kurt had the feeling that Jeffers was secretly amused. He ushered them into a compartment near the control room. Kurt stood quite still for a moment, staring around. The room was a dream. Magnificent tapestries, interwoven with crop plumes, covered the walls. Beneath his feet, an imperial Martian rug with a splash of varicolored splendor. He saw furniture of extinct Jaragua wood, inlaid with mosaics of semi-precious stones. Then Kurt's eyes widened as he gazed across the room and saw the person who rose to greet them. She was tall for a girl. Auburn hair brushed smoothly back from her forehead fell in waves to the shoulders of a close-fitting uniform. Her eyes were blue, but unsmiling. Her lips smiled thinly, but didn't mean it. "I'm Lorene Landreth," she said without emotion. "If you must be amazed, please do it quickly. We have work to do." Kurt was beyond being amazed. Thoughtfully, his gaze took in her trim figure, the pale but determined face, the electro held loosely and a belt at her waist. She gave the impression of knowing how to use it. "Captain Landreth, I presume." Kurt's voice was serious. "George Landreth's daughter?" "Correct, on both counts." She turned to Jeffers. "You made it clear that their status is not altered by their being here?" "Of course. Don't worry. I'll see that they remember it, Lorene." Her eyes blazed quickly. "Captain to you. See that you remember that, Jeffers." He nodded, smiling with faint insolence as he leaned against the door. The girl turned back to the three prisoners. "There is one difference. At the prison mines you worked hard, and for a lifetime, and you died. You will work where we are going too, perhaps not so hard, but dangerously. You may die, but at least I offer you a chance. If we succeed in our mission, you are free men, free to change your identities and go where you will." "That's okay by me, miss." Reichert was enthusiastic. Captain, but look, don't we get to see Landreth? George Landreth. I was counting on..." The girl turned a gaze upon Reichert, which reduced him to silence. "It is my wish that we all may see George Landreth. I may as well tell you now, the purpose of our mission is to find my father." For the merest instant, Kurt saw the deepening look in her eyes which dissolved the mask of hardness. She turned quickly away, seized a sheaf of papers. "We are wasting time here. Jeffers, show them their assignments." Quilo and Reichert followed the man from the room. Kurt hesitated, then stepped into the control room where the girl had gone. He may have been mistaken, but for a moment she had shown signs of being almost human. Kurt stood silent, watching her at the navigator's table. She consulted penciled data on the papers, then swiftly, with practiced fingers, she adjusted the sliding sheaths on the robot control. At last it was finished. She glanced up, saw him watching. "Venus!" Kurt exclaimed. "So that's where we're going?" Her blue eyes surveyed him coolly. "So, you can read a robot wheel, can you? What else can you do?" "Around a spaceship? Almost anything. Tubes, controls, magnebeams, calculations, and differential. Any weapon you'd care to mention." That will do. Her narrow eyes narrowed. I don't like men with me in space who know more about a ship than I do. Suppose you help Jeffers in the rocket room. Very well, Captain. But about your father? Later. Kurt nodded, looked at her a moment, then hurried to the rocket room. Jeffers said brusquely, Do you understand magnetic stabilizers, Emmons? Sure. Help me with these then. As Kurt worked, his mind went back across the years, tying together threads of stories he had heard. Stories about George Landreth, one of the first men to open up the rich new territory on Callisto. He had brought his wife there from Earth. He struck a rich iridium vein and worked it slowly, alone, until the Earth Corporation stepped in. Landreth defied them to the bitter end. His wife died unpleasantly. There, the stories varied. Some said that Landreth placed his daughter in the hands of relatives on Earth before he turned pirate. Others said the girl stayed with her father, learning every trick of the spaceways. One thing was clear. Throughout the years, Landreth gathered lawless men about him. More than one corporation had gone to ruin under the incessant attacks of an enemy who had achieved a ruthlessness equal to their own. Then the attacks ceased. Landreth seemed to have disappeared. Kurt thrust these questions from his mind. At last the stabilizers and rocket feeds were ready. Jeffers signaled the control room, and a moment later they swept upward. Endless miles away, near the twilight strip, Kurt could see a faint pinpoint glow of a Mercurian city. He turned to Jeffers. One question, Jeffers. What happened to the other men you rescued from the Federation prison? We've only pulled this stunt once before. The others died. On Venus? Jeffers looked sharply at Kurt, then shrugged. Sure, on Venus. We'll arrive there in exactly 3 days. Reichert came up, wiping his hands on a piece of waste. You know, he grinned, even at the prison, word had a way of reaching us. Any truth to these stories about a Ledian throwing a guard around Venus? We may run into the Imperial Guard, but I doubt if they have many patrollers where we're going. Yeah? Where's that? Jeffers' dark face grinned at them. Right into the Carthan swamp. A sudden cry reached them from beyond the rocket room. Lorene Landreth's voice. Kurt was first to reach the corridor, then he stopped dead in his tracks. They saw Quilo standing spraddled-legged in the middle of the corridor. An electro was in his hand. He turned it quickly toward the 3 men, and they fell back. He sneaked behind me and got my gun. Watch him, Jeffers. He'll use it. The warning came from the girl. Kurt saw her crouching out of range near a stateroom door on the other side of Quilo. He can't cover us both. Easy, Jeffers. Get his gun, Emmons. Quick! The Martian's voice came in a high, excited pitch. Kurt saw Jeffers easing behind him, away from the line of fire, glimpsed his hand as it went for his gun. Kurt whirled away, sliced his hand downward into Jeffers' wrist. The electro flamed once, then clattered to the floor. Jeffers leapt for it, but Kurt threw his broad shoulders into a block that hurled the man aside. Then he came up with a gun and back towards Quilo. Nice going, Emmons. Get to those controls. I'll keep 'em covered. They were not quite free of Mercury's gravity, Kurt realized as he felt the spacers surge erratically, threatening to go into a spin. He saw the tight smile on Quilo's lips. Hurry, Emmons! We've got the ship now! Kurt surged past the Martian. Then he whirled, clamped his free hand across the frail wrist holding the electro. A single twist and Quilo's fingers opened. Kurt held both weapons. Get to those controls, he snapped at Lorene Landreth. She stared at him in blank astonishment, then leapt to the controls. A moment later, the ship straightened out, and they were in free space. Quilo's eyes were blazing pools of hate as he gazed at Kurt Emmons. Kurt ignored him, turned to Jeffers and tossed him his weapon. Here, put this away. I guess Quilo can't wait to get back to Mars, but I'll settle for the Carthan swamp. Jeffers leveled the electro. The other gun, Emmons, it goes to Captain Landreth. Quick. Kurt shrugged, walked forward, and handed it to her. She flashed him a smile. Thanks for what you did, Emmons. She came and faced Quilo, surveying him coldly. Little man, can't you wait to die? Let me assure you, another trick like that, and you'll never see Mars again. Quilo stalked away, eyes still blazing hatred. End of section 16. Section 17 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Cyndajm. Eternal Zemmd Must Die, Part 2. 4. Lorene Landreth proved a canny navigator. She set a course far beneath the ecliptic, and for 2 days they did not encounter a patrol. Kurt had noticed the spacer was painted solid black and carried no insignia, an old trick of George Landreth's. Was George Landreth connected in some way with all the far-scattered events which De Harries had called the pattern? Had he allowed his gnawing hate to encompass the entire Federation? All else was relegated to unimportance in Kurt's mind beside this single throbbing question. War between the planets was imminent as more and more monstrous happenings occurred without reason. Kurt doubted that Landreth himself could be behind it all. It was too far-reaching and purposeful. But Kurt was resolved to follow his present lead and hope for a way to report back to De Harries. And there was another question, Quilo. Late on the second day, Kurt was off duty when there came a soft rap on his stateroom door and Quilo entered. "The girl is studying maps of the Kiarthan swamp," he announced. "Jeffers and Reichert at the controls. I think they will bear watching, those two." Kurt nodded. He studied Quilo. The little Martian was over his anger, but now he seemed strangely perturbed. "I've been waiting to speak to you alone, Kurt Emmons. Remember Jeffers couldn't understand why you brought me along? I've wondered the same thing from the very first. There were many others to choose for the escape. Strong ones like Reichert." "You made it, didn't you?" Kurt snapped. "Before this is over, you may wish you were back at the prison mines." "That does not answer my question. Why did you select me?" Kurt hesitated. "All right, if you must know, I always had a feeling you didn't belong at the prison. Sure, I knew you were a political, but no ordinary one, and I don't think your name is Quilo." He watched the other's face, saw emotion ripple across the chiseled features. "So," the Martian said softly, "I thought you might have guessed. Was it the tune, the little aria I always sang? Many times I could feel you listening. I sensed that you knew, but I could not keep it within me, Emmons. Doesn't that aria occur somewhere in the Demian Cabal? So you know that. But for you, for any Earthman?" "I know very little about it," Kurt said quickly. "I've heard that it's rooted in your religion somehow, but the thing's meaningless to me." Quilo stood still and straight. Kurt could almost see the emotion welling up inside him like a slow ocean tide. Then Quilo made up his mind. He spoke rapidly and without pause. "You're right. My name is not Quilo. I am Tor Ekvav, Supreme Coordinator of the Society of Deimos on Mars. This cannot mean much to you, an Earthman, so I'll tell you only this. When the occasion demands, we can, and often have, served as a balance wheel in the politics of Mars. Jal Tagar knew this when he took over Mars 6 years ago. Oh, he planned well. The 12 coordinators throughout Mars were simultaneously arrested. It was a paralyzing blow, and Jal Tagar took me, the Supreme Coordinator, by a most treacherous ruse." The little Martian paused. Hate blazed in the indomitable black depths of his eyes. "So Jal Tagar completed his coup, and Mars was under his heel. He deemed that death was too good for me. Only the Mercury mines would do, for that was a slow death." "You paint a dark picture, Quilo, or rather Tor Ekov. But all this was 6 years ago. The Federation has recognized Jal Tagar's government. He has ruled well, and Mars has cooperated in every—" Tor Ekov paced the floor, stopped in front of Kurt. "Do you really believe that, Emmons?" What can anyone believe now? He noticed Kurt's start of surprise. Yes, I have heard of the strange forces at work in the system. And let me assure you, when dark events are brewing, you'll find Jal Tagar's hand in it somewhere. Kurt waved a hand wearily. Man, don't you know we're going into the Catharthan swamp? You better start thinking about that. I believe your mission is greater than you pretend, Kurt Emmons. You're no prison board investigator. Why did you stop me when we had control of the ship? We could have gone back to Earth or Mars. Don't ask questions, Tor Ekov. Tor's eyes were steady on him. We've got to trust each other, he urged. If I can't return to Mars, it's imperative that I get to a telemagnum. Kurt laughed outright at that one. We're going to the Catharthan, and you speak of telemagnums? I must get my voice through to Mars. Tor's eyes seemed like black jewels in his pallid face. There are those of my society who believe I still live, and when they hear my voice, hear my aria, you will see a new Mars. Kurt shrugged at Tor's babbling. In the face of what was happening throughout the Federation, what did he care about a new Mars? But the mention of a telemagnum struck a sudden note. Lorene Landreth must have a secret base in the Catharthan swamp. If there should be a telemagnum there, powerful enough to contact Earth. Kurt came back to his senses, laughed mirthlessly at such a remote chance. And the next instant he was on his feet as the clangor of the emergency alarm rang through the ship. For a moment he stared at Tor's startled face, then rushed into the corridor with the little Martian pounding after him. They found Lorene and the others in the control room. The girl was calm, impassive, bending over the open receptor as a voice sliced through. Have had you in our beam for the past 5 minutes. As you carry no insignia, you will go into a drift immediately while we approach. Venus Guard calling. Jeffers' dark face broke into a grin, but Lorene remained serious. They never patrol this far from Venus. Jeffers, look to the emergency tubes. We may need some speed. She turned to Kurt. Get on the V panel, will you, Emmons? See if you can pick them out. The Chrysite panel came to life. Kurt grasped the directional finder, swung it in eccentric parabolas. Star pinpoints arced to and fro. A touch on the magna lens brought the blackness swimming into closer view. Then they sighted the guard. 6 formidable spacers emblazoned with the Imperial Venus emblem. Kurt glanced at the proximity dial. They seemed a comfortable distance away, but he knew what a tremendous area the network of finder beams covered. Last warning, the voice razored. Nullify your control immediately or we blast. They're bluffing, Lorene decided. They can't reach us yet. If we can get away from those finder beams, they'll never pick us up again. Jeffers, prepare for emergency blast. She hurried to the control console. This'll give our position away, Kurt exclaimed. She glanced at him impassively. Just stay on that panel, Emmons. The little spacer vibrated anew. Rockets thundered on full power, then the spacer leapt forward, executed a wide parabola that carried it miles out of position. Almost at once, Lorene cut all rockets, and they sped forward on the momentum. Safe, she smiled thinly. They'll never spot us now. A solid black ship. Again, Kurt centered the panel. The Venus Guard had broken formation, widening the area of search. Magnetic beams, pale green and swirling, crisscrossed miles of space. Then Kurt peered intently, puzzled, as a new kind of beam appeared. It seemed to uncoil across space, carrying a little bubble of brighter color before it. Suddenly the bubble burst. An expanse of blinding white light illumined the depths of space. It continued to spread outward, one edge of the perfect light sphere very nearly touching their speeding ship. Startled, Lorene jabbed at the rocket studs. Once more they swept into parabola before she cut power. Dozens of the strange light spheres were appearing behind them now, dotting space for a 1,000-mile radius, expanding, shoving back the darkness. 3 more times Lorene used rockets, changing direction, before they were out of the danger zone. Then their ship was a silent black ghost speeding away. "Fine thing," Jeffers exploded as he watched the scene behind them. "Spring a new stunt like that? What a target we'd be if we got caught in one of those things." He grinned at Kurt. "What won't they think of next, eh?" "Yeah," Kurt said wryly. "A guy just ain't safe anymore. If I were you, I'd write him a letter about it." 5. Venus, mysterious and cloud-obscured, rolled up like a rounded ghost below them. They had approached from the extreme south polar side, and there, Kurt knew, lay the Cyndajm swamp, a vast, unexplored region some 800 miles across. As they entered the first strata of clouds, a curtain of hot rain swept about them, slashing across their ports and dissolving into vapor. Then they broke through, and Kurt felt his insides twisting up into cold knots. The swamp was a festering sore across the planet, a miasmic nightmare shrouded in viscous yellow fog that seemed alive as it curled up to touch the low-lying clouds. Jeffers put into play a penetrant beam that partially dissolved the fog. Lorene drove the ship relentlessly forward. They swept lower, through membranous foliage and corrupted fungi growth reaching hundreds of feet high. There was a moment of terrible uncertainty. Then Kurt saw a clear space spreading out below. A low, structured building occupied the exact center. Lorene set the craft down with no more than a slight roll, then turned to the new men. "We have to wear protective suits here. You'll understand why. Jeffers will show you how to get into them." The suits were of flexible beryllium mesh, with tough, rubberized helmets fitting snugly around the neck. Kurt noticed that the duroplast faceplates were equipped with ingenious filter units. "When you leave the ship," Jeffers told them, "be fast. Just stay close to me." The outer lock opened. They leapt to the ground and raced toward the building. Kurt knew instantly that the atmosphere was laden with millions of microscopic spores. The heat was insufferable. He hadn't taken 10 steps when the sweat began trickling into the close-fitting collar. It burned. He heard a sharp zing past his ear, then another. Something struck his meshed arm with enough force to half spin him around. He saw a tiny, wickedly metallic beetle fastened in the mesh. More of them struck him, and others sang past like winged bullets to flatten against the building. He heard Reichert cry out. Lorene was at the building now, inserting a long-triggered key. There came a crackle of sparks, and the door was open. "Welcome to Venus," Jeffers said as they flung themselves inside. Then he saw that Reichert was hit. One of the beetles had embedded itself in his wrist where he'd failed to fasten down the mesh garment. Jeffers tore it away, crushed it underfoot. He hurried to a wall cabinet, came back with a box of evil-smelling unguent to spread over the wound. "That'll heal soon. We must have stirred up a nest of those damn dung beetles." Kurt sat down limply. Fire still burned in his lungs. So this was the Cyndajm swamp. He found it hard to believe that far to the north were 3 hospitable continents with modern cities, verdant lands, and mountains rearing into clean air. Quilo moved beside Kurt and whispered, "No telemagnum here, unless that's one." Kurt followed his gaze. Lorene was unlocking a metal cabinet, but it was definitely not a telemagnum. A bank of curious power tubes was connected with sets of coils. The girl made several adjustments. The tubes leapt into silver radiance, and the coils sang a cadence that ascended the scale beyond the audible. Kurt came over to watch. Then he stepped to a window. In the fog overhead, he noticed a fine laced canopy of wires. They came alive now, singing gently and sending down a power that dispelled the fog until only a faint obscurant mist remained. "How long do we stay here?" "Only tonight. Tomorrow we trek into the swamp, but we have to wait for the Fabians." "Fabians?" Kurt stared at her. "Creatures who live deep in the swamp," she explained. "We couldn't get to where we're going without them." The station was stocked with food in plastic-sealed containers. They prepared their meal over a tiny atomic stove, and it was a welcome repast for the men from Mercury Prison. When they had finished, Lorene lost little time in explaining the setup. "Now that we're here, You men have every right to know what to expect. Our task isn't easy, but we have the protective suits and weapons, and the Fabians are friendly and will guide us part of the way." She moved with quick little strides about the room, as if impatient even at this brief delay. "You, Reichert, you still anxious to see George Landreth?" "Nothing I want more." "Then stay alive. That's all I ask of any of you, to stay alive." She paused. "You have questions? I'll answer them." Reichert asked the obvious question. "How do you know George Landreth is here?" "Because he built this station. Jeffers and I found it here just as you see it, and I have other proof." "That's right," Jeffers nodded. "This station is identical to the one Landreth built as a secret base on Io. I was there with him a long time. In fact, I was second in command." He hesitated. "Go on," Lorene waved a hand. "Tell them the story." "About 3 years ago," Jeffers said, "observers reported a strange spaceship plunging in from the orbit of Pluto. Well, we watched it from Io. And I can tell you this, it was traveling faster than anything we had at the time." Kurt recalled the event. Astronomers had found it difficult to keep the strange object in sight. Some said it wasn't a spacer at all, but a meteor. Jeffers' voice went on. "When this thing neared Jupiter, the planet's gravity slowed it down. We tried signaling it, but no answer. That's when Landreth determined to go out and meet it. He was that kind of man. None of us wanted to go with him. We'd braved many things in the spaceways, but this seemed foolhardy. Landreth laughed at us. He would have gone alone, but finally 3 of the men volunteered. They set out in the fastest cruiser we had, and they never came back. I never saw Landreth again." There was pounding excitement in Kurt's brain. "I remember it now. This ship, or whatever it was, escaped Jupiter's gravity. It accelerated and plunged toward the sun. But you believe it crashed here? In the Cyarthan swamp?" "Crashed, or else Landreth brought it safely here. We know now that he didn't die." "My father escaped alive," Lorene nodded, "because I saw him once shortly after this." Kurt started. "You saw him? You're sure it was after?" "Yes. He came to Earth. Understand, I hadn't seen my father since I was 14, and he hadn't set foot on Earth in years." Her blue eyes were haunted as she paced the room. "But he risked capture just to come there and talk to me. He said it was extremely urgent that I find Jeffers and give him this." She showed them a crude map of Cyarthan swamp with a route leading south. "He seemed strange and different, frightening. Not as I'd ever known him." "Different how?" I can't explain it. He seemed under some stress, a terrible urgency, as if he hadn't much time. Before I could question him, he was gone." "An urgency," Kurt repeated. "An urgency to come back here?" "I'm sure of it. I set about finding Jeffers, and it took me months. I finally located him on Ceres. We came here, made friends with the Fabians, even went deep into the swamp with them. But there's a place miles from here beyond which they won't go. I'm sure my father is there." She paused, anguish brimming in her eyes. "2 people could never make it, though. Together we might. We'll have to fight our way." Kurt watched this girl in growing wonderment. By some strange alchemy, her mask of hardness was gone. Something of pain and lost uncertainty rose in her shadowed eyes. Kurt found himself suddenly being glad she wasn't criminal. At least she hadn't been with her father in the latter years. Then a thought fastened upon his mind like a patina. The girl was guilty of removing criminals from Federation prison. Such an act was punishable by death, and Kurt was an agent under direct orders of D'Harry's. He cursed inaudibly. What was happening to him? He had a far greater mission here. He had stumbled upon one thread of D'Harry's pattern, and it might result in unraveling the entire skein of monstrous events which had plagued the planets for the past 2 years. "We better all get some sleep," Jeffers was saying. "Tomorrow will be a tough day, and I mean tough." Kurt tossed restlessly in his bunk. It wasn't the steady hum of the ionization screen outside that kept him awake. He had a preternatural awareness of something impending. He sat up and saw that someone was moving about. Kurt swung himself silently to the floor, just as silently crossed the room. It was Lorene. Kurt saw the outer door open and close behind her. Quickly he followed. The jungle clearing was free of fog now. Lorene was hurrying toward the spaceship. Kurt followed her inside, then forward to the control room. He watched her manipulating the V panel. Bits of outer space swept into view, together with the pinpoint gleams that were stars. At last she centered on one, a tiny disk of bright blue. It was Earth. She leaned forward, gazing at the screen. Kurt was startled at the clear-cut radiance of her face. He saw the glint of tears in her eyes and the lengthening glimmer of one that rolled down her cheek. He came forward softly. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" "I miss Earth," she said simply, looking up. "All of us feel that out here, a yearning to get back, but you—" "I've never been back. Not since I started searching for my father 2 years ago." She turned her face to the screen, was silent for a moment. "It must have been terrible for you, Kurt Emmons. How long were you at the prison?" Kurt started. It dawned on him that she still regarded him as one of the regulation prisoners. But Jeffers knew better. There must be a reason why he hadn't told her. "A long time," he answered her question. "Suppose we do find your father," he said slowly. "His life is forfeit anywhere in the Federation. I guess he and Jeffers will start their reign of outlawry again?" Her face was troubled. "I suppose so. But I've got to find him, Kurt. He's in desperate trouble here, and he's still alive. I feel it." Kurt nodded. Then he was suddenly alert as a sound reached his ears. It came as a faint hum far above the jungle roof, the propulsion beam of a spacer. It came louder and nearer. Kurt raced for the outer lock, stared up into a faraway patch of fog. For the merest instant, the fog eddied furiously as a great bulk that seemed a silvery ghost flashed through. Then it was gone. The deafening drone diminished. Kurt whirled upon Lorene. Her face had gone white. "The other times you were here, did you ever see a spacer?" "Never. I can't believe—" "Come on." He hurried back to the control room, clicked off the V panel, then began ripping away the wires leading to the directional finder. "Man, are you mad? What are you doing?" "That spacer was coming in for a landing, don't you understand? Here, in the swamp. I'm going to find out where. Quick, bring me a toolkit." She hurried to comply. In a few minutes, Kurt had the directional finder uncovered. Twin coils of thin, sensitized metal tape were revealed. He unrolled one, stretched it across the room, attached it to the terminals of the starboard magnet plates embedded into the hull. "A little trick I once learned. The magnet plates act as a sounding board. The vibration is carried across this tape to the finder and recorded. If that ship hasn't landed yet, we ought to get an approximate position." He clicked on the magneplate feed. Powerful coils hummed. The tape stretching across the room began to undulate gently. "We're getting something." Kurt hurried to the finder, turned it on. The second metal tape began unwinding to a rear spool. A beryllium needle scratched a continuous wavering line along the sensitized surface. "The spacer's still in flight," Lorene murmured. It was heading due south. "It's going to berth somewhere in the swamp." For 5 minutes they watched the lengthening line as the tape slowly unrolled. 10 minutes. Then it stopped abruptly. "There, we have it." Kurt spun the tape carefully back into place. "We can follow the route now." He stared at her. "That ship must have come down at least 50 miles from here. And we were going to find our way through this jungle?" "Jeffers and I flew over this swamp dozens of times," she explained. "We've crisscrossed it from one end to the other without spotting a single place to land except here." She examined the route on the tape, excitement showing in her eyes. "But we'll try it again now. This'll save us days." It was still a few hours until dawn, but there was no sleep for Kurt now. He'd had but the briefest glimpse of the mysterious spacer, but one thing he was sure of, the sound. It hadn't been the sound of a rocket-propelled ship. His mind went back to Carver of Perlac, found murdered in space, the frequency tuner stolen. Kurt was certain the silvery spacer he had just seen was powered by a frequency tuner. End of section 17. Section 18 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Eternal Zemmd Must Die, Part 3. 6. Never saw this done before, Emmons. It's a mighty cute trick. Jeffers examined the route on the finder tape. But how does this guide us? You'll see. We set up a circuit and run this directly to the rocket feeds. We can't go astray. At last, all was ready. With Lorene again at the controls, the spacer rose into the heavy shrouding clouds. It was ticklish business, and Kurt admired the way she upped gravs. Here there was no dawn. Morning had come as a mere paling of the mists, but hot rain blanketed them as the little spacer drove forward. Tor Ekhov began an endless, nervous pacing, but Kurt and the others huddled over the tape, watching its undeviating movement. In a matter of minutes, Kurt realized they'd reached the place where the unknown spacer had berthed. Perhaps it were best if they didn't set down too near. Within 10 minutes, their guiding tape had nearly run its course. Kurt hurried to Lorene, spoke something, and she nodded. They began the descent, broke through an understrata of clouds, and were speeding over a limitless expanse of vegetation. Kurt began to understand what Lorene meant. Nowhere could he see a break in the corrupted fungi growth and giant spiked ferns that reached above the blanketing steam. Some of those ferns were large enough to impale a spacer. But luck was with them. As they began a crisscross route, Kurt spied a thinning area through the haze. A narrow, slate-dark opening appeared in the jungle roof, deep and straight as though made by the slice of a giant hand. Steadying in its course, the ship nosed toward it. There was little room to spare. A yellowish-green gloom engulfed them as they leveled off with a thrust of underhull rockets. Mud and matted vegetation sprayed high about the ports. They sloughed to a stop. "Nice landing," Kurt commented. "Any landing here is a nice one," Lorene said wryly. She glanced at the totally dark ports. "I wonder if we're below the swamp. Jeffers, turn off those rocket feeds." Once more, they donned the protective suits and helmets. Lorene opened a locker, handed each of them an electro-pistol. "I'll feel better with this," Jeffers said grimly, lifting a long dura-alloy cylinder with a lens-covered bore. "Radiant gun," he explained, "transforms matter into radiant energy by an instantaneous stripping of electrons. Landreth used to have these at Io Base, but I worked out this smaller model myself." They stepped down into soft, gelatinous muck. Vision stopped 5 yards away. Kurt expected the gloom to come alive with motion and sound and unseen terrors, but there was none of that here. A terrible quiet enfolded them. The matted-walled chasm seemed to extend interminably. They proceeded along it, finding their vision gradually improved. Kurt hurried forward, stayed close beside the girl. "You mentioned something about a region where the Fabians wouldn't go. Did you ever find out why?" Lorene nodded. "They claimed that far in the swamp was a god that spoke to them. They were afraid of it." "Spoke to them?" "Yes, with the voice that has no sound, warning them back." Kurt was startled. "The voice that has no sound? Telepathy? But that's strange. We felt nothing." There was no sight or sound of a living thing, but hot blasts of wind from above brought a miasmic swamp odor. It became almost an opiate to their senses. Kurt noticed the tangled walls on either side were beginning to widen away, and there was something else, as he felt his mind preternaturally alert despite the cloying orders. He imagined he felt the faintest thought impression impinging on him, subtle and eerie, almost a feeling of being under surveillance. He glanced about at the others. They were feeling it too. Suddenly, the loom of jungle broke. They emerged into a downward sloping place that seemed all swamp, a vast circular area, black and quiescent, with jungle rising on all sides. Descending toward it, they noticed a vague, glistening shape protruding just above the area of muck. "The spacer!" Torekov exclaimed. "Must be the one you saw, Zemmd. It crashed here." Kurt peered closer, then shook his head. He pointed out the greenish swamp tendrils entwining over and about the hull, mute evidence of time. "It's a spacer, all right." Jeffers was taut with excitement. "It's the one Landreth boarded near Io 3 years ago. By all that's holy, we found it." They could only make out the stern, but the very size of it indicated that the rest of the hull must be gigantic, far beneath the primordial ooze. Lorene clutched at Kurt's arm, pointing. The swamp moved. The black surface was surging up in a horrible, turgid mass. In one place and then another, dark tentacles broke the surface. A central body began to emerge, huge and bubulous beyond belief. It was octopoid, ghastly and gelatinous, the body itself some 50 feet across, with tentacles sprawling the entire diameter of the swamp. It pulled its greenish-gray shape toward the protruding stern of the spacer. Like an ominous guardian, it draped itself entirely around and over the polished hull. There it lay, pulsing gently, lord of all it surveyed. And it surveyed them well. Kurt found himself staring into orange-tinted eyes a yard in diameter. Clammy uneasiness took hold of him. Those eyes were bright and alert with meaning. Kurt felt overtones across his mind, saw Reichert's hand flash to his electro, but never reached it. A huge tentacle lashed out. Kurt fell prone as it slashed over his head. Reichert ducked away too, but the tentacle seized Jeffers, tightened, lifting him in a sweeping arc. The others hurried out of danger as more tentacles lashed out. Kurt rolled from beneath one of them, threw up an arm against another, and felt his arm go numb from the impact. He stumbled over the radiant cylinder which Jeffers had let fall. Kurt seized it, took careful aim. Radiant energy, Jeffers had said. The beam that lashed from the lens-covered bore was radiant indeed, and it saved Jeffers' life. Kurt slashed it squarely across the octopoid bulk and across the eyes. They blanked out in a flash of disorganized electrons. Jeffers came plummeting down, scrambled to safety as Kurt swept the radiant beam with devastating effect. In a matter of minutes, the haughty guardian of the swamp ceased to move. Then a strange thing happened. From the tangle of disrupted flesh and shredded integument, a tiny globule of light rose lazily up. Electric blue, sentient, scarcely a few inches in diameter, it hung poised and gently pulsing. Reichert took careful aim. Kurt whirled, knocked his hand away. "Don't fire! I want to see where it goes." Seeming to lose interest in them, the light drifted, still pulsing, toward the far edge of the swamp. There seemed to be a clearing of some sort. Suddenly, the strange light dipped toward the ground and disappeared. "Should have let me take a shot at that thing," Reichert growled. "That was an intelligent entity. It may lead us to something." They circled the swamp area in the direction the light had taken. There was still an eeriness about the place, a brooding overtone they couldn't shake off. At last they reached the opposite side, saw a smooth aisle extending into the jungle. But that's not what brought them up short, staring. 100 yards beyond was a milky white mistiness reaching from wall to jungle wall. And this was not Venusian fog. It remained quiescent. An unearthly blue radiance seemed to shine beyond, giving an impression of vast distance. Kurt said brusquely, "Wait here. Keep out of sight." He hurried forward, keeping to the tangled jungle wall wherever possible. As he neared the barrier, it tended toward a semi-translucence. The bluish light beyond seemed to have no source, and Kurt had the impression of a vast grotto that reached interminably above, curving away into the fog. Now he could see vague outlines beyond, towering and bulky. Other shapes moved about, appearing to Kurt as shadows seen through faintly frosted glass. Buildings and people. Undoubtedly, the silver spacer had come here. There was probably an overhead entrance. Kurt moved closer and heard the faintest murmur of sound beyond, as of men and machines at work. Excitement caught at his brain. Now he knew with sharp certainty that he had found the thing that D'Hares and the other planetary leaders were seeking. Only for some inimical purpose would men, whoever they were, band together in so secret and inaccessible spot as the Kjarthan swamp. Kurt examined the barrier. It was some sort of power screen. He felt a dangerous radiation that decided him against trying his electro on it. He hurried back to the others. "Can't tell how far it extends," he told them. "It's an electronic curtain, that's for sure, and there are men and buildings behind it. We've got to find an entrance somewhere." A terrible grimness took hold of Lurene as she thought of her father, but Kurt shook his head doubtfully. "If we tried our electros on it—" This came from Tor Ekov, and Kurt laughed mirthlessly. "Sure, you try that. If you're tired of your present identity, it would turn you into a billion disorganized electrons." "I have an idea." Lurene turned back to the swamp edge. She stood pondering, staring at the stern of the alien spacer. "How far would you say that goes beneath the surface?" They saw her meaning as she pointed out the angle of the stern. The spacer was gigantic, and the other end should almost certainly reach somewhere beneath the electronic curtain. They set to work at once. By strewing thick foliage across the mud, they formed a path that bore their weight. With electrodes at pencil-thin sharpness, they began on the spacer hull. The metal was strange and tough, uncorrosive. Its atomic structure resisted, but after a long while it began to soften, then to melt away in a radiant froth. A circular section gave way, fell slowly inward. Flash beams revealed a long, empty corridor sloping gently down. A kind of grill work along the floor gave them foothold as they passed slowly along the central corridor. Gradually, it widened out. They saw row upon row of arched cross corridors with walls curving far overhead into interlacing spans and beams. Ceiling globes of green radiance cast a macabre glow along their route. If George Landreth had boarded this spacer, there was no evidence of it now. They walked on, staring around at the widening walls that sent back solemn echoes of their footsteps. The ship was a colossus. Kurt was estimating that they'd come a good quarter of a mile already when they reached a bulkhead directly across the corridor. The wall was massive, coppery, engraven with thousands of intertwining figures. Reichert raised his electro to burn a way through, but Lurene stopped him. "We'd best save our weapons. They're already weak." Good advice, Kurt thought grimly. They were rushing headlong into trouble. It was Tor Ekov at last who found the mechanism, a row of tiny hidden studs. There came a faint droning sound as he fumbled at them. Then slowly, ponderously, the entire wall slid upward. Weapons held in readiness, they waited. But no motion or sound came from beyond. They stepped through, found themselves in a vast circular room so startling in its content that they were held taut in amazement. Here were machines of every sort and description, every size and purpose, bewildering units which somehow seemed to form a definite pattern. Rows of them stood against the circular wall, tier upon tier of switchboards, coils, banks of tubes reaching to the ceiling. Here, Kurt knew, was the spacer's central control, but close examination showed that much of this equipment was smashed irreparably. The forward wall itself was crumpled and twisted. Then Kurt noticed many bank niches about the wall, indicating that some of the machines had been removed. He frowned at that. Tor caught Kurt's eye. The Martian was standing before a towering instrument. It was alien, too, but there was something familiar in the arrangement of the huge power tubes and the coils leading up to a faceted screen. "Telemagnum," Tor whispered fiercely, "or something mighty similar. Seems to work on the same etheric principle that we—" Kurt cut him short. Despite everything, Tor had but one thought in mind, getting his voice through to Mars. "There's another door over here," Reichert called. The only mechanism on this door was a 2-inch disc that swung back to reveal a small opening, interlaced with silver wires. Then, in a rack nearby, Jeffers spied a tiny metal tube. He lifted it out gingerly. "Take a chance," Lorene nodded. "This may be the exit we're looking for." Jeffers aimed the tube into the opening. A beam of red light lanced through the wires. They heard a faint ripple of music, then a soft whir as the door swung back. It was no exit, however. They stared into a room where hundreds of crystalline coffins reposed, row upon row. They were cube-like, perhaps 2 feet in dimension. Within each cubicle was a drift of almost colorless substance, which might have been either fluid or gaseous. But what held their gaze were the things deep within the substance. They were globules, gelatinous, teardropped in shape with the tapering ends down. They gently swayed and pulsed, and deep within them could be seen a central core of electric blue with an interlacing of tiny filaments. They're in some sort of suspended animation. Kurt took a step into the room. A feeling of incredible age was about the place. Kurt walked between row after row of the cubicles, making closer examination of the strange life forms. Beyond all doubt, these were identical to the pulsing globe of light which had emerged from the body of the octopoid creature. "Emmons, come back," Lorene called from the door. I don't think this place is safe." Kirk didn't think so either. They returned to the room of machines, closing the door carefully. Lorene stared around, perplexed. "There must be an exit somewhere." "Quite right, young lady, and now that you are here, I'll be glad to show you." It was a strange, mocking voice that came from behind them. They whirled about, peering into the shadows. From a little alcove beneath a tier of machines stepped an Earthman. He was tall, young, blonde. 4 electrodes swung instantly up to cover him. Only Kurt didn't hold an electro, and now he snapped, "Put those guns away!" He peered again. "I know this man." The stranger's smile vanished. Puzzlement came across his face as he turned gray eyes upon Kurt. He seemed searching his mind, trying to recall something deeply embedded in the matrix of the past. "Robert Frayne," Kurt said. "Good Lord, man! Don't you recognize me? Kurt Emmons. You knew me at Government Spacer School." "Robert Frayne. Yes, that is my name." It seemed an effort for him to recall it. It was apparent he didn't recognize Kurt. Kurt gave it up for the moment, studying him, wondering at the strange, puzzled look of the man. Frayne spoke in clipped phrases. "You killed our guardian." "Of course. That's how we became aware of your presence. But how could you have known of this place? How did you come here?" "We'll ask the questions, Earthman." A strength seemed to rise in Lorene as she came a step forward, eyes blazing, electro held high. "Is George Landreth here? Answer me that." "George Landreth." Again that strangeness about Frayne, a shadow across the eyes. "I believe that such a one is here." "Then you will take us to him at once." "Presently," the man contradicted. "Just now I will take your weapons, please, all of them." It was not so much a command as a statement, seeming so ridiculous that a loud guffaw came from Reichert. Lorene came forward, not smiling, and thrust the electro hard against Frayne's side. "Enough of this talk. Your choice. Take us at once to George Landreth, or I'll blast you here and now." The man seemed unconcerned. "That you will never do. Look about you." From beneath the machines, a dozen men had silently entered the room. They were unarmed, except for the nets they carried, nets that flowed as if woven of fire. "Magna webs," gasped Lorene. Back, Kurt!" But she was too late. Before Kurt and the others could react to her panicked words, the strange men flung the nets at them. They only lifted their arms and released the magna webs, which floated through the air with deceptive swiftness. Kurt grabbed Lorene to hurl her back, and then the glowing nets settled over their shoulders, the fiery strands sending numbing tingles deep into their flesh. Kurt tried to reach his electro, but his hand was nerveless. Scalpels of fire sliced through his brain. He felt a vast tiredness in the instant before a rushing darkness came. It could have only been minutes. Kurt found himself struggling, fighting against a numbness that clung to his limbs. He saw Lorene and the others stagger erect. Frane's men were confiscating the weapons. "I hope you will not make this necessary again," Frane said without emotion. "Believe me, it could be fatal." Kurt believed him. He set his lips grimly. Without further ado, the newcomers were hurried through one of the secret exits. Tor Ekov gave a last longing look at the telemagnum device. They passed through a long, illuminated corridor with walls of shining substance leading directly away from the prow of the alien spaceship. Kurt forced his way ahead to walk beside Frane. "You're Robert Frane, all right." Kurt glanced at the man's face. "Sure you don't remember me, Frane?" The man turned colorless eyes upon Kurt. A shrug was in his voice. "I may have known you once." Kurt gave it up. He turned his mind to that terrible combined potential which had struck them down. These men were possessed of a power that was more than telepathic. The octopoid creature had been telepathic too. Kurt recalled the strange life form rising from the mangled body of the octopoid and the hundreds of similar life forms inside the spacer. A truth was dawning that left Kurt numb with horror. He let his hand brush the bare forearm of the man walking next to him. He felt a faint tingling through his fingertips. There was something more than electrical. A car awaited them, its dark blue hull gleaming and translucent. They crowded in. A propulsion beam hummed, and they rose straight up with sickening speed. Again Kurt spoke to Frane. "Where are you taking us?" "To our leader, the Zemmd." Emotion came into Frane's voice, a tone of such awe that Kurt was startled. "The Zemmd," Kurt repeated, not liking the sound of it. The car came to a halt. The door slid smoothly back. They stepped into an area aglow with a gentle radiance, ineffably blue as a summer day on Earth. Kurt glanced around. They were beneath the electronic curtain. It reached above them in a shallow dome of indeterminate diameter. The clang of metal on metal reached their ears, and a faint sound of atomic furnaces. A few buildings were seen, and groups of men at work, Martians and Jovians, Venusians and Earthmen alike. The captives were hurried toward a central domed building that towered above the others. Before they quite reached it, Tor stopped dead in his tracks. Across his face came an indescribable look of hate as he uttered a word, a name. Jaltagar! A group of men had come from a nearby building, and among them was Jaltagar, the Martian overlord. In that split second of recognition, a bitter taste of hate seemed to rise up in Quilo. He would have leapt forward, only Kurt's fierce grip held him back. Impatiently, Frane motioned them on. They entered the central building, passed into a huge circular chamber that seemed alive with a violet color reaching from floor to ceiling and wall to wall. Here there was utter stillness. Even the floor was soft and cushiony, absorbing the sound of their entrance. Frane and his men seemed waiting for something. As their eyes became slowly adapted to this room, they saw a patch of deeper color across the far wall. It moved. Gradually it changed size and shape. Purposeful, deliberate, it drifted slowly up. Then somehow, as if by a mental as well as visual perception, they saw it clearly. Here was a super creation, huge and wondrous beyond belief. The thought leapt instantly to Kurt's mind. It was more than mere color. It seemed composed of thousands of the smaller radiant teardrop shapes, yet a complete entity in itself and infinitely more alive. Beyond doubt it was self-created, could add or subtract from itself at will. Here was the thing Frane had referred to so reverently as the Zemmd. Spinning gently, pulsing with some inner sentience, it was a thing of horror, yet surpassing beauty. It drifted toward them. It probed at them with fingers of violet light. Frane and his men threw themselves to the floor in an attitude of worship. The sight disgusted Kurt. No doubt remained now. Inwardly, they were as alien as the composite thing drifting there above them. It went beyond mere worship. Here was an undeniable affinity. Reichert was muttering, then he acted with the stupid bravado of his kind. He flung himself toward one of the prone men, grabbed an electro, and whirled toward the drifting bulk. Lorene screamed a warning, a shrill lance of sound in the soundless room. For the merest instant, the great radiant shape tumbled back. Almost, it seemed afraid. Then it came drifting forward fast, swirling angrily. In a blur of motion, Kurt whirled upon Reichert, swung a heavy fist to the man's jaw. Reichert dropped to the floor, and Kurt kicked the gun from his hand. Zemmd's drifting bulk paused, as if surveying this scene with some inner faculty. Slowly, the radiant anger died away. Reichert came up from the floor, muttering balefully, and Kurt gripped his arm. "Quiet, you fool! If you value your lives, don't move, any of you!" But the entity seemed to have lost interest in them, for the moment at least. Its probing light resolved into a blanket of soft color that reached down to encompass Frayne and the others. The men came to their feet. Now they seemed in mental rapport, doubtless recounting the story of these newcomers. Then a part of the light focused, reached out. Kurt steeled himself against it. It was cold, but not unpleasant. It merely brushed over them, clung for a moment, then drew away. Kurt had the fleeting impression that it was dismissing them because it knew, already, all there was to know about their basic life principle and their science as well. Kurt was almost sorry. He would have liked to study this entity more, but the thing drew a veil of deepest purple around itself and drifted back into the dim recesses of the chamber. Once more Frayne and his men made obeisance, then herded the captives from the building. They were taken this time across the compound, away from the area where the work was going on. Kurt noticed that most of the activity centered around one particular building. He wondered if the silver spaceship he'd seen could be there. Like a jigsaw puzzle, the reason for all this activity was beginning to take shape in his mind. He flashed his companions a warning look, said tentatively to Frayne, "What happens to us now?" Frayne answered him obliquely, "Already we are aware of all that led to your coming here. It is unfortunate. There must be no interruption of our plans now, so I think you will become a part of us." Kurt had a pretty clear picture of what becoming a part of them meant. To have one of the radiant life forms somehow enter his body, to take possession of his mind until all that was individualistic, all that was Kurt Emmons would be gone. To be under the encompassing control of that entity they called the Zemmd. It was evident that every man here, Earthman or Martian or Jovian, was merely a controlled unit. But for what ultimate purpose? Kurt felt a chill along his spine as he remembered the hundreds of alien forms waiting patiently in suspended animation. Tor's voice, bitter with hate, broke upon his tumult of thoughts. "Become a part of you? Just as Jal Tagar did? A traitor to everything that we—" "You have no choice," Frayne replied in cold, unhuman tones. "Every man here is a part and substance of the great Zemmd, just as the sum and total of all that is in your brains will become a part of him." He turned his gaze upon Reichert. "Even this one who sought to defy the Zemmd will become a part." "Yeah, we'll see about that," Reichert laughed unpleasantly. They were silent then, under the watchful guidance of Frayne and his men. Once more they were taken below the level of the compound, then ushered into a plainly furnished room. "You will not lack for comfort," Frayne said, "but you must remain here until time for the transition. I promise it will be soon." There was pride in his tone, as though conferring a great honor upon them. He employed a metal device in the arched doorway. A sheet of crackling color passed across it, effectively barring the entrance. Reichert leapt forward in a last effort, but a searing heat from the barrier stopped him. Bitterly he turned back. "Fine thing, Emmons. If you'd let me blast that hunk of brain trust when I had the chance." "You'd be dead now, and the rest of us with you. Can't you ungroove that brain of yours, Reichert?" Reichert surged forward, fists clenched, but Jeffers stepped between the men. "I don't know, Emmons," Jeffers said slowly. "I think Reichert had the thing scared there for a minute. Didn't you notice the way it moved back from the electro?" "It was a darn fool thing to try, and this kind of talk isn't helping us." Kurt turned abruptly, began examining the room. Walls, floor, and ceiling seemed to be made of solid hewn stone, with no break of any kind. The arched doorway failed to reveal the source of the radiant barrier. It was electronic, Kurt was sure. Lorene was a pitiful figure, despair making an unreal mask of her face. All the fine courage that had carried her thus far seemed to fail her now. Once more Tor hummed the high-pitched aria which Kurt hadn't heard since they left Mercury. The tune seemed to sustain the little Martian in times of trouble. Jeffers and Riker were aimless automatons pacing the room. Kurt sank down and let despair wash over him. Yet a thought, half-formed, struggled to emerge from the recesses of his mind. Something he had noticed about the entity Zemmd, an idea that danced away as he sought to remember. He couldn't quite grasp it. It was maddening. Such a weariness of body and mind came upon Kurt that he fell into a fitful sleep. His last conscious thought was of the sentient entity, of which they were to become a part. All would be over then. Kurt dreamed. A great Arctic wind, alive as if with snapping intelligence, seemed to roar about his huddled carcass. Far away, a door whispered open and closed with a sigh. A stranger seemed to have entered the room, a great towering figure with silvery hair, who stood looking down at them and then paced away in the gloom like the going of a breeze. Kurt rolled over, mumbling in his sleep. The wind came back like a patting cat whispering in his ears. It resolved itself into a voice, a human voice, very real and urgent. Kurt sat up abruptly. This was no dream. The towering stranger was still there. Somehow he had passed through the electronic curtain across the doorway. Kurt leapt to his feet as he recognized George Landreth. End of section 18. Section 19 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Eternal Zemmd Must Die. Part 4. 7. The others came quickly awake. Lorene stared, then with a sob threw herself into her father's arms. Landreth comforted her, his face twisting strangely. He had aged greatly. Kurt knew he was still a dominant figure of a man. Why did you do it, child? Why? Landreth spoke with great effort. You should never have come here. Startled, Jeffers was staring at the electronic barrier. Man, you came through that curtain. How is it done? Reichert said fiercely, Are you one of those things too? I'm one of them. Heaven help me, but soon I won't be. You must listen carefully now. I haven't much time. Landreth paced the room with great uneven strides, face still twisting, his voice coming with an effort. They call themselves energons. Their life principle is ionized protoplasm. That's as near as I can describe it. They subsist on the energy source fields that originate within all planetary bodies. Electric, magnetic, graphitic, call it what you will. They left their system far beyond Pluto because it's in a state of disintegration for lack of the energy magnetic source. Landreth's features had gone pale and tight as if some ghastly struggle were occurring within him. I and 3 others boarded their ship. It drove toward the sun. We couldn't stop it. We barely managed to bring it to a crash here. In the crash, some of the energons were released. They took possession of our unconscious bodies, and they evolved their plan. They must be stopped. With a great effort, Landreth managed to hold his body erect. Kurt's mind raced. He saw the rest. Landreth and his 3 men were only the beginning. Through them, completely energon-dominated, the net had spread. Other men had been captured out of space and brought here. The energon lifeforms had been taken secretly to other planets to seize upon bodies and bring them into energon control. The plan had taken 2 years, but they had selected well. Jaltagar from Mars had been reached, and doubtless others among the highest officials and scientists in the Federation. This explained it all, the growing havoc and sabotage. Kurt saw the ghastly pattern. Then he saw Landreth collapse against the wall as if all strength were being drained from him. Lorene hurried to his side, but Landreth waved her away. No, child, don't worry about me now. Heaven knows I've hated Earth. I've done some terrible things in my time, but nothing so terrible as allowing these creatures to get a foothold here. He pulled himself erect. Jeffers, has the Federation plunged into war? It was Kurt who answered. They're on the verge of it. That is their plan. Already they have the secret of all our weapons. They have the Venus allotropic metal. They have the frequency tuner. With it, they can return to their system and be back here within a year. They'll bring hundreds of thousands of energons. They hope we'll be at war. Our planets will be easy pickings. The Silver Spacer, Kurt snapped. They're leaving in it? In a few days. The frequency tuner has been installed. Some of the men took it for a test flight yesterday. Again, Landreth staggered as if fighting a battle within. The spacer is well guarded, but I might get you weapons. As for me, then hurry, man. It was Reichert, eager. Just let me get my hands on an electro again. Two of you come with me. Kurt and Reichert stepped forward. Landreth looked at his daughter as if there was much more he wanted to say, but there wasn't time. He held her close for a moment, then thrust her away. Take care of her, Jeffers. Lorene's eyes were red-rimmed, as if she knew she'd never see her father alive again. They all knew it. Landreth inserted a 3-pronged device near the doorway. The curtain vanished. The 3 men stepped through, and Landreth tossed the key back to Jeffers. Kurt observed the man closely as they reached a car which sped them toward the compound above. Landreth seemed drawing upon his last energy reserves. Kurt wondered how the man kept going. And if he was energon-controlled, why had he come to help them? The Tasith drug, Landreth gasped as if sensing Kurt's wonderment. It allows you to regain your identity, but only briefly. I didn't want Lorraine to know that I'm dying. Kurt was aghast. Only Callistians could withstand the ravages of this drug, and eventually it destroyed even them. Landreth must have taken enough to kill 2 ordinary men. Now, the energon force within him was regaining control. Tiny particles of light came from his bare face and hands, similar to radium disintegration seen under a powerful microscope. Landreth, will electros kill these men? The Earthian bodies, yes, but not the energons. Watch out for the potential. That one they call the Zemmd? There is no... His words were suddenly cut off as he clutched at his throat. Their car reached the upper level. Here the pervading blue had deepened to a simulation of night, but still they heard the sounds of work going on. Hurry, man! The weapons first, Reichert was urging. Landreth nodded. Even that was an effort for him now. He seemed suffering untold tortures. Supporting Landreth between them, they neared a low-structure building which he indicated, but Landreth fell. He was a dead weight in their grasp. Then he crumpled to the ground. The spaceship! Wait until... He tried to say more, but the words came slurred and unnatural. They left Landreth there, hurried to the building he had pointed out. They pushed into a large, shadowy room. It seemed a storeroom for tools, as well as strange machines, similar to those in the smashed energon spacer. Here they are! Reichert spied the weapons, apparently the same ones Fran had taken from them. The energon-controlled men were so contemptuous of Earth weapons that these had been tossed aside. What next? Try to get to that spacer? Too many men about. We'll have to wait. Kurt felt that this was what Landreth had tried to tell him. Reichert grumbled. With an electro in his hands, he felt he could overcome any obstacle. Remembering Lorene and the others, Kurt thrust 3 electros in his belt and cradled the lensed radiant gun. They hurried from the room. Landreth was dead, but now, with a feeling of danger, Kurt suddenly straightened away from the body. It glowed as if from a weird inner aura. The aura seemed to coalesce, take definitive form. An energon emerged directly upward from the earthly remains. Spinning, crackling angrily, it hung poised for a mere instant, then darted straight at the 2 men. With an oath, Reichert swung his electro up and sent a charge at the 6-inch globe. It connected, sending the thing buffeting back, but that was all. It swept beneath the beam and darted upon Reichert. It fastened just below his throat. Reichert screamed, clutched at the vibrant shape, but his fingers seemed to sink through it. Then the energon was gone, had completely entered his body. The event was so swift that Kurt stood numbed with horror. To fire would have meant hitting Reichert. Now Kurt saw the man stiffen, saw the startled expression leave his eyes. A queer emotion rippled across Reichert's features. Then he whirled upon Kurt, the electro uplifted. "Reichert, you fool!" Kurt's cry was instinctive as he flung himself aside. The electro beam passed so close to his face he could feel the swirling heat of it. "Reichert!" But Reichert was no longer Earthian. He was energon. The thought stabbed at Kurt even as he brought the radiant beam around in a swift arc. It slashed across Reichert's body. A sickness rose within Kurt, but it was his life or Reichert's now. He held the beam fast, saw Reichert go down in a mass of disintegrate flame. In seconds it was all over. Kurt waited tensely, but this time there was no sign of the energon form. Could the radiant beam have destroyed it too? But there was no time for speculation. Through the deepening gloom, he saw a group of men approaching. If they'd seen the flash of the gun... Kurt seized what was left of Reichert's body, shuddering as it seemed to fall apart in his hands, but he managed to drag it into the building's shadow, then did the same with Landreth's. The men were coming nearer. Kurt crouched back in the shadows, gun ready. They passed him by, heading towards some rough stone buildings that apparently served as barracks. Now other men were heading toward the barracks as the sound of work died away. Apparently they needed rest, despite the energon forces. Kurt peered toward the central building where the Zemmd reposed. Did it sleep too? Kurt doubted that. At all costs they must avoid the supernal power of the thing. He remembered Frayn's words. "You will become a part of us. I promise it will be soon." He must get back to the others. Kurt waited until the way seemed clear, then darted across the compound to where Landreth had left the car. Seconds later, he was descending to the lower corridors. A glow from the electron curtain showed him the room. Kurt raced forward, a single thought hammering at him now. They had weapons. It meant a fighting chance if they could avoid the thing that had happened to Reichert. Then Kurt stopped. The curtain still crackled across the doorway, an impenetrable barrier, but he heard Jeffers' voice. "I tell you, it's true. Emmons is an official agent of the Earth government. Suppose we do pull out of this. What will your life be worth? He'll take you back for trial." A pause, then, "That spacer is allotropic metal, and we'd have the frequency tuner. Think of it. We could build up the organization again. You and I, Lorene. We know all the secret bases and how your father operated. He'd want you to go on, Lorene." Through the rage that rose up to choke him, Kurt called out to them. He saw the blurred figure of Jeffers move toward the door. Then the curtain vanished as Jeffers used the key. Kurt stepped quickly inside. "So that's your game, Jeffers. Back to space piracy? And you think you'll use the spacer that energons have built here? You'd even talk Lorene into it with you?" Jeffers' dark face creased in the barest semblance of a smile. "Landreth told me to take care of her, didn't he? After all, she used to be part of our crew. And before I see you take her back for trial..." Kurt turned to the girl and spoke softly. "Your father is dead, Lorene. I'm sorry." He saw her features tighten. She seemed a mere automation, beyond all emotion or grief. Jeffers had taken advantage of this in trying to talk her into his plan. Kurt touched one of the electrodes at his waist. "I should burn you," he told Jeffers in a cold, tight voice, and Jeffers went pale. "As it is, we're a hell of a way from being out of this spot, and we'll need you. We'll have to make a try for that spacer." He tossed an electrode to Jeffers, handed one to Lorene. "What happened to Reichert?" "He's dead too." Kurt didn't explain further, for he suddenly knew what was wrong here. He whirled upon Jeffers. "Tor Eckhoff, where did he go? Why'd you let him leave here?" "He insisted on it. Something about a telemagnum. He was driving me crazy with that damn tune of his." Kurt swore inaudibly. "How long has he been gone?" "Not long. You've only been gone 20 minutes. Jeffers shrugged. Anyway, he acted crazy. Why worry about him? Why? He'll ruin whatever chances we have. We've got to stop him. Kurt raced from the room with Jeffers and Lorene pounding after him. At the far cross corridor, Kurt paused uncertainly, staring around. What's it about, Emmons? Concern was in Jeffers' voice now. What's that Martian up to? Back there in the spacer, he spotted a telemagnum. If he manages to operate it, the Zemmd's going to know it. We won't have a chance. 8. Kurt hurried to the right, not sure of his direction now in this underground place, but he stopped abruptly at the next corridor. His heart leapt. Huddled against the angle of the wall was the body of a man. Kurt turned him over. It was the man he knew as Frayne. Twisted tightly around his throat, cutting into his flesh, was a plasticoid belt that Kurt recognized as Tor's. Jeffers was right. Tor had gone fanatical crazy, determined that nothing would stop him from reaching the telemagnum and getting his voice through to Mars. But now another thought sliced into Kurt's mind. The energon form which had inhabited Frayne's body. There were two alternatives. Either it had emerged and seized control of Tor, or it had sped back to give the alarm. There was no time to waste. At the end of this corridor, Kurt saw the crumpled prow of the alien spacer. He hurried toward it, Jeffers and Lorene running to keep pace beside him. Kurt squeezed into the low arched doorway beneath twisted and tumbled metalloy beams. Again, he was in the room where they'd seen the array of machines, including the one Tor thought was a telemagnum. And Tor Ekov was there. Kurt knew it as the angry sound of an electro being sang close. It splashed against a bulkhead beside him. Kurt waved Jeffers and the girl back, then pressed forward. He saw Tor. The man was still Martian. Kurt could tell that. The energon hadn't reached him. But a glint of madness was in the depths of his eyes as he held an electro in his tight-knuckled fist. He must have taken it from Frayne, Kurt thought. And he solved the secret of the telemagnum. Kurt heard a faint hum, saw the glow of the selector screen as selenic cells poured power into the trans-etheric beam. Kurt came a step nearer into the room. Again, Tor's electro splashed fire at him. So it's you, Kurt Emmons. No, don't come any closer. The Martian's eyes darted to the lens radiant rifle Kurt held cradled in his arm. Throw that thing on the floor? I mean it. I'll blast you. Kurt did as he was told. The Martian had gone mad. Helpless and weaponless, Kurt glanced at the screen. A shifting blur was focusing. Turabek, capital city of Mars. Tor had managed to get the beam through. Don't try to stop me, Emmons. We'll never get out of this alive. I realize that now, but I swore I'd get my voice through to my people. 6 long years I've waited. Kurt tensed, almost leapt forward, but Tor held the weapon steady upon him. It was then that Kurt felt a pronounced overtone across his mind. He knew the Zemmd had contacted them. Kurt! It was Lorene's whispered voice in the doorway behind them. He felt the grip of an electro pressed into his hand. We had a fighting chance, Tor, Kurt grated, but you've ruined that. The Zemmd has contacted us. He'll send his men down here. Yes, we'll die. He brought the electro unobserved to his side. And you'll leave the entire Federation prey to these things because of your damn stupid fanaticism about Mars. Don't try to stop me. With his free hand, Tor brought the Martian scene sharper into focus. Nothing else mattered to him. A last chance, Tor. You can reach Earth on that thing. Let me contact Earth and warn them of what goes on here. Even if we die, they could send the fleet and blast this place. Kurt saw it was no use. He brought his gun around fast, tried a snapshot from the waist, but Tor was faster. He swayed aside, then his own electro sent its beam. Kurt's arm went numb from wrist to shoulder as the Martian's beam caught his gun squarely and sent it spinning from his grasp. Kurt dived low in a try for the radiant rifle a few yards away. Again, Tor blasted. A spray of molten froth from the floor sent Kurt tumbling back. He poised for another try. To think of failure now was to think of death. But he had failed. This was death. He heard Lorene cry out, heard Jeffers cursing behind him as a rush of feet came toward them down the corridor. Jeffers was battling for his life. A score of men were converging upon them, Jovian, Martian, Earthmen alike. They had but one purpose as they rushed forward under Zemmd's mental command. That purpose was to kill. But it was they who died as Jeffers swept his beam in a deadly crossfire. Lorene had retrieved the electro, and she joined the battle, crouching beside Jeffers in the narrow doorway. Luckily, it offered a measure of protection. A few of these men were armed. Beams slashed and glanced from the walls. In a matter of seconds, the place was a hell of heat and blinding light. Tor was intent upon the telemagnum now. Kurt sprang for the radiant rifle, came up with it, whirled to join the battle. But already the men were falling back out of range. They left 4 of their dead upon the corridor floor. In the brief respite, Kurt remembered Landreth and the Energon form. The same thing was happening now. The bodies coalesced with an inner aura of electric blue. 4 Energons emerged swiftly and hung poised, spinning, crackling with angry radiance. Then they darted forward. "Don't let them touch you!" Kurt hurled Lorene aside, sprang forward with rifle upraised. Before he could touch the firing stud, the Energons were tumbling back wildly, as if in panic. Kurt stared. It wasn't his weapon they feared. Then Kurt knew. It was Tor Eckhoff's voice behind him, sending his strident, high-pitched aria into the telecordant beam to Mars. Sound. These things feared supersonic sound. Lorene screamed, clutched at Kurt's arm. Far down the corridor, reaching almost from wall to wall, the huge bulk of the Zemmd itself sped toward them. Streamers of angry violet splashed before it, illuminating the scene. The Zemmd's own men tumbled pell-mell out of the way. The 4 smaller Energons sped toward the parent bulk, touched and merged. But the Zemmd never paused. Tor's high-pitched tune seemed not to affect it. A heavy potential rose crackling from the walls. Lorene crumpled and went down. Jeffers, reeling upon his feet, still blasted with the electro, but to no avail. Part of the potential washed upon Kurt and sent him staggering. Kurt hurled himself back into the room, jabbing the rifle at Tor before the Martian knew what was happening. "Sing, damn you! Keep singing! Send your song to Mars! You were right after all!" Tor's eyes went wide, but he needed no urging. He sang. The Martian syllabants were meaningless to Kurt, nor did he care. Tor's voice reached the higher octaves, far higher than any operatic star of Earth. Down the scale, then up and up endlessly. Tor sang his message to Mars. It took on a savage note. Something of the pagan was in it, and something of fright. For now it was Kurt who had gone mad with fanatical purpose. "Sing, damn you, or I'll blast you where you stand!" He reached to Tor's side and lifted the electro. He reached to the telepanel and fumbled at the controls. Suddenly, the sound amplified 1,000-fold. It flooded the room, reverberating, rebounding into the corridor from wall to wall as selenic cells poured additional power into the instrument. "Sing!" Kurt shouted, and Tor nodded. Sanity seemed to come back to him, and he realized what was happening. Kurt hurried to the corridor. Already the Zemmd's potential was diminishing. The great bulk was tumbling back, trying to escape the waves of strident sound that washed upon it. Now Kurt could feel the shrieking crescendo, like a file rasping over naked nerve ends, and the Zemmd seemed to disintegrate. The color died away. It broke apart into hundreds of the smaller Energon shapes. They were dull and disorganized now, moving aimlessly, crashing into the walls where they clung, then slid to the floor. But a few of them retained their inner life force. They came surging forward. Kurt threw up the radiant rifle, spreading a swath of disintegrant power that sent them buffeting back. Gradually they blanked out, until nothing moved in the length of the corridor. The Zemmd's men had long since vanished from the scene. It was over in minutes. Behind Kurt came a harsh roar, then a crash of tubes and metal as the telemagnum failed under the overload of power, but Tor still sang. Kurt stepped warily forward, touched one of the grayish, translucent shapes. It was warm. A decided shock, more than electrical, went through his arm. "These things aren't finished yet. We've got to hurry." He stared at Lorene. "What happened to Jeffers?" She shook her head. Horror was still mirrored on her face, but Jeffers was gone. Somehow he'd managed to make his way out. All weariness vanished as Kurt raced back through the corridors with Lorene hurrying after him. He had a chill premonition of what Jeffers was up to. A deathly silence settled over them. Tor's singing had stopped. Not until they reached the lifts did Kurt notice that Tor had caught up with him. The little Martian was deathly pale, but his eyes fever bright as he shook his head drunkenly and clutched at his throat. Kurt paid him no heed now. They tumbled into one of the cars. A propulsion beam hummed, and they rose swiftly toward the upper compound. Jeffers was there, battling his way past a score of the Zemmd's men. But there was a great difference in these men now. They seemed disorganized and aimless without the coordinating, driving power of the Zemmd. Jeffers was heading toward a hangar-like building, the spaceship with a frequency tuner. The man's scheme was obvious now. He'd given up on Lorene, deciding to try it alone. Kurt hurled himself forward, and a path opened for him as men scurried to cover before the blast of the radiant rifle. At all costs, he must reach Jeffers. He was too late. Already Jeffers had reached the building 50 yards away. He fumbled at the door, then disappeared. Kurt was there seconds later. A gorge of despair rose in him as he found the door barred from the inside. There might still be time. Jeffers would have to find the secret of the electronic curtain reaching above them. Frantically, Kurt blasted at the door. The metal resisted stubbornly, but gradually it began to melt away. Then, from within, came a smooth, droning sound. It increased in tempo. The building trembled against the full, reverberant power. The frequency tuner. Jeffers was going to try to drive through the electronic curtain. Kurt realized his danger and whirled away. The building smashed apart like an eggshell, hurling debris in all directions. Kurt plummeted forward, caught a glimpse of the silver spacer streaking obliquely up on the whining power of the tuner. But it wasn't enough. It struck the curtain and penetrated part way, and there it dangled. There came a scintillant hell of fire and flaming metal. In seconds, the spacer's hull became cherry red and then white. Huge molten blobs of it dripped down. Then an explosion sent them scattering across the compound. What was left of the spacer came slipping out of the gaping rent in the curtain. Gravity took it. It fell in a fiery tangle of wreckage. Kurt was scarcely aware that his legs propelled him away from the scene. He caught sight of Lorene and Tor Ekov and hurried toward them. They huddled in a doorway and looked out upon the scene. Flames crackled up from a few of the buildings. None of the other men were in sight. They had scurried somewhere to safety. There went our last chance. Jeffers fixed everything. Kurt's voice was a well of bitterness. These energon forces weren't finished by any means, and Kurt knew it. Their work would go on. But his mission for Dahares was finished. The secret of this place was still secret. The fate of the Federation had rested upon Kurt's shoulders, and he had failed. As if in answer, a blaze of violet light appeared far across the compound. It was the Zemmd again, a smaller entity now, but Kurt knew it would increase in power as more and more of the energons revived to join it. It moved slowly, as if searching for the curtain and Lorene. It disappeared, appeared again, and once more vanished from sight. No use fighting that thing. Kurt looked down at his hands and laughed bitterly. He had lost the radiant rifle somewhere. Even his electro was gone. Maybe if we keep out of sight, it'll think we perished in the spaceship? Kurt! Lorene's huddled figure came suddenly erect. She stood taut with excitement. Then they all heard the sound. Somewhere overhead, but coming nearer. the sound of a spacer. It sped past the broken rent in the curtain 100 feet above. It returned, braked, hovered on underhull repulsion beams. Then it eased through the hole in the curtain with little room to spare, trailing part of the Kjarthan fog with it. Already Kurt was racing toward the spacer as it settled down. A man stepped from the lock, others crowding behind him. Back! Back there, you! The man leveled a deadly powered rapier at Kurt. Who are you, and what is this place? Never mind who we are, Kurt grated. Lift us out of here. He recognized the Imperial Venus emblem on the man's tunic. We were telecasting, and a strange beam cut into our etheric channel. The Empress Aladian ordered that it be traced. Our directional finders brought us here. The Venusian guard stared around at the flaming holocaust. Man, if you value your lives, get us in that ship and lift Gravs. Something of Kurt's urgency caught at the man. He nodded, turned, and gave swift orders. The radiant bulk of the Zemmd came into sight again, and Kurt saw it speeding, whirling toward them. They tumbled into the ship, the lock closed, and seconds later they were lifting up, carefully through the curtain. There the spacer poised. The Venusians stared through the underports at the blazing, angry bulk of the Zemmd. Something of the truth mirrored in the man's eyes as he turned to Kurt. Shall we try blasting it? We have neutros and engrams. We have... No, it'll take supersonic weapons to completely destroy these things. Powerful ones. Take me to Aladian. I must contact Coordinator Dehares of Earth. Tor Ekhoff paced endlessly as they sped toward the hospitable continents of Venus. His glorious voice was gone, but his eyes had come alive and vibrant. He knew he'd soon return to his own people. But Lorene? She was a forlorn and shattered figure. Her face had gone tragic, especially at the mention of Earth. You're still thinking of what Jeffers told you? Kurt said. Yes, Lorene, I'll have to take you back to Earth. But I can get absolute amnesty for you now. I shall demand it. And there are other reasons, Lorene. There are reasons. A tightness in his throat made his voice sound strange. She whispered, yes? Kurt drew her to him, and she was happy in his arms. End of section 19. Section 20 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. One Purple Hope. Part 1. Once he had been a tall, straight spaceman, free as the galaxies. Now Joel Latham was a Tsith addict, a beachcomber at Venusport. Maybe he'd get one last chance. His sleep-drugged mind was slow to respond. He was lying face down, he knew that, and he ought to get up. If he didn't get up, he would drown. Something hot and heavy like a huge hand was pressing him deeper into the brackish mire. He pondered. Perhaps it were better to drown? For a moment, he allowed himself the luxury of the thought, then decided against it. Plenty of time later for drowning. First, there was something he had to do. So it was that Joel Latham, Earthman, age 30, occupation space drifter, avocation to Sith drinker, awakened on this most momentous of mornings. Moaning in protest, he slowly rolled himself over. The sun slapped him hard against the eyes. He blinked against the pain and saw that he was still in Venusport. Rather, he was at the edge of the swamp near the sprawling compound. Overhead, the ionic field was aglow, humming softly, beating back the obscurant mists. He managed to stand up. Some of the pallid-faced guiles out in the swamp stopped their work to stare at him. Latham grimaced. Every fiber of him, especially his brain, seemed to have been squeezed dry. Then it came. He felt it coming, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The hammering nausea took him suddenly about the middle, bending him double. I'm an Earthman, Joel Latham groaned aloud. That was invariably the first reaction of the Hound, at least with terrestrials, who indulged in the deadly stuff, a piteous protest half in defiance, half in despair. The nausea reached up through his stomach, through his chest, and into his throat. It became more than nausea. It grew thorns that stabbed inwardly, jagged edges that sawed away at his brain with a terrible need. He fell forward on hands and knees, and that's when he saw the little Martian who crouched a few feet away watching him. "I went through mine a few minutes ago," the Martian said in a monotone. "Yours will go away presently." "I know. It will. Been through this before." "Obviously you have. Many times." Many times was an understatement, Latham thought wretchedly, but this was one of the worst ones. Even worse than that time on Callisto. Thinking about it didn't help. He turned his gaze back to the Martian. That didn't help either. Most Martians are lean and brown and ugly. This one was that and more. What had once been clothes were tattered and spattered with swamp mud. The hair was a wisp, the teeth only a memory. The skin was tight and leathery across the bony structure of the face, the eyes distended and yellow, the unmistakable sign of a Hound. Latham grimaced, managed to grind out, "Do I look as bad as you?" "Worse," the little Martian was matter of fact. "I believe you." He looked long and hard at the Martian. "I remember you now. Name's Quilo. You were with me last night." Quilo grinned, showing the stumps of yellowish teeth. "Correction. 4 nights ago. That's when it began." Latham climbed to his feet. The reaction was going away, but there was still a dull apathy about his brain. Just to think was an aching effort. 4 days, he muttered. "How'd I come here?" "So, you don't remember that? You came on the pleasure yacht. The one from Turabek." Turabek. Latham was remembering now. Turabek, capital city of Venus, far on the other side of the planet. He'd had a small stake and was lucky at the gaming tables. Before that, it was Callisto, where he'd struck it rich in the iridium fields. Anyway, rich enough to keep him supplied with Sith for a year. Before Callisto, it had been Mars. He had worked the rocket rooms of Jovian freighters. He had served as tourist guide in the dark little streets of Ganymede City. And when fortune was lowest, he'd begged in those streets and done worse things than begging. Before that, he couldn't remember. He went wherever whim and fortune took him, but the whims were short-lived, and the fortune invariably ended at the bottom of a glass. The deadly Sith twisted his brain awry and took its toll and drove him on. He'd been on the beach, on 6 planets. Earth he shunned. He hadn't set foot there in more years than he could remember. At first it was because he was ashamed, but even that was gone now. Only a cold sickness was left in the soul of Joe Latham. He stared at his fellow Hound, this shell of a Martian, and said, "What happened last night?" "What always happens," Quilo said wearily. "We used up all our credit. Penger kicked us out." It took Joel Latham a full minute to absorb that piece of information. Mixed up with the agony in his eyes was a pensive look, but no resentment. His need just now was too dire for resentment. He stared across the swamp at the outpost's straggling street. Jake Penger was the law here, and he owned the only supply of Sith. Latham recalled him vaguely, a huge man, inscrutable, uncompromising. "Penger," he muttered. "That's it. I knew there was something I was going to do." "What were you going to do?" Quilo moved in closer, a sudden light of interest in his eyes. "See Penger, of course." "Why?" "I need Sith, and I'm going to need it worse before this day's over." Quilo's eyes went dull again. "We both do. How do you think you're going to manage it?" "I'll show you. Never let it be said that Joel Latham was helpless in face of an emergency. With unsteady fingers, he began a search of his clothes, and that's when the final realization descended upon Joel Latham. These weren't his clothes. Not the ones he had when he came here. He stared into the Martian's mango-like face. I had a lucky piece, an ancient Demian jewel set in platinum. It's always been good for credit. Quilo's sigh was like a wind through withered leaves. That, he said, was used up 2 nights ago. I had a disc gun, too. What happened to it? We used that up last night. Penger allowed us 4 drinks apiece for it. Latham nodded miserably. The space yacht, I guess it's already gone? 2 days ago, your fine feathered friends shunned you when they learned you were to Cyndajm, but I stuck by you, Quilo added cunningly. Latham sank heavily into a clump of swamp grass. He stared at his right hand. It had started trembling. He couldn't stop the trembling. He wondered dully if he was frightened or if it was a result of the terrible craving that twisted and writhed within him. He stared up into the Martian's face. Stranded, he said weakly. But I'll get out of here. I'll hire out on one of the freighters. You won't. Quilo's voice was matter-of-fact again. Not when they learn you're to Cyndajm. And Penger, we'll let them know, you can bet on that. He's a devil, that Penger. But he's an Earthman. And I'm an Earthman. Latham's voice was almost a wail. His soul was withering within him. Tell Penger that and see what he answers you. You're on the beach, my friend. You've been there before, but this is the final beach. The swamp side of Venus. And here you'll stay until Penger is ready to let you go. I've been here 5 years. Joel Latham put his head in his hands and tried to think. Quilo's voice droned on. You'll work for Penger. You'll work in the swamps. An Earthman, a Martian, a Ganymedian can do 10 times the work of one of these squeals. He gestured at the pallid-faced low Venusians who moved listlessly through the mud, pulling up the draanga weed. You'll work for the amount of Sith Penger portions out to you, and glad to get it. At the word to Sith, Latham's head came up. The dawning fear was gone from his eyes. All right, I'll do it. But only for a while, mind you. I'll find a way out of this. I'm getting back to the iridium fields on Callisto. He plunged wildly into the mud and sank to his waist, but it was the thought of Sith that drove him on, not Callisto. Quilo stood by and watched, a thin, knowing smile creasing his leathery lips. A sort of frenzy had come upon Joel Latham. He tore at the stubborn draanga weed and brought it up dripping, tossing the long lengths across his shoulder. He knew of this stuff. When properly synthesized, draanga weed had a medicinal value on the various planets. Penger shipped it out 4 times a year at a neat little profit. Latham moved on. A yellowish fog had come down, the dreaded ignis fatui. Unless one kept moving, decomposition of the blood set in, essential salts within the body were dissolved, and cellular activity ceased. Latham grinned wryly. He doubted if it could touch him. There was so much to Sith within his alchemy. Nevertheless, he moved and worked ceaselessly. He could see that caricature of a Martian standing back there watching. Then it happened. The thing happened, which was to prove both a promise and a despair. Joel Latham felt a hardness at his heel, an irritating lump inside his neoprene boot. He moved back to higher ground, lifted his foot from the mire, and removed the boot. He shook something out into his hand. It was round and hard and shiny, perhaps an inch in diameter. He held it aloft between thumb and forefinger. The filtering sunlight struck it and sent back lambent fires. Joel Latham stared and gasped, felt his senses reeling. Purple, he sobbed. A purple Josmian. He was clambering back toward Quilo, forgetting the sweat in his eyes and the insufferable heat. He held the thing aloft. Look at it, he sobbed again. Look at it shine. Look at the size. Quilo was indeed looking. His yellowish eyes bulged. A Josmian, he whispered. We've struck it rich. Joel Latham regarded the little caricature with astonishment. Something of sanity came back to Joel Latham. We? He said, I found it. It's mine. I never knew you until 4 days ago. But I stood by you, the Martian wailed. Your friends deserted you, but I stood by you. Aren't we partners? Latham considered that. No, he decided. You stood by me as long as I had credit for Tsith. Until my money and lucky piece and disc gun and clothes were gone. Did you offer to help me out there? He waved at the swamp. This Jasmine is going to get me back to Callisto. Penger ought to give me plenty for it. What happened next was too swift for Latham's reeling senses. A claw-like hand darted out. Quilo snatched the Jasmine. His other hand swung around and caught Latham hard across the throat, sending him back into the swamp where he staggered for a moment and sat down abruptly. Hey! Latham protested. Hey! Look here! But the Martian was scuttling away like a huge fiddler crab, the Jasmine clutched in one scrawny fist. Joel Latham came slowly up out of the mud, shaking his head and grinning stupidly. It was very unkind of Quilo to treat him like this. He watched the Martian's departing figure. He made no effort to follow, not at once. Not until a strange new emotion, part frustration and part despair, rose up in his breast, and close upon that, the dawning realization that he was being cheated of a last hope. Even then he didn't hurry. He followed Quilo, swinging along in slow, loping strides, but not gaining. He felt weak and sick. That jagged need for Tsith was again sawing away at his entrails. His feet tangled in the outlying swamp grass. He plunged headlong and picked himself up. Quilo was heading for higher ground, away from the compound. Quilo was yelling as he ran. Latham wondered why the devil he was yelling. Then, some distance ahead, Latham could see a third man lifting himself from the ground. The Jovian. Suddenly Latham remembered him. The Jovian had been with them last night, too. Now Quilo was tugging at the man, yelling, showing him the Jasmine. The Jovian hoisted his bulk erect, turned and waited for Latham, grinning broadly. The grin didn't fool Latham. All Jovians grinned. Some of them grinned while breaking a man's vertebrae. This was one of the big ones, Latham noticed, and he was ugly, with long, reaching arms and wiry hair and a face that looked as if he'd slept in it. Latham stopped just short of him and reached out a hand. I want the Jasmine, said Joel Latham. The Jovian came a step forward. You leave Quilo alone. Quilo, he's my friend. I'm going to have that Jasmine, said Joel Latham. The Jovian thrust out a huge fist with amazing speed. Latham caught at it and hung on grimly. The Jovian brought his other hand around in an arc that caught the Earthman across the face, sent him sprawling 10 feet away. Jasmine belongs to us now. You leave us alone. Joel Latham sat there wiping blood from his face, watching the bestial pair as they headed around the compound and into the matted jungle. His last glimpse, just before darkness swallowed them up, was of Quilo grinning gleefully back at him. Latham sighed. He stood up. The blow had shaken some of the resolve out of him. He turned east, northeast, east by north, like a compass on a binge. Then he saw Penger watch him from the outer gate of the compound. Apparently Penger had seen it all. Latham turned and ran toward Jake Penger. You saw them, Latham wailed. You saw it. They stole my Jasmine. You've got to stop them. Penger planted his feet wide apart and surveyed the sniveling Earthman. Penger's dark face was hard-cut and impassive. He'd seen these Tsith hounds before. They came here and died here. He hated them all. Penger said, They did what? The Jasmine, the purple Jasmine. I found it, and they stole it from me. You've got to help me, Penger. Penger said, You're crazy. But I found it, I tell you. A big one. I'll sell it to you, Penger. Penger said, You're crazy with Tsith? There hasn't been a Jasmine found in this swamp for 10 years. Penger, listen to me. Penger said, Forget it. You want Tsith? You'll have Tsith. But you'll work, and you'll work hard. You'll get the Dranga weed out. Penger, I'm an Earthman. I'm asking you, is one Earthman to another? Latham stopped. He shivered. He looked into Penger's colorless eyes, and what he saw made his soul curl up within him. You're a what? An Earthman? You were an Earthman. Now you're a grubby little specimen of the genus Sith. You're a miserable, whining little speck of matter wriggling toward the final transfixion. In another year, you won't even be that. You'll be dead and forgotten. Don't come crawling to me talking about Earthmen. The voice scraped across Latham's naked nerve ends. Penger's eyes blazed, and in his trembling anger, he almost raised a fist. Latham cringed away. From out of his forgotten past, something came to Latham. He stared at the loom of the jungle where Quilo and the Jovian had disappeared. I've seen the day, he complained miserably, when they wouldn't get away with this. You've seen the day, period. I'm asking you once more, Penger, help me. At least give me back the disc gun. The disc gun? Now what would you want with the disc gun? You'd only come trading it back to me. You bring in the Dranga weed. That's all I'm interested in. And if you work especially hard, there'll be some to Sith. Enough for your needs. Latham's eyes went fever bright. His lips writhed back. A fit of trembling took possession of his limbs. Almost he succumbed to the immediate vision of the Sith. Almost he forgot about the Josmian. But somewhere deep in his alchemy was a well of stubbornness he never knew he possessed. He clutched at Penger's sleeve as the man turned away. He found himself screaming, Then I'll go without the gun. I'm going to get that Josmian, do you hear? You'll believe me then. You'll believe me when you see it, Penger. Penger shook him away. Sure. You bring me a Josmian, then we'll talk a deal. He wanted to ask for a drink. Just one drink of Sith right now. But Latham had learned the essential fact that there could be no compromising with this man. He reeled away. His brief outburst had left him weak and trembling. Nevertheless, he went stumbling toward the looming wall of the jungle. He heard Penger's voice, a little annoyed. Where are you going? Latham stumbled on. You fool! You don't know these jungles. You'll die in there. You won't last an hour. Latham didn't look back. Penger didn't call again. Latham could almost imagine the man's shrug of indifference. Vision stopped 5 yards away. A soft, gluttonous muck, worse than the outer swamp, tugged at his ankles. Corrupt fungi growth and giant spiked ferns reached far above him in the blanketing fog. Penger was wrong. He wouldn't die in here. Latham knew where he was going. Quilo had told him of the Gawil village a mere few miles away, where the foothills came down to touch the jungle edge. Quilo and the Jovian had undoubtedly headed for there and planned to lie low for a while. When the time was propitious, they would sneak back to the outpost and make a deal with Penger for the Josmian. The route was long and circuitous, hugging the fringe of jungle. The Gawils traveled it every day, but Latham had a better plan. By cutting directly through the morass, he might just arrive there ahead of them. He would arm himself somehow and wait. The element of surprise. That's all he could hope for now. He left the gluttonous path. And to his surprise, it wasn't so bad. The growths towered many times higher, but were not so dense. Occasionally, the sun evidenced itself against the paling of mists hundreds of feet above. Lusty, primeval odors were almost an opiate to his senses. He plunged on for some 10 minutes before he began to doubt. Gradually, the gloom came alive with motion and sound and unseen terrors. He tried to segregate those that might mean danger. There came first a gentle whirring of wings through the mist, sweeping close above him and away. There came a gentle ripple through the foliage beside him, a slither of sound that kept pace endlessly. Was this what Penger meant? Still, Latham had seen nothing. He wished he had his disc gun, though. He wished it desperately, as a heavier sound came near. A grayish bulk charged directly across his path. It was monstrous, semi-reptilian, with wings arched sinuously along its spine as it half reared toward him. Latham fell back against a tree bole and stood motionless, staring into glittering feral eyes. The beast coughed raucously and went thrashing back into the welter of jungle and mud. Latham stepped away. His foot caught in a root, and he fell headlong. Instantly, tiny spheres of diaphanous substance showered about his head, to burst in a scatter of violet spores. Those that touched his skin turned instantly blood red and seemed to grow, burrowing deep. Frantically, he pulled them from his flesh, leaving raw, red sores. There was no trail to guide him now, but he did not immediately mind that. He trekked the South Mars Desert, and he had weathered the jungles of Io. To Sith hound or no, he had an unerring instinct for direction. He was sure the foothills couldn't be far ahead, but he must have a weapon. End of section 20. Section 21 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. 1 Purple Hope, Part 2. A silent, dark shadow floated down. He glimpsed a razor-clawed reptilian body 10 feet from wing to wing, its serpentine neck darting wickedly. Latham threw himself aside as the tremendous whir of wings beat the air above his head. Close upon it came 3 others, and Latham hit the mud. Looking back, he saw that one of the creatures, in its mad rush, had hurtled into a giant fern, impaling itself upon a 4-foot thorn where it hung, screaming raucously as its life fluid ebbed away. Latham crawled from the spot. Reaching another fern, he managed to climb high enough to tear away one of the thorns. It was crude, but it would serve as a weapon. He was realizing his error now. He should have gone by the outer route. He would never reach the Gawil village ahead of Kawilo and the Jovian, if indeed he reached it at all. Danger and death lay everywhere about him. Time and again those serpentine shapes winged down, silent and unwarning. He fended them off. Twice he speared them, saw ochreous blood spill from their shiny intugement. Other times he wasn't so lucky, as sharp claws left a row of furrows in his back. The miasmic yellow fog bit deep into his wounds. Hours resolved into a nightmare of mud and heat and battle. Other creatures crossed his path or curved at him from out of the tangled fronds. He was becoming awfully weak, but a terrible madness lay across Latham's mind like a patina, driving him on. Through feverish turmoil, through waves of heat and pain and nausea that encompassed the universe, Joel Latham pursued his course. He never remembered the end. He never remembered coming out of that deadly jungle. He pressed with his palms against moist earth and thought that he must have been lying there for some time. His left arm was shredded. His back was shredded. Inside his clothes, he felt the warm stickiness of his own blood. Outside his clothes was other substance which he knew wasn't his blood. Something long and shiny lay beneath his hands. The thorn. He clutched at it frantically. He felt if he could just lie there a moment, strength would come back to him. But he didn't lie there. He tottered to his feet, and just a few yards ahead, the foothills sheered up and away from the jungle. Every step was an agony. He followed along the foothills, trying to find the Gawil village. He had to find it. That much he remembered. A tiny Martian and a brute of a Jovian were there, and they had something that belonged to him. He had quite forgotten now what it was, but it meant something to him. He knew it meant a great deal. He came upon the village, a cluster of clay huts high upon an escarpment. Latham began climbing. He had to be careful now. Something pounded that warning into his brain. He saw groups of frail, pallid-faced Gawils moving about. They were harmless enough, Latham knew that. But if those other 2 were here, He reached the level of the village and moved nearer, staying behind rocks and clumps of growth. Then he saw Quilo. The Martian huddled beside an open fire, stirring some substance in a huge gourd. As Latham watched, Quilo opened a leather pouch at his waist and took something out. The jasmine! He held it up to the flickering light, and the purple sheen of the gem was no more brilliant than the gleeful look that appeared in Quilo's yellowish eyes. In that instant, Latham almost leapt forward, but a tightness in his temples stopped him. The distance was too great, and the Jovian must be somewhere about. Quick surprise was his only chance. His gaze roved up to the steepening cliff behind the village, and he saw the way. Still clutching the thorn weapon, he followed a little ravine up to a rocky abutment, thence along a ledge to a spot just above the hut near Quilo. He judged the distance, decided he could make it in 2 leaps, first to the roof of the hut, then to the ground. Latham paused the merest instant, then launched himself downward. He struck the roof with a force that jarred him to the teeth. He sprang again, and that's when luck deserted him. His feet tangled in the coarse thatch work. He felt himself going over the edge, spinning wildly off balance, plunging headlong into the ground as the thorn weapon was flung far out of his grasp. With a startled oath, Quilo whirled about. Latham had a vision of the man's ludicrous face. Then a tiny, shiny tube appeared like magic in the Martian's hand, a power rapier. Latham had heard that Martians carried them always. Tiny and easy to conceal, a press of a stud released a rapier-like shaft of electronic power that reached perhaps 5 feet. This occurred to Latham in a mere kaleidoscope instant. Then he was propelling himself forward. His shoulder took Quilo squarely in the middle. Quilo screamed as he went back. He tried to get the shiny tube up. Latham got a hold of the Martian's wrist and jerked it sharply against his knee. Quilo let out another yell and dropped the power tube. The Martian was small, but possessed of a wiry strength. He was squirming like an ocelot, bringing his knees up into Latham's groin. Latham felt fainter every moment. He let go of the wrist and tried to find the power tube. Quilo smashed a fist into his face. "I'll kill you, Earthman, I swear it! I've got to kill you!" The Martian kept yelling that, his little voice going shrill. Then he yelled, "Kraz! Kraz!" Latham got a hand around Quilo's throat, and he didn't yell anymore. The place was very still. Then Latham heard a sloughing sound of heavy footsteps coming up the slope. Kraz was the Jovian. That's when real panic hit Latham, and he knew he had to get the power rapier. He fumbled and found the power rapier. Quilo brought a knee into his stomach, and Latham felt sick. He couldn't get the weapon around. Quilo had a hold of his wrist and was bending it backward. Latham thought, "Kraz is coming. If I don't..." They twisted and rolled, and Quilo was trying with both hands for the weapon. Latham held on to the weapon. Quilo was using his knees to keep him down, and Latham kept feeling weaker. Quilo kept coming forward and making noises in his throat, and he seemed big and heavy. He kept going forward until he got a knee against Latham's throat. Latham thought, "The Jovian's running now. He's almost here." Quilo pressed with his knee, and Latham's head went back. His throat was hurting and blocking the air. The knee pressed harder, and it was bad. Then it was very bad. But he wouldn't let go of the power rapier. "The Jovian will be here. I've got to..." Latham moved his hand beneath him. The hand twisted and brought up the tube, and his fingers touched the tiny stud. He didn't know which way it was pointing, but it was too late to wonder. His finger pressed the stud, and Quilo was screaming. Then the pressure in his throat went away. He was on his feet as the Jovian came plowing through the huddle of frightened wheels. Latham tried to get the rapier tube up, but his arms were numbed and weary. A red mist swam before his eyes. A powerful blow sent the weapon hurtling away. Then the Jovian was upon him. Huge arms closed about him. It was useless to struggle. Latham could see the man's lips writhing back in a soundless rage. Latham brought up a knee in a purely desperate move. Kraz grunted, stumbled, and fell, but he didn't let go. They were rolling together down the slope. The Jovian's arms were a vice, crushing away his life. Latham had a glimpse of a cliff falling sheerly away, and those deadly thorn ferns reaching up from below. If I'm to die, it's going to be my way. That was Latham's last conscious thought as he surged against the Jovian's breaking body. His fingers clung tenaciously. His last ebbing strength carried them both over the edge. Karaz's arms broke away. Latham lashed out with his feet. Then he was twisting, falling, far out into space. And that's all he remembered. Hands were tugging at him. A shrill chatter of voices rang in his ears. Someone was holding a gourd to his lips, trying to pour a hot, sticky substance down his throat. Latham sat up and knocked the gourd away. The little group of Goeels fell back. Some of them were still chattering, staring overhead with awe-stricken eyes. Latham looked up and saw Karaz the Jovian. The huge bulk hung 20 feet above, tangled in the foliage of a giant fern. One thorn had entered his chest, another completely pierced his throat. He was quite dead. Wearily, Latham made his way back up to the village. Quilo still lay there with a blackened hole through him. Latham tore away the leather pouch holding the Josmian. He had fought through hell and swamp and jungle for this, and by all of the red tails of Jupiter, he was taking it back. He thought of Pengur and the Tisith awaiting him there. Most of all, he thought of Callisto and the iridium fields, which would mean much more to Sith. Clutching the Josmian as though it were his life's blood, Joel Latham staggered away from there and began the long route back. The men at the compound would not soon forget the night when Joel Latham returned. Pengur was there, of course, some prospectors from the nearby hills, a crew of a supply freighter, a motley scattering of others whose business was unknown and unasked. They stared in disbelief at the caricature that suddenly came out of the night to stand in the doorway of Pengur's place. Clothes ripped in shreds, mud and blood bespattered, one arm dangling, tangled hair that looked unreal as if sewed to his scalp, an awful whiteness about the lips and eyes that were dark, empty pools. Maybe it had once been an Earthman, but it was unrecognizable now. Joel Latham stood there for an instant, seeking out Pengur behind the bar. Black exhaustion threatened to take him, but with an effort he hoisted himself up. He made his way across the room and slumped against the bar. Spacemen moved out of his way. There was something about his eyes. Pengur moved down to him, stood staring in amazement. "So it's you," said Pengur, and seemed unable to say more. "It's me, all right." Latham's eyes were searching out the rows of bottles. Martian Tisathium, Earth Bourbon, the potent Iraq from Ganymede. It all left him cold. He was looking for the deadly Tisith, and he saw no sign of it. "It's me, all right," Joel Latham said again, and he placed a closed fist upon the bar. "I've come to make that deal with you, Pengur." His fist opened slowly, and Pengur was staring down at the Josmian. "So it was true. And you really went after that thieving pair? You took it from them?" Pengur's voice was unbelieving, but he continued to stare at the Josmian. "It's yours if you want it, Pengur. Dirt cheap. 1,000 credits. That'll be enough to get me out of here on the first freighter and set up for another try at the Callisto iridium fields. That's all I want." Pengur nodded, took the gem from Latham's hand and held it to the light. "It's a beauty." He replaced it in Latham's open palm. "But I didn't promise to buy it. All I said was I'd make you a deal." Latham felt his stomach turning over. Quilo had said this man was a devil. He got the words out. "What kind of deal?" "You asked 1,000 credits. I offer you 1,000 glasses of Tisith. That'll last you a long time here." So that was the devil's plan. Latham felt a cold sickness come over him. He was sick from his wounds, sick from exhaustion, sick for the desperate need of Tisith. He found himself saying, 1 drink right now and 800 credits. No drinks, not until we make the deal. 1,000 glasses of Tsith, and that's my final offer. Latham stared about him. Any spaceman here would offer 5 times 1,000 credits for such a gem, but they sensed that this was private between him and Penger, and no man dared go against Penger here at Venusport. They watched the tableau in silence. "I've got to get to Callisto," Latham cried wretchedly, fighting back the sickness. "Here, it's yours. Just 1 drink now and enough credits for passage." "Why Callisto?" Penger's voice was mocking. "So you make another strike there and it all ends with Tsith anyway?" He reached beneath the bar, brought out a crystal flagon of Tsith. For a moment he held the sparkling blue liquid to the light, then placed it on a shelf behind him. "Damn you!" Latham tried to leap forward, but almost collapsed as waves of nausea shook him. "So, you see what I mean? In another year, you'll be dead anyway, so what does it matter?" Penger leaned forward, smiling thinly. "Earthman, what did you say your name was? Joel Latham, wasn't it?" Latham swayed and clutched at the bar. He glared at the man, wondering what diabolical scheme he was planning now. Penger's eyes bored into him. "Joel Latham. I knew your father years ago, before he died on Mars. He was a fine man, a man of courage. I wonder what Carl Latham would say now if he could see his son." "People from here to Mars and back," Latham rasped, "are always telling me they knew my father. I'm sick of hearing about it. All I want to know, do you want to buy this Jasmine or not? I'll make you another deal. Suppose I give you the 1,000 credits, but if I do, you don't go to Callisto." "Where then?" Latham's brain was throbbing, seeking out the gimmick. There must be a gimmick. Penger glanced at a tall, angular man who had stayed in the background. A silent signal passed between them. "They need a chartman at Asteroid Station 3. The work's not hard, but it is a thankless, monotonous existence. You're alone on an anchored world a half-mile in diameter. You sign on for 3 years, and there you stay. You have every need within reason, including technical library and one-way radio. The government ship brings supplies once a year, and they don't include Tsith." Penger paused and peered at Latham, whose face had gone pale beneath the growth of beard. "Your task would be to chart the thousands of rogue asteroids that cause havoc in the space lanes each year. I understand you once knew ray screens, coordinates, and parabolics. You could brush up." "It seems you know a lot about me." Latham's voice was frightened. It didn't want to leave its throat. He was staring at the glittering blue Tsith behind Penger. Penger motioned to the tall, angular man with the bright eyes. The man stepped to the bar. "This is George Elston of Interplanet Commerce. He's been looking for months for the right man. Frankly, I don't think it's you." Latham felt the impact of Penger's scorn. "But he has a cruiser outside, and he can up grabs within half an hour in case you're interested." "I'm not." Latham continued to stare at the glittering blue flagon just out of reach. "I thought not. Well, I've made you 2 offers. I'll buy your Jasmine for credits or Tsith." Penger counted out 1,000 credits and slapped them on the bar. He poured a glass of Tsith and placed it down gently. "Your choice, Latham. A choice of escape." A terrible quiet had come over the room. Latham's eyes were fever bright, burning deep in his skull. His stomach twisted like a nest of cold serpents. A choice of escape. There was no choice. There was only Tsith. He had only to take it. Penger was right. He would die here within a year, but he'd resigned himself to that. He would die out there on the station, too. He would die 1,000 deaths without Tsith. 3 years? Latham had heard of a few Tsith hounds who tried it. He knew in every detail the agonies of body and mind a man went through before the absence of the stuff either broke him of the terrible need or left him a gibbering, mindless wreck. Not many of them ever pulled through it. Joel Latham thought of all this and made his choice. He slammed the jasmine on the bar. His trembling hand seized the glass. Penger shrugged and sighed as if this was what he expected. He took up the jasmine. "The deal is closed, Latham. I better put this away in my safe." He walked to the end of the bar. When he came back, the glass in Latham's hand was empty. Penger met George Elston's gaze. "You'll have to keep looking, Elston. You'll have to look for a man, not a—" The tall man smiled, stopping the words. He pointed to the mirror where a splash of blue glutinous to Sith was dripping. Latham threw the empty glass at Penger's head. It missed him and struck the mirror, bringing it down in shattering fragments. He seized the bundles of credits and sent them flying. "Keep these too, Penger. Keep them all, damn you. I won't need them where I'm going." Tottering and pale, a fury still upon his lips, he seized Elston's arm. "Come on, make it quick." Elston hurried with him. At the door, he pointed across the compound. "Black cruiser, there beside the freighter. Get aboard. I'll be with you in 5 minutes." Penger was at the door, too. They watched Latham hurrying, stumbling, not looking back. Then Penger did an amazing thing. He opened his fist, and he still held the jasmine. He placed it on the floor, put a heavy heel on it, and came down with all of his weight. There was an absurd little pop as the jasmine shattered. Elston stared at him, bewildered. "Not a jasmine," Penger grinned at him. "Glass. One of the cheap baubles that sometimes come here on trade freighters." He gripped Elston's arm. "But don't tell him. Don't ever tell him. At least not for 3 years." "But I thought he found it in the swamp." "He found it in his boot, where I placed it when I found him lying out there this morning in a stupor. An experiment. A whim." Penger shrugged. "I didn't know what would come of it." Joel Latham had almost reached the cruiser. They saw him pause, and then he turned. Joel Latham raised a fist and shook it straight at Penger. "Damn you, Penger! Damn you! Damn you!" With that, he stumbled up into the waiting lock as Elston hurried after him. End of section 21. Section 22 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. We're Friends Now. Part 1. The little man stood in front of the monstrous machine as the synaptic drone heightened to a scream. "No, no," he whispered. "Don't you understand?" Today, more than other days, Raoul Beardsley felt the burden, the dragging sense of inevitability. He frowned. He glanced at his watch. He leaned forward to speak to the copter pilot, then changed his mind. He settled back and, from idle habit, adjusted his chair scope to the familiar broad-spoked area of Washington just below. "I'll not have it happening again today," he told himself grimly. And at once his thoughts quavered off into many tangles of self-reproach. "Blasted nonsense the way I've been acting. A machine. A damned gutless machine like that. Why do I persist in letting it get to me?" He pondered that and found no solace. "Delusion," he snorted. "Hypersynapse disorder. That's how Jeff Arnold would explain me. I wish he'd confine his diagnostics to the mechanical division where it belongs. He's amused. They're all amused at me. But damn it, they just don't know." Beardsley's rotund body sagged at the thought. Adjusting the chair scope, he fixed his gaze on the broad facade of Crime Central building far across the city. Again, he felt the burgeoning embarrassment and foreboding, but he put it down with an effort before it reached the edge of fear. "Not today," he thought fiercely. "No, by God, I just won't permit it to happen." There. So, he felt much better already, and he had really made good time this morning. Today of all days, he mustn't keep ECA IAC waiting. Beardsley was the only one not to panic when the infallible machine broke down. Mustn't. Something triggered in Beardsley, and he was assailed with a perverse rebellion at the thought. Must not? But why not? Why shouldn't he just once keep ECA, IAC, and Jeff Arnold and his clique stewing in their own tangle of tubes and electronic juice? And wouldn't this, he gloated, be the perfect day for it? Arnold especially. Just once to shatter that young man's complacent routine. No. Beardsley savored the thought tastily and let it trickle away, and the look of glee on his cherubic face was gone. For too many years, his job as serological coordinator, Crime Central, had kept him pinned to the concomitant routine. Pinned or crucified, it was all the same. In crime analysis, as in everything these days, personal sense of achievement had been too unsubtly annihilated. Recalling his just completed task, the citizen files and persona tapes, and the endless annotating, Beardsley felt himself sinking still further into that mire of futility that encompassed neither excitement nor particular pride. He brought himself back with a grimace, aware that he was clutching the briefcase of tapes possessively from long habit. The pilot had touched the newsstat, and abruptly one of the new commercial appeals grated on Beardsley's senses. We repeat, yes, Proto-Suds is now available in flake or cake, and the new attachable luxury spray. Remember, Proto-Suds has never been laboratory tested. It contains no miracle ingredients, no improved scientific formula, and no lanolin. Then what is the new Proto-Suds? I tell you frankly, friends, it is nothing but a lot of pure soft soap. Remember, we make no fabulous claims for Proto-Suds. We assume that you are reasonably clean to start with. And now for your late breakfast news. Proto-Suds takes you direct to Central News Bureau for a final survey on the Carmack murder case. Beardsley groaned. New voice in the background while the screen presented a slow montage. Sin runs of the great Carmack himself, including those at the International Cybernetics Congress a year ago. Survey of the murder scene, the Carmack mansion, close-up of ECA IAC, diagrammatic detail of ECA IAC, then dramatically the grim and imposing figure of George Mandlico, Minister of Justice, and then the newscaster's voice. Certain that final processing will go forward today, it would be a gross understatement to say that the Carmack case has captured the attention of the nation, both officialdom and public alike. Never in the history of Crime Central has there been such an undercurrent of speculation and excitement. Excitement, murmured Beardsley. And now it is heightened by no less an authority than the Minister of Justice himself, who brought both plaudits and censure upon himself today with the outright statement that deep-rooted political issues may well be involved. As you must know by now, it was the murdered man himself, Amos Carmack, who some years ago carried on the incessant lobbying that resulted in ECA IAC being accepted pro bono publico by Crime Central. What devastating irony! For now, it is ECA IAC itself that must weigh each detail, correlate all factors, probe every motive and machination leading to the murder of its creator. That's not entirely true, you know, muttered Beardsley. Quick flicker again, a close-up of ECA IAC, and the drama-laden voice. ECA IAC, Electronic Analysis Integrator and Computer, and now an exclusive from a very reliable source. This reporter has learned that 3 primes are involved. Ha! grated Beardsley. And they will be broken down in quotient. 2 must ultimately be eliminated, barring, of course, the possible emergence of any minor factor to status of prime, which at this stage seems unlikely. It is estimated that by today, or tomorrow at the latest, Carmack's murderer will be brought to justice. Beardsley has taken as much as he could of this pseudo-factual mush. He jerked forward violently, rapped the pilot on the shoulder. "Damn it! Will you shut the damn thing off?" He was immediately appalled at his outburst and the pilot's startled glance, but the stat went off immediately. Beardsley leaned back, muttering to himself, Carmack. For 7 weeks now he had lived with it intricately and intimately. As the case shoved everything else right off the newsstat, people took the latest echoes to bed with them. Commuters gobbled it with their breakfast cereal. Thank God today would see the end, and they could once more have the hot South Polar crisis with their cereal. 7 weeks. He clutched the bulging briefcase with a wearisome horror. 22 persona tapes from Central File, all neatly processed and ready for ECA IAC. End result of endless chart shifts. Emphasis, as always, on periotosomatic recession, the slow emergence of minor constants, the inexorable trend toward price factor, and then verification, to each his own, with all the subtle and shaded values of the augment index brought finally to focus on the relevance graph, Carmack. Sure, thought Beardsley, a thing of augment indexing and psych tapes, quite without possibility of error. Now, in the old days of crime detection, it might have taken them even 7 months instead of weeks, not to mention frustration and legwork and false leads and sweat, but... His mouth pulled down bitterly. Serological coordinator. Glorified file clerk is more like it. High-salaried errand boy. "Here we are, sir." The pilot's voice jarred him to reality as the copter berthed. Beardsley hurried toward the roof entrance. His faded blue suit, a size too large, flapped about him, and the outmoded felt hat seemed to sink to the level of his thick-lensed glasses. The guard greeted him, but suppressed a smile as the cherubic little man flashed his official pass. For there was something about Raoul Beardsley that eternally evoked amusement. An air of vacuous innocence and a remote forlornness. He gave the appearance of a person who sold shoes during the day, washed his wife's dishes at night, and then solved 2 or 3 galactogram puzzles before turning off the light precisely at 10. Few, if any, remembered that this nervous little man had once been top inspector of New York City's Homicide Bureau. But that was a dozen long years ago. Since then, he'd seen the antiquated detective methods of 1960 disappear, and he had died a little too, seeing his Homicide Bureau relegated to a mere subsidiary with the growth of the coordinate and mechanical divisions. His appointment to Chief of Coordinates, Federal, was automatic and unquestioned, and Beardsley would have been the last to know or to care that he had correlated some 8 million miles of serological data for the entrance of ECA IAC, a perfect record of not one single unsolved case. And the penalty was in his eyes, if one cared to look beyond the thick-lensed glasses. No one ever did. They were remote eyes, a little bewildered, a little hurt, a mirror gone dull from times remembered but irretrievably lost. Beardsley stepped onto the corridor slidewalk, coasted to the escalator and wrote it down, still immersed in his thoughts. He pushed into ECA IAC's room, and again it happened. So shockingly sudden, there was not even time for remonstrance at himself. The feeling hit him as always before, straight and unerring, a surging impact that smashed forward and stopped him in his tracks, literally paralyzed. He caught his breath convulsively. How often had he come here? And how often had this happened? Even when he sworn he wouldn't let it. There was something about the sight and sound and feel of ECA IAC that got to him, that seeped beneath flesh and bone and into his brain and sent his senses singing. Beardsley managed to gulp, as he observed the shiny black colossus that filled the entire length of the 90-foot room. A dozen techs scurried around it, taking notes, attentive to the flashing lights in red and green and the faint clicking of thousands of relays that rose in susurration. But more than that arose. It was something that pervaded the room, not a pulsing, but a presence. A sort of snapping, intangible intelligence that reached beyond the audible and sheared at Beardsley's nerve ends. And it hadn't been there a moment before. That was the shocking thing. Beardsley knew that. It knew. It was sentient. It was alive and aware and waiting, and it was listening. As always, it knew that he had entered. Beardsley gulped again, stood frozen for half a minute. None of the techs seemed to notice. They had often chided him about it, but he was used to that now. At last he broke the spell and made his legs move, feeling cold sweat as he hurried along the length of ECA IAC toward Arnold's office. There, just about there, by the rheostats, where the 4 red lights and the 2 green made a baleful pattern against the black metal skin. He felt it stronger than ever this time, something reaching and sinister aimed solely at him. He skirted the place with a quick, goosey hop, stumbled a little and felt panic, but made it all right to the office. Beardsley hated these moments. He was still trembling as he made a hurried entrance. Sure enough, as if on cue, Jeff Arnold glanced up from his charts and grinned. "Ah, good morning, Beardsley. Now don't tell me our pet snapped at you again." It was the routine remark, but today Arnold was immediately contrite for a change. "Sorry," he said, and a certain weariness replaced the grin. He gestured to the alcomech. "Can I dial you a drink? Feel in need of one myself." 11C, said Beardsley, and slumped into the pneumo chair. Arnold rose and dialed 11C, handed him the drink and dialed 9R for himself. Sipping it, he moved around the desk. There was something very strange and preoccupied in his movements, Beardsley thought, more than a mere tiredness. He'd never seen Arnold this way. "Yes, sir, this is the day." A muscle twitched in his corded neck. Arnold eased his long frame into a chair, rubbed thumb and forefinger at his eyes. "Been up half the night running off clearance tests. Can't afford to foul up on this one." Beardsley tossed off his drink and blinked at the fiery strength of it. Now, why should Arnold say that? When had ECA IAC ever fouled up? He watched the man across the desk. Jeff Arnold was a vigorous, striking specimen, handsome in an athletic way, with long, stubborn jaw and unhappy gray eyes beneath his unruly hair. The sort of face that intrigues women, Beardsley catalogued from past experience, and, he added, altogether too young a man to be operating a monster like ECA IAC. Arnold indicated the empty glass. "Another?" "No, I think not," Beardsley replied carefully. Arnold hesitated, eyeing the briefcase in Beardsley's clutch. "It's been rough on you too, I imagine. Hope there aren't more than 30 variants. We're set up for more, of course, but it'll necessitate—" 22, Beardsley assured him. Carefully, he spread the coded and sealed persona tapes across the desk. Fresh from Citizen File Augment, everything annotated and cross-checked. Blood count, emotional status, plethora, psychogenealogical index, neurothalamic imbalance. Every type factor is here. We really went to the files on this case. "Looks as if you did. How does it narrow down?" 15 possibles, 4 logicals, and 3 primes. Beardsley stopped abruptly. That newscaster. How had he known there were 3 primes? This stuff was not supposed to leak. 22 who knew Cormac, he went on. That includes associational as well as motive opportunity factors with a probability sphere of 0.004. Arnold nodded thoughtfully. His fingers moved unconscious and caressing across the edge of the desk. Yes, I see. That's close. Good job, he said uncertainly. Should be 7 weeks for annotation and code. Beardsley was watching Arnold's fingers. There was something amiss and fretful as they pushed among the code-sealed tapes. Beardsley made his voice casual. If it interests you, he said, yes, you are there. He wanted a reaction, and he got it. Me? Arnold stiffened, pulling his fingers away hastily. That surprises you? Don't worry, you're not one of the primes. Probably be rejected on the first run. It's just that you once knew Carmack rather well. Caltech, wasn't it, when Carmack was doing his special work on magnetronics? Naturally, you've had contact since due to the nature of your job. Arnold nodded, frowning. That's right. It just hadn't occurred to me that... Beardsley realized that he wasn't lying. It was not the thought of his own tape that bothered Arnold. Oh, we're thorough over at the Coordinates Division, Beardsley laughed, making a minor joke of it. Now here, he touched a spool labeled in red, is your basic invariant. Carmack, Amos T., murdered man, found bludgeoned in the library of his home, night of April 4th. Age 56, held all outstanding patents on ECA IAC, worth millions, and, he looked up beaming, leaves beautiful wife. He paused for the merest moment. Save for a soft drumming of fingers on the desk, Arnold was silent. And here's a sub-basic. Mrs. Carmack will be a rich woman now. She was considerably younger than Carmack, and she's been having an affair with another man. Beardsley smiled at Jeff Arnold. That's a sociological note beyond our sphere, but we managed to get the data. I'll bet the department was appalled that such a gorgeous woman could be resolved into neo-Euclidean equations. Why? Arnold was suddenly irritable. It's been done 1,000 times before. Of course, shrugged Beardsley. And it's really up to ECA IAC, isn't it? A prime can be negated, while on the other hand, a variant can shift from possible to logical to prime. Or am I wrong? I've never been up on the mechanics. Arnold grunted. There's bound to be some corollary shift. The primes, how many did you say? 3 as of now. Arnold rose abruptly, then strode to the alcomech and dialed himself another drink. He took an uncommonly long time about it. Look, he said, we both know about these things. In a case like this, there are bound to be political repercussions. He hit Beardsley with a gauging glance. Well, he blurted, I have to admit I'm damn curious. Mind telling me who are the 3 primes? Strictly off the record, you understand. Beardsley had expected something like this, and he was quite ready to answer, but he carefully removed his glasses, massaging the bridge of his nose, and frowned. Well, now... Come on, give. I know it's against protocol and all that, but hell, we'll have the answer anyway in a matter of hours. Beardsley nodded with a show of thoughtfulness. Yes, that's true, isn't it? Very well, but strictly off the record, I warn you. Not only will the first prime startle you, but the information could be dangerous. He waited a moment, then he leaned forward and whispered, Mandlico. For a moment, Arnold didn't move. His face was ludicrous. Then Beardsley saw his hands clench. Mandlico? The word jolted from his lips. George Mandlico? Minister of Justice? I don't believe you. It's a fact, Beardsley told him. Right now he equates into an uncertain prime. Yes, but Mandlico? Good Lord! I said uncertain prime. As you mentioned yourself, there's sure to be a shift of variance. Surely you have faith in ECA IAC. Of course, but Mandlico? Why Mandlico? Why not? He was a friend of Carmack's, or a business associate, shall we say. He worked with Carmack on the ECA IAC lobby, was largely responsible for pushing it through. Yes, Say, that's right. It would be in CF. There are things, murmured Beardsley, in Central File that would astound you. Arnold was staring at the coded tapes. Mandlico, he breathed. And with elections coming up, he shook himself out of the daze. The other two primes? Next is not so startling. A really strong recessive factor there. Professor Karl Loesch. Arnold jerked erect suddenly. Loesch? Say, I remember him. Now there's a man pursued by bad luck. He was working along similar lines to Carmack. In fact, wasn't he in Carmack's employ for a while? But Carmack was first with the patents. You don't suppose that Loesch... I'm not supposed to suppose, Beardsley said softly, but clinically, it is interesting to note that motive factor alone equates Loesch from logical into prime, plus a high neurothalamic imbalance, 132/80 on the last index, with pronounced efforts at suppression. He watched Arnold absorb that and went on, Now, for the third prime. I think it'll interest you. He waited deliberately. He looked at Jeff Arnold for a long moment and saw the man was calm. Too calm. So absolutely motionless that it wasn't real. Third prime, a strong one, believe me. In a way the most interesting of all. He pressed the words out slowly and flatly. The third prime, said Beardsley, is Pedersen. He watched Arnold relax ever so slowly, leaning back, the tension going away as he uncoiled in the chair. But the young man's face wasn't so much relieved as it was puzzled. Pedersen? Pedersen? I don't seem to... You can't mean Brooke Pedersen, the one-time telecolumnist? None other. I don't suppose you remember, but back in '60, he opposed the ECA-IAC lobby. Opposed it, fought it, predicted that government installation of such a machine would not inspire confidence, that the nation's crime rate would rise. He saw nothing but chaos. For a while there, he was quite a man, got himself a following, had ambitions. But I do remember it, Arnold thumped the desk. Of course. Pedersen headed a block against Carmack's folly, but he backed the wrong horse, and when the bubble burst, he was out in the cold. Became a laughingstock. Arnold paused, and his glance held something of shrewdness and a livening challenge. Actually, Pedersen couldn't have been more wrong. In those first 2 years, ECA-IAC reduced the crime rate by some 40%. So it's claimed. This was a sore point, and Beardsley rose to the bait. It couldn't be that crime was on the downgrade already. I could show you plenty of statistics that... Why, I could show you methods. I'll just bet you could. Arnold gave a thin, tolerant smile. I refuse to enter that argument again. Not with you, Beardsley. I, for one, trust in machines, not in evolution. I've told you before. And Beardsley found himself sitting there with a flush of heat at his hair roots, half angry and half foolish as he realized how he had been baited. Jeff Arnold was abruptly all business. He plunged his finger at a button, spoke into the intercom. Joe, how's that test run coming? All X so far. Give us 10 minutes for clearance. Take 20, but make sure it's clearance. Checked quantitative, have you? How about feedbacks? Yes? What's that? Semantic circuits? Hell yes. Check all synaptics for clearance. I want no excess data fouling up this run. He clicked off and sat there moodily, and Beardsley watched him, noting the quick, nervous rhythm of Arnold's fingers. Arnold noticed it too and desisted. Look, he said. Mandlico, Loesch, Pedersen. Those 3 primes just don't make sense to me. They don't? Beardsley allowed just the proper note of resentment. Surely you're not questioning coordinates. You know I'm not, but... Beardsley waited, knowing it was coming now, the thing Arnold had been aching to voice for the past 5 minutes. But, well, damn it, there's Mrs. Carmack. For example, as you pointed out yourself, she'll be a rich woman now. It would seem to me... Does she be a prime? I'm surprised at you, Jeff. That's ancient thinking. If there was a trace of sarcasm, it was lost on Arnold. Oh, I grant you it used to hold true. Principal beneficiary was always prime suspect. Fiction especially was full of it. Queen, Dixon, Carr, Boucher, you know the ilk. But with ECA-IAC, we've gotten away from all that, haven't we? Arnold stared at him suspiciously, hesitated, then brought it all out with an effort. Well, how did she equate? Who? Oh, yes, the beautiful widow. She only made logical, and even that is borderline. I see. Arnold rose, dialed himself another drink, then changed his mind and put it down untouched. He turned to gather up the tapes, and his voice was apologetic. It's not that I ever question coordinates division. We're too closely aligned for that, Raoul. First time he's ever used my first name, thought Beardsley. You have a splendid record to uphold, as we do here in mechanical. That's why, well, I want to get this off as smoothly as possible. Something indefinable, a queasy feeling, took Beardsley about the middle. He said sharply, Any reason why not? No, not really, but in recent weeks, I tell you this in the strictest confidence, understand? In recent weeks, it's been a rather ticklish thing to get total synaptic clearance. Synaptics. Beardsley began thinking back to Crime Central. Required annual basic. The mechanical had never been his strong point. He said uncertainly, but that's serious. It's just that we found ECA-IAC holding back excess data from previous runs. Fouls up the relays. Takes hours to iron out the clearance. Arnold gave him a keen look. More of a nuisance, really. But the weirdest thing, stubborn. Stubborn. Beardsley could have thought of a better word. Through the paneled glass, he glimpsed the black metal sheath of the monster out there, the shapeless crouching and malevolent winking lights, and he felt himself go to pieces inside with a sudden shaking crumble. He hated himself for it, but couldn't stop it. His hands clenched until his knuckles showed white. Matter of time till we find the cause, Arnold was saying, but I guarantee total clearance today. Shall we get on with it? Hands loaded with tapes, he moved for the door. No, Beardsley cried. Arnold, if you don't mind, Oh, for God's sake, not again, Raoul. I swear I'm going to have to do something about this phobia of yours. It's getting to be not so funny anymore. With a show of exasperation, Arnold propelled him through the door. I give you my absolute word our pet won't snap at you. Not today. It's going to be far too busy for the likes of you. Jeff Arnold was right, Beardsley discovered. Those baleful overtones were gone, replaced by a sustained soft whisper along the 90-foot hull, a rather impatient whisper, but not at all unpleasant. Beardsley relaxed by slow degrees, but kept a cautious distance while Arnold pointed out every light along the length flashing green for total clearance. She's raring to go, said Arnold with a display of good humor, but we'll let her wait a while, eh? He clapped a friendly arm across Beardsley's shoulder. You just come along now and watch. I think your trouble is you've never been properly introduced. We'll have no more of this feuding and fussing between you and ECA-IAC. So Beardsley, showing more courage than he felt, trailed the cyberneticist through every unit of final checkup. Much of it he knew already from the required annual basic, or thought he knew, for this was so different from the manuals. He felt at once ashamed and awed as he viewed at first hand the unfolding schematic structure. He was thrilled at sight of the selectors and analyzers of processed beryllium, the logic and semantic circuits in complex little bundles, the sensitized variant tapes waiting for transferal impress, all revealed by a flick of Arnold's fingers that threw open entire sheathed sections to bear the inner secrets. The thousands of tiny transistors amazed Beardsley. The endless array of electric eyes startled him, and the spongy centers of synaptic cell clusters horrified him, recalling too vividly to mind what he knew of the physical human brain. Along the monstrous length, he trailed Jeff Arnold. He trailed and he watched and he listened, not interfering once by word or gesture. And before it was over, his heart was surging with a great revelatory beat, because suddenly he knew. He knew. Arnold seemed in high good humor as they paced back. "So," he nudged Beardsley in the ribs, "we'll have no more of this nonsense between you and ECAIAC, eh? You're just bound to be good friends now." Beardsley didn't answer. The revelation was still too much with him. He watched as Arnold conferred with a group of his techs about a microchron, and the time was carefully noted for central record. Then the first of the tapes went in, the basic invariant, Amos Carmack. It reached synapses and a tiny blip registered on cue. The rest of the tapes fed in, razoring through the rollers, past the selenic sensitized tips of the relays. There was no progressive order. After the basic invariant, progression didn't matter. Possible or logical or prime, all factors would correlate or cancel. Any divergent status shift would be duly handled by transferal impress. Beardsley counted the tapes, 20, 21, 22. The techs dispersed, taking up their various posts where special eject tapes clicked out a second-by-second record of the progression. End of section 22. Section 23 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Cyndajm. We're Friends Now, Part 2. Nothing much happened. The sound of ECAIAC became a steady, inundant drone. Or did Beardsley just imagine that he detected something of the gleeful in it? With an effort, he put the thought from him, and, keeping a cautious distance, he took a turn around the monster, up one side and down the other. He stopped by Jeff Arnold, who was jotting down figures from the chrono. That seemed silly, as nothing had happened yet. Arnold glanced up and grinned at him, as if totally unconcerned that this was the most repercussive case in the entire history of Crime Central. A little disconcerted, Beardsley said, "What happens first?" "Oh, plenty is happening, but the first you'll notice will be a total reject. Watch when that happens. Complete silence. Every light red for exactly 2.5 seconds, the reject, and then everything continues." "How about transferal impress? Possible to logical or logical to prime?" Arnold paused over his notes for the merest instant. "Why, it's progressive, of course." "That you won't notice." Beardsley stared at him curiously, started to speak, and then changed his mind. He wandered again, watching the text but not interfering, and suddenly he was aware that the first total reject had come. It happened with smooth and sudden silence, just as Arnold had described. ECAIAC breaking pace for mere seconds, then all was clear again, and one of the techs hurried down the aisle with the tape, which he handed to Arnold. Beardsley was aware of a wild pounding of pulse as he stared at the anonymous tape. One of the 15 possibles? It might even be a rejected logical. Mrs. Carmack? She was borderline. Or a prime? It could be Mandelko, too. Or Loesch, or Pedersen. No, it was unlikely any primes would fall this early. But maybe they were no longer primes. Maybe right now, transferal impress was at work. Maybe one or more of them was being relegated to lower coordinate status somewhere there in the entrails. He felt abounding excitement, and, as if reading his thoughts, Jeff Arnold gave him an amused look. "Don't let it get to you, Raoul. I used to find it the same. We all do. But then you get to thinking, hell, why try to guess? Identities don't matter now." He indicated the coded tape. "A total reject. Anonymous. ECAIAC's way of telling us that person could not possibly be the murderer." "But aren't you even curious?" "At rejects? Why?" Arnold seemed perplexed. "Oh, you mean because I'm among the possibles?" Frankly, it doesn't bother me. I know I'm not the murderer, and I have faith in ECA-IAC. If this isn't my tape, the next will be, or the 8th, or the 15th. Beardsley nodded slowly. With ECA-IAC, it was only the final equate that mattered, the total result of cumulative. He saw the truth in that, and the perfection. Or, his eyes beneath the glasses came to a quick, bright focus. Was it quite perfection? He watched in silence as Arnold consulted the microchron and jotted more notes. REJ, Q9, code, .008, synapse, circ, 11:23 a.m. Beardsley wandered again, watching the text. A sudden shivering seized him. How could they remain so calm? Were they so close to the forest they couldn't notice? Something was about to happen. To him, it was unmistakable. In the very atmosphere, sharpened and heightened by the four walls, a pervading sense of wrongness and a pyramiding tension. Even Arnold wasn't aware. Audibly, nothing had changed. As ECA-IAC continued its soft clicking whisper and the text methodically checked the progress tapes. Beardsley stood numbly for a moment, struggling against a welter of panic. Palms sweating, he moved a safe distance away and waited. 8 minutes later came another reject. 6 minutes later, the third. ECA-IAC continued its blithe, soft-throated rhythm, but Beardsley was not fooled. Someone sent out for coffee. It arrived in steaming thermo containers. Beardsley was on his first cup of coffee when rejects 4, 5, and 6 came through. He was on his second cup when number 7 ejected, and he had just taken a last swallow when all hell broke loose. It wasn't much different from the other rejects. Total silence, every light in every section red. Trouble was, they couldn't seem to get together again. Some went back to green, others blinked with ominous uncertainty, still others said, "To hell with it," and exploded in vicious shards of glass that sprayed across the room. That was only the beginning. 20 feet from Beardsley came a louder explosion, a sort of muffled hissing. He ducked as a complete bank of transistors zoomed past his head. From a dozen places along the 90-foot length, angry trails of smoke poured out. A tech yelled, "Damn!" as he pulled back a burnt hand. Sheaths crashed open. Long strands of varicolored wire burst out and began a crazy, aimless writhing, accompanied by an ominous buzzing sound as if a swarm of angry metallic bees had escaped. Someone was yelling, "Master switch! The master switch!" Beardsley saw Arnold leap to the master switch, where he became entangled with a tech who was screaming at him, "My God, sir! Hurry! It's breakdown!" Cursing, Arnold shoved the man aside and pulled the controls. But now that it was roused, ECA-IAC didn't want to give up so easily. There came a staccato series of minor explosions. Defiant gesture, thought Beardsley, before silence engulfed the room together with a drift of acrid smoke. It was acrid and angry smoke. From a safe distance, Beardsley adjusted his glasses and observed the frantic, scurrying techs, many of them nursing burnt hands. Aside from the pounding heart, he was amazed at his own calm. Nevertheless, he tread with caution as he approached Arnold, who was on his haunches dolefully surveying the area of major damage. Is it something serious?" Arnold glared up at him. "Overload on the feedbacks. If that's all it is, we can pull out the unit and replace it in a few hours." "Never happened before, eh?" "Not like this," Arnold groaned. "Lord, it just seemed to go berserk." Beardsley glanced around nervously. You see? I didn't think our beautiful friendship could last." Arnold snarled, "Get out, Beardsley. What the hell are you doing here anyway? Go somewhere and read a book." Yes, I... Beardsley swallowed hastily, then he straightened. Took a last look around and pulled himself together. Without a word, he turned and strode resolutely into Jeff Arnold's office. He closed the door carefully, then hurried over to the stat and pushed the button for priority. "Hello," he said. "Mandelko's office?" "This is Mechanical Division." "No, I want Mandelko." "I don't care. Get him," I said. "This is an emergency. Put him on at once." Mandelko arrived 20 minutes later. The Minister of Justice was tall and raw-boned with a long hooked nose, a shock of whitening hair, and more than a suggestion of military arrogance. He paused for precisely 1 second in the doorway, then strode straight over to Jeff Arnold. Before saying a word, he bent slightly and peered into the maze of mechanism. Beardsley wanted to say, "Did you find the cause of the trouble, sir?" But he held his tongue. Mandelko straightened up, glaring. "Arnold, what is the meaning of this?" "Breakdown, sir." "I can see that. The cause, man, the cause." It's only the feedback, sir." Arnold struggled with the terminals, most of which were a fused and tangled mess. "Not as bad as it looks, I assure you. I've already contacted maintenance. They're sending up a new unit." "What precisely does that mean? Can you complete the run or not? This has got to go through today." Arnold touched a hot terminal, jerked back his hand, and swore. "It will, sir. Give us a few hours. We had 7 total rejects, so I doubt the tapes are at fault. More like a synaptic overload. Transferals are okay, so I want to try it with a stepped-up synaptic check. That'll alleviate any overload without drain on the minor selective, which is better than setting up complete new correlation grams." It was too much for Mandelko. Grinding a fist in his palm, he stared into the matrix and muttered, "Unprecedented. Absolutely unprecedented. Arnold, I just can't understand why." "Happened pretty suddenly," Beardsley intruded, his voice low and laden with meaning, almost as if it had gone berserk. "And little wonder, if you ask me." Mandelko turned quickly. What do you mean?" "Well, how would you feel if you'd just been handed the news out of the blue that someone you loved had been brutally murdered? ECA-IAC reacted is all. She must have regarded Carmack as a father." Arnold looked up in amazement. "Beardsley, will you stop that crazy nonsense?" "Nonsense?" Beardsley appeared hurt. "Why, you said yourself that you wanted me and ECA-IAC to become great friends." He appealed to Mandelko. "That's what he said, sir, and he even took pains to introduce me and all, and—" "It was in the nature of a joke, sir." Arnold's voice rose an octave. "A private little joke, and he's trying to make it appear—" "Stop it. Stop it," Mandelko thundered. "Arnold, you get that new unit installed on the double, put your best men on it. That's an order. Beardsley, I'm glad you had the presence of mind to contact me. Commendable. Most commendable." Arnold scowled, hit Beardsley with an accusing look. "Above all," said Mandelko, "not a word of this must leak. Damn it. Why should this have to happen now? Public confidence will be undermined if they think ECA-IAC is "Not infallible?" suggested Beardsley. "Exactly. You hear me, Arnold? Not a word of this must get out." "I'm sure it won't." Arnold glared venomously at Beardsley. "If you'll just keep him away from the telestats." The Minister of Justice walked away, still muttering something about public confidence and political repercussions. Beardsley kept pace beside him until they were across the room. Then he spoke, timidly at first. "Pardon me, sir, but I'd like to ask you something." His voice was low and confidential. "If you'll just look around you—" "Eh?" Mandelko followed Beardsley's gesture, and for the first time he seemed to see the room in total. Shards of glass lay everywhere. A great tangle of wire was strewn half the length of ECA-IAC, and a bank of transistors reposed against the far wall in pitiful ruin. The techs had already started to strip down, their tools and units across the floor, adding to the general confusion. Mandelko said, "Well, what is it you—" His words stopped as if sliced in two by his teeth. Yes, by God, I see what you mean. Can you really conceive of operation in 2 hours? 2 hours? Arnold said, 2 days, maybe? More likely 2 weeks? Mandelko groaned as if in pain, staring around. Beardsley pressed his point. You'll pardon my saying it, sir, but I do realize what the Carmack case means to you personally. So much buildup and publicity, and the people demanding a verdict. Why, if the case were to snag now... Unthinkable! A shudder touched Mandelko's long, lean frame. Out with it, man. What are you trying to say? Beardsley was suddenly sweating. He felt as if a long tube were inside of him, hot and throbbing, reaching up with a surge of pulse to his temples. It had to be now. He had to say it. Well, he gulped, just this, sir. I think the case can be cracked right now, today, without ECA-IAC. Nonsense! Without ECA-IAC? Why, that's... Sure, you think it's crazy, but I tell you, I can do it. Beardsley's words came fast and urgent. I followed this case from the beginning. I processed it. I'm familiar with every angle. I tell you, I can deliver the killer. Give me permission to try. Mandelko stared at Beardsley as if he were some queer specimen under a microscope. His mouth opened to speak, then he clamped his teeth tightly and strode away. He turned back abruptly. So you think you have the solution? You actually do think it. His eyes narrowed down, no longer amused, as he fixed the little serologist with a peculiar gaze. Go on, Beardsley. Your suggestion at least has the novelty of imagination. The novelty of experience, Beardsley said bitterly. With your permission and cooperation, I can solve this case, together with positive evidence that will hold up in any court. What's more, I'll do it today. I guarantee. Beardsley said pointedly, which I dare say you no longer have from ECA-IAC. Mandelko stood quite motionless, trying to recall something. Now I remember, you were with New York Homicide, weren't you, before promotion to coordinates in 60. I recall passing on your record. Top record, too, for those days. Beardsley gestured impatiently. How about it, sir? I know every pertinent fact of this case, plus a few of my own which haven't been tested in a dozen years. Not indexes and tubes and tapes, just facts. Fact and method. Let me apply them. I'm afraid it's not as simple as that, Beardsley. There is ECA-IAC, and public confidence must not be allowed. The public be damned, Beardsley caught himself. All right. For appearance sake, you can say the solution came from ECA-IAC. Let ECA-IAC verify me later if you wish. I'm not after headlines and glory. By heavens, sir, I'm offering you an out. Mandelko pondered that. He glanced again at the confusion across the room, and realization seemed to hit him. Quite suddenly, then, he threw back his head and roared with laughter. An out! And by heaven, Beardsley, I'm offering you a try. The idea appeals to me. Beardsley versus ECA-IAC. Socio-arcanism opposed to the machine ratiocinatrix. Why, it's delicious. He subsided to a rumble of mirth and wiped tears from his eyes. So, just what do you propose? Beardsley saw nothing amusing. I propose first, sir, that we reach an understanding. I'm to conduct the investigation my own way without interference. You have my word. I never violate it. Good. Then start using your word right now. There are 3 persons I want placed in temporary custody. They are to be brought over here at once for questioning. Mandelko looked appalled. Questioning? Here? Yes, right here immediately. The 3 I want are Mrs. Carmack. I happen to know she's still in the city. Brooke Pedersen. You should reach him easily at Central News Bureau. The 3rd, would that be Professor Loesch? Mandelko smugly asked. Sorry, but Loesch happens to be in Bermuda right now. Beardsley said sharply, How did you know that? Why, I'm acquainted with Loesch, you know. He was planning a vacation and he mentioned Bermuda. No, I don't mean that. How did you know Loesch was my third person? Mandelko bristled a little, his face reddening as he groped for an answer. Never mind. Beardsley waved it away. If Loesch is in Bermuda at present, we'll reach him by telestat right now. He was suddenly crisp as he propelled the Minister of Justice toward Jeff Arnold's office. Mandelko stared at this little man, wondering if he were the same person he'd been talking to just minutes before. Now see here, Beardsley. But he was interrupted. I thought we had an understanding. Of course, if you prefer to count on ECAIAC... Very well, Mandelko nodded grimly. I gave you my word, but the instant Arnold repairs the breakdown, your little experiment is over. Do you understand that? Beardsley nodded. He understood very well. In the meantime, Beardsley, I warn you, I'll have no browbeating of these citizens, no, what was it called? Third-degreeing tactics. I understand that sort of thing used to be pretty prevalent. Beardsley snorted, as if that were beneath comment, and closed the office door behind them. Mandelko hit him with a cagey glance. The logicals and the primes, eh? I suppose you know that I happen to be one of those primes? Beardsley looked straight at him. Yes, I'm aware of it. My own approach will be individualistic, of course, but I promise you won't be overlooked. It might have been fatal, but Beardsley had judged his man well. Mandelko took it as a challenge. He was silent as he approached the telestat, and he no longer seemed amused. He put through the directive to have Mrs. Sheila Carmack and Mr. Brooke Pedersen brought in, as my guests, that is, Mandelko told his operative. Be sure they understand that. They are to be brought to Crime Central Mechanical Division at once. Yes, I said Mechanical Division. At once means now. Beardsley nodded approval. And now, Professor Loesch, please. Without a waste of motion, Mandelko put through to Bermuda on priority beam. While they waited, he gave Beardsley a look of puzzlement and new respect. I'm not implying that it's against protocol, of course, but I assume you've already made some investigation along lines of your own? Superficially only, Beardsley said. I see. Well then, would you mind giving me some, just an idea of how you plan to proceed? Beardsley said bluntly, yes, I would mind. Oh, Mandelko frowned and persisted. Psychologic deduction. Wasn't that your forte? I seem to recall. Beardsley grunted. I'll tell you this much. There are implications about this case that fascinate me. Oh? Mandelko found himself a chair, sat upon it, and edged forward. I don't just quite... Look, to begin with, the case is unique. So much so that your entire structure of approach is wrong. I mean top-heavy. Top-heavy with gadgetry and assumption. Assumption? Mandelko bristled a little. You, of all people, should know better. Not once in the past dozen years has ECAIAC failed to arrive at a conclusive and pinpoint solution based on correlative factors. Beardsley smiled thinly. Ah, yes. But we were speaking of the Carmack case. I repeat, it's not only unique, but untenable. It became untenable the moment you assigned ECAIAC the task of solving the murder of its own creator. That, he said grimly, is a mistake we wouldn't have made even in 60. Mandelko thought that over, shook his head and frowned. It was obvious he missed the connotation. So, he urged. So look at the murder itself, the pattern. You'll admit that it does seem odd and misplaced for these times, or had you noticed? Beardsley leaned forward sharply. But it strikes a familiar note with me. Absolutely nothing in the way of material clues, not even the weapon, and the modus operandi is one I haven't seen employed in years. The old idea, the most direct and simple murder being the safest. I guess I just don't follow you. I mean the way Carmack was struck down. Nothing cute and fancy, no frills or improvisation, just the proverbial blunt instrument after which the killer simply walked out of there. Believe me, I know about these things. The very simplicity is the killer's protection. You can bet no trace will ever be found of that blunt instrument, and naturally, He left no evidence coming or going. But then, Beardsley said obliquely, your so-called survey men made a horrible botch of the scene. In 60, we would have sent them back to patrolling the freeways. Mandelko started to protest, then closed his mouth quickly. I see. I can understand, Beardsley murmured, how emphasis on basic groundwork has become minimized. So much reliance on indexes and thalamic imbalance and chart shifts. It was only a matter of time until a criminal, a really clever one, saw through the system and reverted. His fingers drummed the chair arm. Then he looked up sharply. And yet, of all places, I'd say that Carmack's estate was least ideally situated for this type of murder. You know what I mean? You've been there. Well, there have been occasions, yes. Beardsley nodded. I refer to Carmack's elaborate system against invasion of his privacy. To put it bluntly, he had enemies, and his estate was designed as a refuge against those enemies. Electronic barriers pitched at ultra-frequency to respond only to certain neural vibrations. Must have taken years of research to come up with that. Mandelko shifted impatiently. Of course, but look here, Beardsley. So it leaves me right where I started, doesn't it? And yet I know this. It was no emotional killing. It was all coldly planned. The killer was someone Carmack trusted enough to have in his home. They were probably having a quiet little chat together, and then precisely on a predetermined minute, the killer rose from his chair and struck. Mandelko lifted his heavy hands and then, as if conscious of them, let them fall limply across the desk. But come now, Beardsley. Psychological deduction's all very well, but how could you possibly know that? Beardsley gazed calmly at the Minister of Justice. For a moment he said nothing. Mandelko seemed more alert than startled, more annoyed than either. That, said Beardsley softly, I am not prepared to tell you. Mandelko seemed about to pursue the point, but there came an interruption. Both men turned abruptly as the stat screen gave a warning blip. Code CC5, came the remote voice. Bermuda to Washington priority. This is priority CC5. Your party is ready now, sir. It was a poolside scene with hotel and tropical palms against an unbelievable blue sky. Professor Emil Loesch loomed on the screen. He was in swimming trunks, a small gray man who seemed hard as nails, his lean tanned body belaying his years. Hello? Loesch peered sharply and then pulled away, almost upsetting an expensive decanter of liquor on the table beside him. He seemed to blanch as he recognized the Minister of Justice. Mandelko? The latter raised a hand in greeting. Don't be alarmed, Professor. This is not official, just a social call. I'm going to correct that, Beardsley said bluntly as he thrust himself into range. Professor Loesch, this is official. Furthermore, I wish to advise you that this stat is monitor taped for both viz and audio, and the resulting record is therefore admissible in any court of law. Being so advised, is there any objection on your part to answering a brief series of questions pertaining to the Carmack case? I have been duly authorized by George Mandelko, Minister of Justice, he added for the record. Loesch glanced bewilderedly from Beardsley to Mandelko and seemed to take courage from the latter. Objection? He said, this is a bit unusual, but of course I have no objection. Very well. I shall make a series of statements and give you opportunity to refute them either in part or in toto. Professor Loesch, some years ago you were engaged privately in magnetronic cybernetic research along similar lines to those later developed by Amos Carmack. Shortly thereafter, you claimed that Carmack had thwarted you, outmaneuvered you, outstolen you at every turn. I believe those are pretty much your own words, as revealed by court records. Correct. I repeat them now. You filed against him, and litigation dragged through the courts for several years before Carmack finally won out. Shortly thereafter, you disappeared. I believe you took up residence in Europe. About a year ago, you returned and was hired as a research consultant in the laboratories of the Carmack Foundation. This is true? For a moment, Loesch avoided looking at the screen. It was obvious he was considering his answer carefully. It's true, he said. Beardsley said quickly, It's my understanding that Mr. Mandelko interceded with Carmack on your behalf. I protest the last statement. Losch's words exploded from the screen. There was no intercession by anyone. His head lifted defiantly. Yes, I came back. I don't mind admitting I came crawling back. Carmack offered me the position and I accepted. Quite so. And he offered you $100,000 a year, didn't he? Twice the salary of any other top man. You think that's out of line? Losch bristled. But he must have thought I was worth it. I think you know why. He owed me 10 times as much. You must have really hated Carmack, murmured Beardsley. Mandelko thrust forward angrily, gesturing. Losch, let me caution you not to answer that. But I will answer it. Yes, I hated him. But if you think I killed the man, you're wrong. Sure, I wanted to kill him. I thought about it often enough. But I hadn't the courage. Losch glared at Beardsley from the screen. No doubt my augment index will bear that out, he said bitterly. Neurothalamic imbalance, isn't it called? Pronounced efforts at emotional suppression? Close enough, Beardsley nodded, refusing to be enticed from his query. And you were in Washington prior to and including the day of the murder. You admit this? Of course I admit it. Losch sighed wearily and lifted his hands. Why deny the obvious? I'm resigned to the fact that my index probably makes me a prize prime. Professor Losch, as a person closely associated with the Carmack laboratories, you must be aware of the, shall we say, elaborate precautions Carmack took to ensure his privacy. Losch sank back slowly, but his eyes couldn't conceal a livening interest. I don't know what you mean. Then I'll tell you. I refer to the frequency barrier which Carmack installed within the past year. The neurovibe, I think he called it. That strikes a note? Losch said suddenly. Perhaps. What about it? Only this. Assuming the killer was a person Carmack had reason to mistrust or to fear, he had to solve the neurovibe in order to gain access. Not many persons could have done that, Losch, but you could have done it. Losch came up out of his chair with a heavy, angry look. Now see here, you, which pretty well establishes motive, means, and method. You were in Washington the day of the murder, and you left for Bermuda the day following. Is that substantially correct? Totally correct, said Losch savagely. Now may I ask what the hell you're going to do about it? End of section 23. Section 24 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. We're friends now. Part 3. Beardsley observed him for a prolonged second. Remember it, he answered softly. Losch opened his mouth to say more, but Beardsley lifted a palm at the screen and smiled benignly. Well, sir, I think that about covers it. I want to thank you very much for the record, and have a nice vacation. Goodbye. And with that, he clicked off abruptly. He turned to face Mandelko, who was struggling between anger and distress as he paced away from the screen and back. He confronted Beardsley with a sad and accusing look. Now see here, Beardsley, if I'd known your methods were... Don't you think that was all a bit high-handed? What? No, not in the least. Didn't you notice? Notice what? Losch was an angry man. Yes, indeed. Angry? Snapped Mandelko. Good reason. No, Beardsley mused. The wrong reason. Murder, at least the type we're concerned with, is a form of release, you know? A killer may commit his deed in anger, but once the thing is accomplished, he never retains that anger long. Beardsley gazed contemplatively at the screen. You know, I admire that man. I really do. He had the convictions, at least, if not the courage. Mandelko pounced on that. Then you think Losch is an innocent? I didn't say that. Beardsley paused in a strange hesitation. His eyes had gone remote beneath the very thick glasses, and his words came slow and isolated. But he's part of the record. Yes, it should be quite a record. In fact, I have a feeling, that this case is going to stand as a monument in the annals of crime." Mandelko stared at him, searched for the meaning there, and then gave up. Why had he ever committed himself to this situation anyways? Did this little man really know as much as he pretended? Or was he merely fumbling around in the dregs of a forgotten past? To be sure, Beardsley was a pathetic enough figure, and the man had once been great in his field, and there was something about him even now. There was the sudden way Beardsley had of losing his abstracted look, the eyes beneath those ridiculous lenses coming to a sharp, bright focus, with tiny, livening flecks in the gray of the iris, and the way the change lifted his features from mediocrity to the alertness of a terrier. It was absurd, it was farcical, and it was all very disturbing. "You told me," Mandelko said testily, "that the killer was someone Carmack trusted enough to have in his home. Then you bludgeoned Loesch with the idea it was a person Carmack had reason to fear. It would seem to me, Beardsley—" No. I think my words to Loesch were, assuming the killer was such a person." Beardsley looked up brightly, and even through those lenses, Mandelko could see the sharp focus. "Just the same, I fail to see what's to be gained by these outlandish methods." Beardsley seemed genuinely surprised. "But I've gained a great deal already. And don't forget, Mrs. Carmack and Pedersen should be here soon." "That's a prospect I look forward to." Mandelko tried to salvage a modicum of humor and failed miserably. He extracted a cigar, clamped his teeth upon it, frowned and glanced at his watch. He strode over and peered out at the operations room. Beardsley said innocuously, "I wouldn't count on ECA IAC just yet." It was Beardsley's first error. He realized it instantly. The remark seemed to trigger something in Mandelko. The Minister of Justice turned slowly, rolling the cigar from one corner of his mouth to the other. "But I may," he said, "I just may. It's barely possible, Beardsley, that with some luck we'll be able to dispense with your talents." He said it with considerable more relish than conviction and moved for the door. "I think I'll just go see how Arnold is making out." Arnold was making out very well, much to Mandelko's delight. No longer was there chaos and confusion. The new feedback unit had arrived, and installation was well underway. Blueprints were spread out as a crew of techs worked feverishly at all damaged areas. "It looks promising." Arnold hurried up to greet him. "Told you I had a good crew here. Look, see this?" He indicated one of the variant tapes being slowly reversed across the relays. "What is it?" "The number 8 reject." "That what caused the trouble?" "Well, we think so, but it's problematical. Whether it did or not, we're safe in resuming the run without any shift in the correlation total." Mandelko stared at the number 8. "Throw it out," he snapped. "What? What did you say, sir?" "I said throw it out. Get this thing to functioning." Arnold was aghast. "But," he gulped, "we can't just throw out data. Sure, it was about to be a reject, but everything, even rejects, contain a factor balance. You know that, sir." Mandelko got control of himself with an effort. Yes, of course, I know you're right, but damn it, man. Those units cost something like $80,000. Suppose the same breakdown occurs. Not a chance of it this time. We'll merely continue with a stepped-up synaptic check. Take longer for cumulative, perhaps, but absolutely foolproof once we... For a long instant, Mandelko stood musing. Then he nodded brusquely. "All right. How long to get going?" "Why, we'll be ready in 40 minutes at the most. I told you I had a good crew, sir. Excuse me." One of Arnold's techs was motioning to him. "Excuse me," Arnold said again and hurried away to consult with the man. 40 minutes. Mandelko couldn't believe it. He chortled happily and swung about to greet Beardsley, who approached at that moment. "Hear that, Beardsley? 40 minutes. Excellent man, Arnold. I'm sorry I ever doubted. Beardsley wasn't listening. He stared about at the miracle of reconstruction, and there was more of amazement on his face than distress. Adjusting his glasses, he gazed thoughtfully at Jeff Arnold's retreating figure. Mandelko was saying, "Just as well your little experiment didn't go any further. Dangerous precedent. Don't know what possessed me. You realize in the last analysis I'll have to put my faith in ECA-IAC. No bad feelings?" "No, sir," Beardsley pronounced somberly. "No bad feelings. Because I'm holding you to your word. ECA-IAC hasn't solved your case, and it never will." Mandelko stood still, open-mouthed. "What's that?" "Nonsense! Arnold just assured me." "He assured you of nothing. I'm more convinced than ever now. I'm the only one who can solve this case, and I'm holding you to your word." Mandelko seemed undecided whether to laugh or censure. His heavy fingers opened and closed aimlessly as he stared across the room at Arnold and back at Beardsley. Finally, his teeth snapped together. "Beardsley," he choked, "I warn you, if this is some sort of trickery—" Beardsley shook his head solemnly. "You do well to believe me, sir. I was never more serious." "So you're determined to go on with it? Very well, Beardsley. You have something like 40 minutes, and believe me, you better prove yourself. May I remind you," fraught with meaning, his voice bordered on anticipation, "may I remind you, Beardsley, that already you've given sufficient cause for a complete review of your qualifications as coordinator?" Beardsley looked at him and smiled. "Yes, sir." "And may I remind you, sir," he nodded toward the far door, "that your guests have arrived." Mrs. Carmack, Beardsley thought as he watched her, was that rare type of woman who could defy all of the current conventions of style and carry it off successfully. Her type of beauty was ostentatious and yet vibrant. She was dressed impeccably in black and silver. Her hair was authentic honey blonde in a coronet braid, and her face possessed that pure line of profile together with the quality of translucence one sees in rare porcelain. Sheila Carmack was 35, and she paid her beauticians that many thousands annually to keep her looking 15 years younger. Just now she seemed in buoyant good spirits as she greeted Mandelko. Not so the young man who accompanied her. The escort was a person Beardsley had never seen before, quite handsome and quite aware of it, with an impudent world wisdom centered about his sharp eyes. He turned immediately to Mandelko with a bluster as phony as it was towering. "This is an outrage, sir, a damned outrage. On Sheila's behalf, I deplore these tactics, and I question your right. Our entire afternoon perfectly ruined." "Correction, darling," purred Mrs. Carmack. "You mean our perfect afternoon entirely ruined." She turned, smiling, to the Minister of Justice. "You really mustn't mind Victor." "Hello, Sheila," Mandelko greeted her wanly. "I must apologize for the inconvenience, but I assure you—" "Oh, but this is thrilling. I mean, really." Mrs. Carmack was gazing about ECA-IAC's room with considerable more delight than suspicion, and Beardsley, watching her, was thinking, "Thrilling? Could she really mean it? She must surely be aware of ECA-IAC's task for today. Today of all days." He glanced uneasily down the room and saw that Jeff Arnold was much too occupied to have noticed the newcomers. He gestured to Mandelko, who finally took the hint and escorted the visitors into the privacy of the office. There, Mandelko offered drinks, but the young man named Victor refused his, preferring to maintain his air of injured dignity. Mandelko sighed and gave an accusing look at Beardsley. "I know this is unusual," he apologized to Sheila, "but I am rather hopeful that you may find it entertaining." He gave a slight sardonic emphasis to the last word. "If you'll just bear with me until our other guest arrives." Victor had been awaiting his chance. "Another! Really? We're guests, Sheila, do you hear that?" He looked at Mandelko with immense disdain, gave a pert tilt of his head, and surveyed the room with a grimace of distaste. And just how long are we to be detained in this? Beardsley's fist itched to splatter those handsome features around a little. Instead, he strode forward and said bluntly, "That'll do it, Sonny. Who the hell are you anyway?" The handsome face sneered at him. "I am Victor Darlin, and I am a good friend of Sheila's, of the family," he corrected. "We were on our way to the concert when those impertinent men detained us. To think we must forego Perrault's fifth color concerto for subchromatics in favor of this." Sheila's eyes danced with tolerant amusement. "Victor, please. This promises to be much more exciting. I'm sure Mr. Mandelko knows what he's about, and—" Wide and curious, her gaze went to Beardsley and lingered there. Belatedly, Mandelko made the introductions. "Perhaps I should explain," he gave an improvident laugh, "that Mr. Beardsley's role at the moment is, a little beyond the ordinary. That is, He paused miserably, and then was saved for the moment as all eyes turned toward the door. Brooke Pedersen had arrived, and the attention of everyone was drawn to him. The effect was startling. The telecolumnist was a tall, dour, and bushy-browed man who took a perverse sort of pride in the impression he gave of shabbiness. He slouched wordlessly into the room, hands thrust deep in the pockets of a makeshift jacket. But there was nothing shabby about the man's perceptive and analytic mind. Beardsley remembered. True, Pedersen had fallen from the heights since the ECA-IAC debacle, but his retirement from the limelight was more studied than sullen and could only have been his own choosing. Lately he'd emerged again, and with all of his old news sense and political acumen, he was making his presence felt. He was a man of considered but lightning mood, who, when asked for an opinion, invariably gave an argument. Beardsley observed him shrewdly. From the depths of his mind came a warning, a restless unease that took root and blossomed into turbulence. This man will bear special watching. Pedersen came on into the room, nodded dourly at Mandelko, no love lost there, and remained alertly silent. For the merest instant he met Beardsley's gaze, and there was a definite challenge and something of mockery. Damn him, thought Beardsley. He knows why he's here. But how could he know? He's aware that he's on the tapes, too, even one of the primes. And he doesn't give a damn. Mandelko finished the introductions quickly and took over. It was plain that he wanted to get through with this, but at the same time, Beardsley sensed that he was no longer quite so sure of Jeff Arnold and ECA-IAC. Above all things, Mandelko had to avoid any hint of trouble with ECA-IAC. And he managed that with an adroitness that bordered on the cunning. After some glowing comments on Beardsley's past esteemed record, with pointed emphasis on the pre-ECA-IAC era, he ended with a truly inspirational touch. Let's just say, then, that you've been invited here in the interest of an experiment which Crime Central has been contemplating for some time, an inquiry into, certain facets of past investigatory methods. Crude as it may seem to you, certain factors may be forthcoming here, psychologic and devorational, which may later be refined, analyzed, and integrated into the operational function of ECA-IAC. Beardsley stared at Mandelko. It was altogether a neat sidestep, and he almost admired him for it. Please understand, this is a necessary adjunct to the true development of ECA-IAC. We shall have here two divergent lines of approach within parallel fields. Actually, each of you will be an important co-aid in this experiment. I would like you to cooperate fully with Mr. Beardsley's line of approach. Vintage 60, he added for their amusement. The reaction was immediate and varied. Victor Darlin examined his fingernails and registered aristocratic boredom. Pedersen slouched up against the desk, seeming amused at Mandelko's pitch. But he wasn't watching Mandelko. The gaze he fastened on Beardsley said plainer than words that he was quite aware of the situation. Only Sheila Carmack seemed fascinated as she sat a bit straighter in her chair and peered brightly across her drink. It was obvious that she, for one, was taken in. "Why, I wouldn't missed it for the world," she sparkled. "Just like, in those, what did they call them? Whodunits. It's actually thrilling." "It's archaic," Darlin sneered. "It's heroic," said Pedersen, his gaze still on the little coordinator. "Beardsley, I hope you pull it off. I actually do. Always did think you were twice the man ECA IAC is." Beardsley moved forward, not smiling. "Thanks," he said. "In that case, you won't mind if I begin with you." "With me?" Pedersen stared, then laughed suddenly and without mirth. "Skip it, Beardsley. I know your methods, and I can tell you right now it won't get you any." Beardsley stopped him. "Pedersen," he said, "as of now we agree on just one thing. I also think I'm twice the man. The only difference is that I'm man enough to really believe it." He paused and watched him absorb that. "It's going to be ECA IAC or Vintage 60, Pedersen. Your choice." It was at once a rebuff and a challenge. Pedersen then straightened up slowly. A muscle in his face flinched, and then he smiled, with all but his eyes. "All right," he snapped. "We'll begin with me. I'll fill you in plenty. You want to know if I saw Carmack on the day of the murder? I did. The louse put through a vis call to me. Insisted I come out and see him." "Whoa. Now, just a minute. You wouldn't say this was a friendly visit?" "I'll get to that." Pedersen's words came fast and clipped. "You know how I fought the ECA IAC lobby? I fought it long and hard, and when I lost, it finished me with the public. But I wasn't through. I began digging up every fact I could about Carmack. Took me a few years, but worth it. Most of it smelled. Ask Professor Loesch, he'll tell you." "I've already spoken with Loesch," Beardsley said quietly. "He managed to convey his sentiments pretty thoroughly." "Good. Then try talking to him." Pedersen nodded venomously at Mendelko. "Ask Mendelko how the great Carmack managed to get those patents through. I can tell you he didn't do it alone. Oh, I've dug plenty." "Why, you—" Mendelko gave a snort of anger and started forward, but Beardsley managed to forestall him. He gazed sternly at the telecolumnist. "I think we're all aware of your considerable talent for digging, Pedersen. ECA IAC too," he added pointedly, "for we already have it on the tapes." Pedersen bristled. Sure you have it. My past connection, my opposition to the lobby, even my digging maybe. But you don't have it all. How do you equate hate, Beardsley? Is that on your tapes?" Beardsley could have told him that it was indeed on the tapes, but he only shook his head. "No," he said slowly, "we don't have it all. Not ECA IAC, nor I, nor any of us. And that's the eternal pity of it. But I'd like to try. The sum and the substance, Pedersen. Don't you understand me? Just once before I'm through." It was the voice, some secret and subtle thing in the voice that reached out and gripped Pedersen and bore meaning with it. He stood quite motionless, staring at Beardsley. For a split second his eyes widened, then disbelief gave way to something of comprehension, admiration. "Beardsley," he said softly, "you fool. You utter damn fool." Oblivious of the others, then, he turned and began to pace. "All right, here it is. Carmack called me out to see him. He'd gotten wind of what I was up to and offered to buy me off." Pedersen laughed bitterly. "Wasn't even subtle about it. Said he liked my stuff and would like to see me at the top again where I belonged. Said he could arrange for me to step into a top job at Central Telecast. Providing, of course, I could manage to, forget certain little items I'd uncovered." Pedersen was doing all right. Beardsley gave him his lead. "He actually thought it would be that simple. I refused him outright, and of course he couldn't believe it. A man like that. We dropped all pretense. There were some bitter words." Beardsley said quickly, "Could you elaborate?" "Oh, I don't remember exactly. He went venomous. I suppose there were threats. I told him he hadn't enough money or influence to buy what I knew, and that when I had it properly documented, I intended to make a national scandal of it. Pedersen halted abruptly. You know, it occurred to me later that was a foolhardy thing to say. Ah, why is that? Well, I had heard of that safeguard of his, the neurovibe, and I suppose there were other things too. He was a cautious man, a dangerous man, but, Pedersen shrugged, he let me into his home readily enough. Beardsley lifted a finger. Because he was confident he was going to buy you. Wouldn't you say? I suppose that's it. Maybe I was lucky to get out of there so easily. Anyway, I did. Pedersen stopped pacing and his gaze bored into Beardsley's. So, now to the big question. Yes, he was alive when I left him. No, I never saw Carmack again. I went straight to my office and worked until well past midnight. By the way, I have ample proof of that. Yes, I'm sure you do. What were your feelings at this point? My feelings? I knew my life was in danger now. Carmack would be out to stop me. I don't mind admitting that I was, rather relieved when I heard the news. Ah, and when did you hear it? Pedersen glared, but his answer was quick. Late the next afternoon, of course. By habit, I work late hours and sleep long. With an air of finality, he threw a challenging look around. I want to congratulate whoever did it, and I don't much care whether the answer comes from you or ECAIAC. Beardsley surveyed him solemnly. Pedersen had little more than brushed the surface, but it was enough. It served to set the pattern. He could have sworn Pedersen was aware of that. He said dryly, Thanks, Pedersen. Your story is very pat. He turned to the others. Mandelko rather surprised him, seeming not so much disturbed as he was engrossed in deep thought. As for Mrs. Carmack, Beardsley saw that the comedy had gone out of it for her, but she tried to keep up the veneer. This is almost interesting, she sparkled, placing her glass down carefully and turning to face him. Am I to be next, Mr. Beardsley? Shall I give both the questions and the answers as Mr. Pedersen did? No, Mrs. Carmack, I'll do that. I took note a moment ago that you mentioned the whodunits. You must be familiar with them, say as a hobby? It wasn't at all what she expected. She stood wide-eyed and startled. This is also thrilling, remember? Vintage 60. As the whodunits will tell you, one of the prime requisites is an accounting and proof of your whereabouts at the time of the deed. Well? Beardsley's voice was just edged enough to throw her into confusion. Why, she faltered. You mean that night? What, no alibi? You don't even remember? According to Vintage 60, that could mean either complete innocence or extreme cunning. Beware the suspect who is clever enough to be ready with no alibi. Beardsley saw her stiffen. There was a change across her face, a struggle beneath the eyes. But then, he shrugged, it's always been my conviction that motive rather than opportunity is the real requisite. On that basis, it's plain you couldn't have killed your husband. You loved him. He was only 58. He only left you $12 million, but you loved him, and you were faithful. Anyone can see that after 7 weeks, you're still all broken up over it. The veneer was gone now. Sheila Carmack's eyes were vicious pools of hate, her mouth a grimace. Why, you ridiculous little monster. Victor Darlin stepped forward belligerently. Say now, look here, this is all very... Beardsley placed a hand on Darlin's chest and shoved. The latter stumbled back with mouth agape. Pedersen was gazing at Beardsley with delight and admiration, seeming to visualize this little man as material for his next telecolumn. Mandelko stood transfixed, a monument of agony, twisting a fist into his palm. Beardsley, stop it! This ridiculous farce has gone far enough. I warned you about these tactics. Beardsley said, Shut up. and Mandelko stood there with mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Well, Mrs. Carmack, answer me. You loved your husband, didn't you? For the past 10 minutes you've heard him maligned. I should think you'd want to protect his very good name. Sheila, I must advise you against making any statement of whatever nature. Mandelko strode for the telestat, then turned back and pointed a trembling finger at Beardsley. This man, he choked, this man is no longer acting in any official capacity for Crime Central. With a quick step, Pedersen got himself between Mandelko and the telestat. He strolled over to the instrument and leaned against it with a knowing look at Beardsley. Sheila Carmack tilted her chin in defiance. But I wish to answer this man. I insist on answering. Loved Amos Carmack? Love him? Her voice rose a full octave and broke in stridence. For the past 9 years I have hated his guts. For a long moment the room was silent. No one moved. Beardsley's thick glasses glinted eerily as he peered around at them, from Mandelko to Sheila to Pedersen and back to Mandelko. Well now, he said, this is remarkable, most remarkable. Everyone hated Carmack. Professor Loesch, we know why. Pedersen here, he's told us why. His wife, I think it's obvious. Who else? Surely not you, Mandelko. Carmack was a pal of yours. You backed his cause with ECA-IAC. You lobbied for him. You even stole patents for him. I wonder what persuasion he held over you to bring all that about. Or is persuasion too mild a word? Vintage 60 had a better term for it. Slowly, through the murk of his agitation, Mandelko seized a measure of control. He gazed at Beardsley out of cold, incalculable eyes, now hooded with dire intention. You're really trying hard, aren't you? He grated. Well, make the most of it, because I guarantee you won't be around. Not after the next annual basic. Do you understand that, Mr. Coordinator? But Beardsley was watching Pedersen now, whose face took on a sudden febrile gleam. Blackmail. By God, Beardsley, that's it, and I have the proof. Sure, it was Carmack I was after, but I dug out a lot more. Pedersen shot a challenging look at the Minister of Justice. It goes back some years, but I can prove that Amos Carmack had enough on Mandelko to finish him politically any time he chose. You can bet your life Mandelko hated him. Enough to warrant murder. There was an odd, illogical delight in the way Pedersen said it, and something almost frightening the way Mandelko just stood there in cold silence, gazing at the telecolumnist with a look of boundless regret. Beardsley said very softly, Thanks, Pedersen, but I'd suggest you save it. It's scarcely pertinent now. Not pertinent, but man, I tell you, I have proof. What better motive would you... Motive? Beardsley hit him with a pitying glance. Why, I thought it was obvious. We've progressed beyond motives now. Again there was an electric silence, and Beardsley let it assimilate. I have said, he went on, that all this is most remarkable, but you know the really remarkable thing? He paused and watched them. Mandelko continued to grind a fist into his palm. Pedersen straightened attentively, and to Arlen, sneering no longer, moved over to stand beside Sheila Carmack. The really remarkable thing is this. I am now ready to state unequivocally that the person who killed Amos Carmack didn't hate him at all. A thought was throbbing through the room like the seconds passing, quick and cumulative, almost embodied. It made transition from stunned mind to startled mind as Beardsley stood there blinking at them. Beardsley really didn't mind. They just couldn't know how subtly he worked into his themes. Taking advantage of the lull, he went over to the door and peered out into the operations room. He peered long and soberly, then turned. Mandelko had found his voice first, perplexity pushing down his anger. Beardsley, either you're bereft of your senses or... Do you mean to say, he choked. After going to these preposterous lengths, do you mean to say that no one here? Just a moment. To everyone's surprise, it was Darlin who broke in. I'm not sure what's going on here. Not sure at all, but I want to make one thing quite clear. Sheila had no complicity in this crime. I know because... He hesitated, touched her gently on the arm. Sorry, darling, I've got to say it. I know because she was with me that night. Sheila was startled for a moment, then utterly scathing. You needn't lie for me, Victor. I appreciate your sense of the dramatic and even your motives, but I assure you they are both misplaced. I have never heard such nonsense. Darlin looked more desolate than abashed. As for Beardsley, he was only a little amused. Well now, this is really more than I deserve. In all my years on homicide, I wanted to experience this, but I finally put it down as a myth. The noble alibi. He peered sharply. True vintage, right out of the whodunits. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Carmack? The answer didn't come, and Beardsley went on sternly. And you reject his noble attempt on your behalf. That is interesting, especially as it occurs to me that Darlin's effort is just a little delayed. He paused, gazing thoughtfully upward. It's enough to make one wonder whether his noble effort is designed to protect you or himself. Darlin suddenly paled, as if he had just been kicked in the stomach. He gulped heavily and tried to speak. Beardsley watched stolidly for a moment, then dismissed him with a gesture of complete disgust. Oh, hell, never mind. I would say neither. The lady is right, Sonny. You better watch those impulses. You just aren't the type. Mandelko had been hanging on to every word, grimly intent. He was sure Beardsley was getting somewhere at last. Now he straightened, and his grinding fist indicated that he'd had quite enough. Without a word, even without a deigning glance at Beardsley, he traversed the office with great purposeful strides and slammed through the outer door into ECA IAC's room, and was back an instant later trailing Jeff Arnold as the latter brushed past him into the office. Mandelko was saying something urgently, tugging at Arnold's arm. Arnold ignored him. His startled gaze was on the little group. Sheila! He took a step forward. Sheila, what are you doing here? I wish you'd tell me, Jeff. I wish someone would explain what this is all about. Beardsley watched the tableau in silence. Jeff Arnold's gaze flicked to Darlin, who stared back with insolence, and there was no mistaking the hostility that leapt between the two. Sheila noticed it too, and there was an indecisive moment that mounted toward panic. Beardsley watched her churning effort to control it. She said quickly, an inflection of fear in her voice, Mr. Beardsley, if it really matters, my whereabouts that night, you'll understand my reluctance to say it before. I was with Jeff. Truly, I'm sure he will tell you. The words were directed at Beardsley, but she was talking to Jeff Arnold, and deliberately, almost brutally, Arnold refused to accept the cue. Beardsley saw the pleading turn to apprehension in Sheila's eyes. But, Jeff, you remember? Surely you do. Jeff, you don't understand. You must tell them. End of section 24. Section 25 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. We're friends now. Part 4. Arnold looked at her for a single comprehending instant, a pitying instant, then his lips compressed tightly as he turned away. There was finality in it. Sheila's eyes were stark and unbelieving. She stood there without motion, without a word, her mind groping in a shock of blindness. Beardsley said gently, It's all right, Mrs. Carmack. It's really all right. Merely an experiment, an inquiry into comparative methods, as Mandelko said. I'm truly sorry if my methods seemed harsh, but... He shrugged. I dare say my participation is over now." "You're damn right you may say it, Beardsley." Arnold's eyes raked him with venom, but he controlled himself and turned to Mandelko. "I only came to tell you, sir, that we have ECA IAC ready. We'll be reaching cumulative very shortly now." "Jeff, are you sure?" "Quite sure. Depend on it. There'll be no more trouble." More than relief took hold of Mandelko. It was transformation. It was as if a spell had been snapped. He glanced once about the room and shuddered as his gaze encountered Beardsley. Yes, fine," he said. That's fine, Jeff. Shall we proceed?" He strode through the door, pausing only to fling back scathingly, "That is, if Mr. Beardsley's quite sure it meets with his approval." ECA IAC was in finest fettle again as the tapes sped through. Circuits were activated, codes gave meaning, synaptic cells summed and integrated, canceled and compared, and with saucy assurance sent the findings on toward cumulative. The murmur was soft and sustained and somehow apologetic, as if ECA IAC were quite aware that she had failed in her duty, but would be just pleased to make amends this time. So like a woman, fractious, unfathomable, then fawning and attrite, with a purpose. Beardsley cocked his head and listened, his mien almost beatific. Purpose? This creature had none that could quite match his. He was convinced of it now, and he had never been more happy or self-assured. It was Pedersen who was distressed. As he paced with long, nervous strides and watched the equate panels where the mathematics were made visible in a pattern of constantly changing lights. It had meaning only for the techs, but Pedersen couldn't seem to take his eyes from it. At last he came over to Beardsley and managed to steer him aside. "Beardsley, I just don't get it. This whole thing. Are you quite sure?" Beardsley blinked at him. "Sure of what, Pedersen?" "Of what you're doing. Damn it, man. Don't tell me that was all waste effort in there. Look, I know what this means, and I'm with you all the way. If only you could beat ECA IAC, I'll give it all the publicity it can bear. Who knows?" Beardsley looked at him blankly, and Pedersen gave a snort and a gesture. "All right. I guess I'm wrong. For a while there, I actually thought you had it." Pedersen surveyed him shrewdly. "Just the same, that bit you exploded about the person who killed Carmack didn't hate him at all. You meant that, Beardsley." "That's right. I meant it." "My choice is Jeff Arnold." "Ah, now why do you say that?" "The way you built up to it, that's why. And you got your result. Sheila Carmack's in love with Arnold, and she tried to cover up for him. Sure, that's it. It's obvious. She thinks he's the killer. Either thinks or knows it." "Ah, yes, the obvious," Beardsley said with a grimace. "But you know, I learned a long time ago that the obvious can be a mighty tricky thing, a dangerous thing. The forceps of the mind are greedy and inclined to crush a little in the seizing." Pedersen pondered that. "And you," he said slowly, "are not seizing. I take that to mean you still have an angle?" Beardsley didn't answer at once. He glanced over at the equate panel, at the flux of dancing lights. Mandelko was bright-eyed and attentive, chomping at the stub of a cigar, head thrust forward as he listened to some detail of Arnold's. Sheila stood miserably nearby, still in a blind shock of disbelief. It was as if she had a need to be close to Arnold, and he felt it too, but they dare not look at each other. "Now let's suppose," said Beardsley, "just suppose that Arnold thinks Sheila is the killer. Eh? Let's say they suspect each other. Naturally, each has disclaimed any part of the deed, but the suspicion is there, that tiny seed. And suspicion, particularly where love is involved, has a habit of taking root and giving growth. Neither can be totally sure of the other's innocence, eh? He paused, peering up at Pedersen. And Arnold would want to protect her from any possible consequence. Now, what would be his way of doing that? The only way he knew. He saw the idea take hold. Pedersen was staring at the equate panel with an odd look of excitement. Total reject, he gasped. By God, if he should try that, to equate her from logical into reject? He gestured helplessly. No, it isn't possible. Those tapes are coded. There's no way of tampering. Pedersen stopped abruptly as a great light dawned. Wait a minute, though. It needn't be the tapes. One thing I've always wondered, would it be possible to negate a given factor beyond all reach of empirical coordinates? Through operational technique or setup? Beardsley peered at him. I'd say anything was possible, he urged, given time and incentive. Pedersen bobbed his head in facile agreement. By God, you're right. For example, I've always thought there wasn't sufficient control on cumulative. You can bet your life Arnold would know. Results at that point could be juggled a little. Say if the extrapolations were just the forceps of the mind. Already Pedersen was reaching out to seize and to crush. The man was a fool after all. Beardsley felt a burgeoning disgust, but there was something more, a throbbing, chest-filling sensation that he strove to hold rigidly in leash. He said quickly, Come to think of it, Arnold did mention that he was here most of last night, working on setup. He watched Pedersen absorb that too. He saw the excitement grow. Beardsley, if you are sure, if you could prove that Arnold managed a thing like that. They were interrupted by the sudden quiet that engulfed the room. It was so total as to be frightening. Cumulative, cumulative, cumulative. For half a minute, all operations ceased as the words flashed bright across the panel. But the techs had been waiting. It was a mere respite. Swiftly, they checked their respective units against the cumulative code, and at the end of 30 seconds, every light went green for total clearance as ECA IAC's deep-throated power resumed. Beardsley had been waiting too. Cumulative, he breathed. He let his breath out slowly and made a sweeping gesture that seemed to encompass all the latent delight, all the unleashed joy of his being. He was aware of Pedersen again, a voice in a panic. Beardsley, don't you know what it means? If there's been an imbalance, it has passed through. It will reach final equate. That's right. It's entirely in ECA IAC's lap. You wouldn't want to deprive her of the chance now, would you? But what are you going to do? Me? I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch one of the epic events of our time. For a moment, Beardsley was solemn, almost shocked as a thought struck him. In a way, it will be sad. Yes, it will. ECA IAC is about to lose her first case. Now, that was strange. Why should he have said such a thing? Why, now that the game was over, which had to be played, and he felt the bitter, sweet surge of victory that lay throbbing at his grasp. About to lose her first case. He shrugged in remote annoyance and strode away from Pedersen. It would be fast now. Already the rejects were falling, the irrelevance, as ECA IAC with blithe unconcern brought the final equate toward conclusion. He observed Jack Arnold, standing silent and alert, but so devoid of all emotion that somehow it wasn't real. And Mendelko, half crouched, teeth gnawing away at the cigar, his heavy face rapacious and eager as he awaited the final tape. That was all that mattered now. The mathematics would register, code would add synaptic approval, and proof indisputable would be on that tape in clear, translated print, the name of Carmack's killer. Indisputable? Bowing his head, Beardsley smiled and listened to the smooth, rhythmic control. Nothing sinister now. No snapping malevolence. All those other times. His unreasoning panic. The askance remarks from Arnold. The humiliation. The very thought of it now was gibing and obscene. How could he have ever been caught up in such a thrall of terror? It wasn't terror he felt now. Something... His smile turned to a giggle as he felt a sudden compelling impulse to pat ECA-IAC on the head. Now, how would one do that? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never again are you going to snap at me, Eckie. We were introduced, remember? We're really great friends now. For a moment, Beardsley was suspended in astonishment, aware that he had almost crooned the thought. He glanced around in embarrassment. Pedersen was watching him. Pedersen was at his side again, perplexed and frowning. Beardsley, this business of Sheila and Arnold, it wouldn't happen that way. It couldn't. There's another answer. There's got to be. Beardsley stood unmoving, oblivious. Almost he seemed suspended in another dimension. Almost he caught the quivering of a mind, but could not separate it from the sudden tremor that rose in his own. He couldn't avoid it. It came unbidden. It battered through his reason. It towered there and blotted out his thoughts until all that was left was a tremulous regret and a trite compassion. About to lose her first case. But one loses, and one survives it, you know. One survives it. For 12 years now. More than a tremor now. More than compassion now. A sense of betrayal almost. Illogical and nameless, and yet palpable as the scent of fear. There was a pulse of red darkness in Beardsley's brain as all the mental and emotional equations of his being sang a sharp alarm. For subtly, ever so subtly, ECA-IAC's deep-throated tone had changed. Nothing like those other times. Rather, it was a halting stutter of puzzlement, erratic and querulous, with overtones of immediacy, as if some formless presence were on the verge of unleashing. Beardsley looked down at his hands, and they were trembling. He could not stop the trembling. A tightness took him about the heart, and behind his eyes that pulse of red darkness presaged the beginnings of a violent headache. Even the others noticed it now, something amiss. Jeff Arnold especially. He looked up in quick alarm at the equate panel where the mathematics seemed to have gone a little fitful, a little frantic, with stuttery lapses in progression, as if ECA-IAC were unable or unwilling to confront. The flux of pattern dimmed, then hesitated, blanked out, and heroically began anew. It happened suddenly then. It happened as the text came crowding around. There came a quivering, a sort of shudder, and ECA-IAC subsided with a final weary gasp. It was for all the world as if she were saying, "This is it, boys. I've had it." But it was there. It was there. All at once, every symbol was constant, static, and livid upon the screen, enhanced by the words equate, complete, equate, complete. In that moment, every tech in the room must have felt a touch of pride. A click, a whir, and it was done. The fateful tape ejected. Both Mandelko and Arnold leapt for it, but Arnold was there first. He ripped the tape clear and then paused, hand outflung as if he could not resist this final bit of drama. Well? Well, Arnold? Mandelko was hopping ludicrously about in an agony of impatience. Arnold nodded. He brought the tape to his scrutiny. His mouth opened, then shut again as a shudder seized him. Once more he read it, a look of wild disbelief on his face. He staggered and seemed about to cry or go hysterical, or both. Mandelko gave a snort as he pounced, recovered the tape, and with blunt assurance read the words aloud. Solution, untenable. Solution, untenable. Sub-circuit referral. Ellery Sherlock. Sub-circuit referral. Ellery Sherlock. He sounded like a well-grooved parrot. Mandelko turned east, then south, and south by east, like a compass on a binge. He looked as if he wanted to roar, but his voice came out as a frantic bleat. Why, this is crazy! God damn it, it's crazy! Do you realize what this will... He confronted Arnold wildly. What the hell does this mean? I say, untenable? And who the hell is Ellery Sherlock? He got no response. Jeff Arnold was oblivious to the moment, a man utterly defeated, beyond solace or action or answer, but already a few of his techs were huddled about the panel, consulting, viewing the equate constant and frantically taking notes. Mandelko shoved his way through them. I demand to know the meaning of this, he yelped. It was Sheila Carmack who answered, her voice on the high edge of hysteria. Meaning? I think it might mean, she said, that ECA IAC has also had a recent indulgence for the whodunits, but with a smattering of confusion, wouldn't you say? Or would you say a distortion of the detectival? Perhaps disenchantment? She murmured. This was too absurd, too delicious. Ellery Sherlock, she choked, and the thought of it seemed to break her up. In the general hysteria, they paid no heed to Raoul Beardsley. He had regained his composure, and far down in his eyes, something leapt into rapt expression. He adjusted his glasses and peered around cautiously, beaming. He beamed at them all, and had to suppress an inane glee. Not glee as he observed Pedersen, who stood there scowling into space as though at some incredible absurdity. Suddenly Pedersen straightened, and there was something strangely different. His gaze as it met Beardsley's was neither shocked nor accusing, but held an expression of boundless sadness. So Pedersen knew. At last the poor fellow had found that other answer. Beardsley had been expecting it. He could almost sense the man's thoughts going to and fro, like a shuttle, weaving all the facts into fabric. And Pedersen's voice, ineffably sad now, regretful now. So, I was right the first time. The tapes. It was the tapes. But even without that, I ought to have known. The answer was there. You handed it to us, but it was like looking straight into the sun. He paused. Did he expect Beardsley to say something? Beardsley looked up at him and blinked. Motives, Pedersen said accusingly. There was your theme from the first. You were relentless. You pursued it to perfection. You laid our motives bare, and you beat them raw, each and every one. Oh, I grant you, it was masterful. It was the Beardsley of old. You managed to keep us off balance every moment. He wet his lips. What was it, Beardsley? A compulsion? Some grotesque need to squeeze us all down to microscopic size first? Oh, you enjoyed doing that. I watched you. You enjoyed it in a way that... He shook his head, glanced sorrowfully at the equate panel. And this? Was it all for this? An achievement, an absurdity? Ellery Sherlock? He said with a shudder. In heaven's name, why? You didn't really expect to carry it off. No, don't answer. It's not important now. Beardsley shrugged in remote annoyance. Must the man use such puerile methods? Not important, Pedersen repeated and stood caught in his startled wonderment. Because you see, Beardsley, I just happen to remember something from the whodunits. That surprises you? So long ago I can't quite recall who said it, but it was a rather good exposition of logic. Something to the effect that when you've exhausted the possible, all the possible, that which remains, no matter how impossible it may seem, must be the truth. His head lifted, his gaze bored into Beardsley's, and his voice was tight with meaning. And I'd say we've come full circle, wouldn't you? You will have to admit you did a real good job of eliminating. Beardsley managed to smile, even as his mind jarred a little, even as he met Pedersen's gaze and saw the compassion there, the acceptance there, the understanding and boundless regret. For a split second, something leapt unspoken between them, as if doors in both their minds had opened and closed again. He turned away wordlessly. Close as Pedersen had come, even he was an irrelevance now. But ECAIAC didn't know. Poor Eckie. Her first real failure, a fiasco. She really deserved a better fate. Beardsley's heart went out to her. As he observed Arnold in his defeat and Mandelko in his frustration and the huddle of techs in their futile efforts. Suddenly then, "Code!" he heard one of them say, gesturing excitedly. "Post-subjective synapse!" another tech yelled, and there was sudden scurry of activity about the screen. Without warning or appreciable reason, those symbols had begun to shift, wild and elusive, ghost patterns without semblance or sense, but so unmistakable that even Jeff Arnold was jarred alert. Arnold stared, then suddenly was white as chalk as he plowed into the midst of his techs. Beardsley stood frozen, a fatuous smile about his lips. There was only a silence now, a silence that had a pulse in it, the beating of his heart. Seconds only. Suddenly there was another pulse from another heart. ECAIAC wasn't quite finished. Unerring and resolute, the sound came up, slowly at first, and then faster, gathering strength into a steady drone as if every synapse were dredging deep into the sensitized structure. And even before the panel attained flux again, a tech was waving his notes and yelling, "It's true! Post-subjective synapses! Unbelievable! Jeff, we now have a constant." But ECAIAC was telling them that. The sound went on, wild and lone and constant, ascending to the confines of the room, transcending the confines of reason. It was crescendo incarnate. It was purpose gone rife. It was human and more than human, with all the fears and hopes and hates, as it attained a high-pitched scream with wailing overtones such as even Arnold had never heard. There was sentience in it. There was awareness in it. There was fury in it. And who could say if there was grief? There might have been. Only Beardsley knew. He felt suddenly packed in ice. From his lips to the pit of his belly, he revolved slowly away, took a few steps, and caught the edge of the panel. His whole body began to shake uncontrollably, and his lips moved in a soundless whisper that seemed to say, "No, no, don't you understand? We're friends now." But no one heard. No one would have understood. Arnold handled the tape as it came looping out. The words fell slowly at first, then faster and faster in constant repeat. "Cancel last equate, solution tenable. Cancel last equate, solution tenable." Another word came, a single word. Arnold stiffened. One of the texts was so indiscreet as to exclaim, "Murderer? Where did he pick up that word? Final equate is proper." A space, a whir, and the rest of it came in a clicking rush against the high-pitched scream. "Murderer! Raoul Beardsley! Murderer! Raoul Beardsley! Murderer! Raoul! Murderer! Murderer!" Incessant, untiring. There was no trial. Trial presupposes a modicum of doubt, and Beardsley dispelled that readily enough. Once more the pathetic figure, it was as if he were impelled by a dull and pitiless logic. He waived all defense. His confession to the murder of Amos Carmack was straightforward and factual, unvarying to the point of boredom, insistent with repetition, and the socio-legal aspect was there in the rub. Whether it was true psychic shock or mere cunning, there seemed to be a blind spot in Beardsley's responses, a stumbling reticence to elaborate detail that left the Citizens Disposition Council with a problem on its hands, baffling as it was unprecedented. Judicially, they were safe. There would not even be need of null censor. But actually, the problem here was of far more vital consequence than murder, and indeed more frightening. It had to do with Beardsley versus ECAIAC, the encompassing modus operandi, and all the implications of that grotesque denouement. At whatever cost, these things had to be answered. Oh, there was amusement, too. The fact that Minister of Justice Mandelko had begged off, far from gracefully, and retired to the isolation of his 10,000-acre Alaskan ranch for an unspecified time, had brought snickers from those in the know. The chief counselor of disposition looked like he'd like to retire, too. For the third time in as many days, he took his place in the private sessions chamber, glanced at Beardsley with shuddering disbelief, and then bent his head in pontifical guise as he leafed through his notes. It wasn't as if he weren't unversed in the matter by now, but who was there to question if his lips moved fretfully across the words, Ellery Sherlock? He was thinking, yesterday, wasted. Covert regression, myself included. No more of that. And with that bolstering thought, he brought his head up sharply. Counselor, our task for today, voice quavering, he saved it from the upper registers, our task for today is to get at the aggregate pattern, and I assure you, gentlemen, we are going to do that. Now, Mr. Pedersen, if you please. Pedersen, yes, sir? Counselor, I see that Mr. Beardsley made certain statements to you and to you alone immediately after the ECAIAC incident. Pedersen, you saw that 3 days ago. Must we go through it again? Counselor, we must and we shall. Due to the unnatural tenor of the case, it is the opinion of the council that these things must be fixed and adjudged if we are to make a correct disposition. Pedersen, wearily, yes, sir. Well, the fact is he seemed to want to confide in me. Nothing strange in that. He realized he had lost. Poor guy, and he... Counselor, Mr. Pedersen, no diversions, please. We'd simply like to hear from your own lips what Beardsley told you. Glances at his notes. Is it true that he said his sole motive in this affair was to prove he could conduct an investigation as efficiently as ECAIAC or any damn machine? Pedersen, hesitant, with a glance at Beardsley, who sat remote and vacuous. Yes, he told me that. Counselor, even to the point of committing a murder to prove it? And his entire subsequent action was predicated upon that? We have extensive reports here from Mrs. Carmack, from Mandelko, from Jeff Arnold, and yourself. It is difficult to see how such a basically integrated and well-functioning personality as Raoul Beardsley... Pedersen, angrily, no, what you fail to see is the facade. What man has stronger reason than the man who has lost his reason? It is the only outlet for aggression, a devious fulfillment. It brings psychological satisfactions which cannot be obtained in any other way. Call it the self-destruction impulse, if you will. I doubt if Beardsley rationalized this, but he had come to his moment, his time of assertion, his way of making fools of us all. And my complete opinion, sir, is that his actions from beginning to end were both a triumph and an inspiration. Counselor, smugly, thank you, Mr. Pedersen. These are the insights you had not revealed before. Turns to the member at the far end of the table. Dr. Diabler, as psychologist assigned to Disposition Council, may I ask if there's an area of concurrence? Diabler, bored, but deigns to lift a hand. Save for the rhetorics at the very end. You have my official concurrence. It's obvious in every aspect. This was a devious fulfillment of the self-destructive impulse. Counselor, thank you, sir. It will be so noted. And now, makes a pretense of scanning his brief. Now we come to an area of vital interest, an area demanding our most urgent attention, inasmuch as it gives indication of threatening our basic fundamental of cybernetic detection. Believe me, I cannot place enough emphasis here. I refer, of course, to Mr. Beardsley's process of manipulation of ECA-IAC and this strange business of Ellery Sherlock. Pause. Mr. Jeff Arnold, if you please, I believe you were to be ready with some observations today. Arnold. Yes, sir, but more than observation, I'm glad to report we have solved the Ellery Sherlock equate. Counselor. This is wonderful. Will you proceed, sir? Arnold. A strange thing, and yet so simple. We began by resurrecting a huge number of summaries. We dredged into dead file for at least 3 years back, reran them under a synapse intensifier. It's all there, you know. Every minute particle of every case that has gone through ECA-IAC. Almost subliminal, some of it, but... Counselor, one moment, sir. This reference to synapse, could you, clarify? Arnold, why, a synapse is a primary adjunct to memory. The human brain has billions of them, neuronically linked, sort of pathways that get grooved deeper and deeper with constant repetition of thought, until after a while they become completely permanent, retentive, and self-functioning. ECA-IAC is similarly equipped, not to the degree of the human brain as yet, but amazingly. Counselor, dazed. Ah, yes. Please continue, sir. Arnold, as I said, we revived a number of the old cases, and what we discovered was that Beardsley, for years past, mind you, has been utilizing his capacity as chief of coordinates to introduce extraneous material to ECA-IAC via the tapes in each and every case that came before him. Oh, you can believe me, he was clever. He went about it by slow and subtle degrees. And the substance of this material, sir? Pauses, gulps, and shakes his head, unable to go on. Counselor, please control yourself, sir. The substance of this extraneous material? Arnold again gulps. Detective fiction. Counselor leans forward sharply. Do I understand you correctly, Mr. Arnold? You did say detective fiction? Arnold, of two types, Ellery Queen and Sherlock Holmes. I presume it was Beardsley's random choice, but there was nothing random about his purpose. Don't you see? It all fits. It explains the trouble we were having in recent months in getting total synaptic clearance. His voice borders on the frantic. I remember now. I even mentioned this to Beardsley. And oh, the smug way he took it. He knew, damn him. He knew. He was getting there. He was reaching the synaptic. A bit of fiction here and a bit there. ECA-IAC was being conditioned, unable to distinguish the real from the unreal. Counselor. Mr. Arnold, if you please, sir. Waits for Arnold to subside. I can appreciate how this discovery distresses you, both personally and in your official capacity. But be assured that your findings will be of inestimable value to future security. In fact, smiles slightly, Counsel has not been idle in its own pursuit of Mr. Beardsley's vagaries. Rises, removes a small screen to reveal a towering pile of tomes. And now, Mr. Beardsley, I must really ask you to cooperate. I believe you fully capable. Are these your books? Beardsley adjusts his glasses, smiles at his books. Yes. Counselor, and these charts, these graphs that we found plastered to every wall of your home, obviously they're also yours? Beardsley adjusts his glasses, smiles at his graphs. Yes. Counselor, thank you, Mr. Beardsley, that's fine. And Mr. Beardsley, what did you use them for, these books, these graphs? Beardsley, groping, bewildered. I... Counselor sees the futility of it. Gentlemen, I believe we can proceed on the grounds of self-evidence. Let me read you a few of the titles from these books. The Cybernetic Principle Advanced Theory. The Synapse in Function. And here we have Synaptics, Pattern and Flux. There are more, many more in similar vein. Turns abruptly. Mr. Arnold, I'm sure you're familiar with most of these volumes. On the basis of the content, would you say that you could duplicate Beardsley's feat? Arnold, aghast. No, I would not presume to say that, sir. Counselor frowns. It was not the answer he wanted. Very well, then. Dr. Tretensky, would you come forward, please? Dr. Tretensky, you were head of the Department of Advanced Cybernetics at Caltech. You've had opportunity to study these graphs and charts in the minutest detail. Tretensky, oh yes, fascinating. Counselor, I put the question, would it be possible for you to duplicate the grotesque feat that Beardsley performed on ECA IAC? Tretensky, yes, possibly. No, I will say definitely. You mean, of course, cold from the beginning? Yes. But it would take me approximately 3 to 4 years. Counselor, yes, Mr. Beardsley, what is it? You would like to make a pertinent statement? Beardsley, abashed. Oh, I only wanted to say it took me longer, 4 to 5 years. Counselor, wearily, just waits for laughter to subside. Gentlemen, I think we may safely wrap it up now. Our function here is disposition. Our choice is twofold. 1, the subject is sane, in which case he will pay the supreme penalty for murder which he has freely admitted. Or 2, he is obviously insane, in which case he will be subjected to psychic probe as provided by laws, thus restoring a measure of normalcy sufficient to place him again in society. Restricted, of course. Dr. Dobler, sir, one moment, if you please. I simply do not understand your language, and even less can I condone your haste. Safely? Wrap it up, you say? What do you mean by that? Safe for whom? And obviously insane? Was that a slip of the tongue, sir, or are you trying to force an issue here? Counselor, coldly. I must remind you that we already have competent reports on subject status. Add to that the facts presented here, they are overwhelming. The man's own admission and attitude are substantiation. It is my considered opinion, and I'm sure the opinion of the council, that the man is insane. Subjection to psychic probe will restore him to... Dobler. Oh, yes, the psychic probe. I have no quarrel there. But suppose you were wrong. Have you ever considered the effects of probe on a sane mind? Have you ever seen it? Once I saw it, only once. It is worse than disaster. It is horrible. It results in a sort of psychic tearing that heals and then tears and then heals in continuous perpetuation. It is indescribable. It is subhuman. Compared to that, death or even insanity is a blessed relief. Now, gentlemen, listen. I implore you not to be in error. True, It was my opinion that Beardsley acted in fulfillment of the self-destruct impulse, but the man is sane. Sane, I tell you, and entitled to a humanitarian death. My professional judgment, Counselor, again coldly glancing around, is welcome, but does not bear final weight, sir. Silence closed down like a pall. Dobler's plea, by its very impassioned nature, had gotten through. It was a moment of embarrassment and indecision in which each man weighed his conscience and found it wanting, in which every member of council looked to his neighbor for solution or solace, and finding neither, turned back to himself aghast. Only one person looked to the true source and saw the solution as it would be, as it had to be. Pedersen. Heartsick with the knowing, he observed Raoul Beardsley and remembered, this funny little man, this ridiculous man, this proud man who had seized his fate and shoved it through because it had to be done, because he obeyed the dictates, because he had reached his time of assertion. Oh, Pedersen remembered. And most of all, he remembered Beardsley there at the last, in that final moment when ECA-IAC had reached the wailing heights of sentience and grief. And how could he ever forget Beardsley's soundless whisper that seemed to say, no, no, don't you understand? We're friends now. Pedersen remembered. He remembered, and looking up, saw the council had reached equitable agreement, and his heart was sick, and his soul was sick as he realized this was final. There could be no appeal. For the last time he looked upon Beardsley's face and saw that the man was fully cognizant. Beardsley also knew. Dobler had been right. Pedersen turned his face away. Counselor. Now we are agreed, gentlemen. Waits for general approval. Be it pronounced then, inasmuch as there exists a general area of doubt as to disposition, and inasmuch as it is agreed that further deliberation would be prolonged and pointless, and inasmuch as our faith in the ultimate function of ECA-IAC remains inestimable, despite recent vagaries, which shall never occur again, be it therefore resolved that the problem pending shall be taped in all its detail and submitted to ECA-IAC for final disposition. The end. End of section 25. End of 11 stories by Henry Hasse.